Fairy Tale, Awakening Devouring Magic. Chapter 41. On the sparkling sea, accompanied by gusts of sea breeze, a man and a woman were standing side by side, looking at the scene in front of them with solemn expressions. A dark crack appeared in the sky, which was so breathtaking that it seemed to be out of this world. The occasional escaped power of time could make people feel its terrifying power. "Are you crazy? Are you going to die if you go in here?" Irene said angrily. She didn't expect Fang Heng to let her find this crack and actually let her go in. The magic power that was escaping from it made her feel palpitations. Going in now would be like giving up her life. "Sister Irene, I know this is dangerous, but our world is threatened by the Black Dragon. If we want to defeat him, we have to fight desperately. That won't work either. It's too dangerous. And don't underestimate us. Over the past few hundred years, Elaine and I have become much stronger. We may be stronger than you. I don't allow you to take your life lightly." At this moment, Elaine still insisted on her own idea and was unwilling to let Fang Heng take risks easily. "Sister Irene, I know your strength has improved a lot, but it is still far behind the Black Dragon. Acknowledge, not only can he devour magic power as much as I can, but and his scales can also resist the impact of magic. You are no match for him. If you want to defeat him, this is the only way. Don't worry, Sister Irene, I will definitely come back safely." Seeing this, Fang Heng shook his head, and then said in a firm tone that he was determined to win this trip. Seeing the boy in front of him so persistent, Irene couldn't say much, and could only sigh slowly. "Since you insist so much, then fine, I won't say much, but you must come back safely. According to what you said, no one can match him. If it weren't for you, we would all be defeated by him." "Well, I'm glad you agree. In that case, I'll go back and explain." "Well, let's go." Irene nodded, and then the two of them returned to the organization together. After calling everyone out, Fang Heng explained the cause and effect of the matter. "This is the thing. In order to resolve this threat, I need to take this risk. You don't need to persuade me anymore. I have made up my mind." At this moment, Elaine, who was standing aside, heard the news and said with a slightly dissatisfied tone. "What? I've waited for you for hundreds of years and we haven't even met for a few years, and now you want me to wait for you again? I'm sorry, but I have to go on this trip. I will make it up to you when I come back." The boy could only rub Elaine's head and said helplessly. "Brother Fang Heng." Wendy looked at Fang Heng with a little reluctance. After all, after Grandigny, he would also have to leave her for a while. "I will definitely come back and accompany you. Well then, okay?" "Yes." Wendy nodded vigorously. Fang Heng slowly stood up and looked at Myra Jane and the other two. "I won't say anything reluctant, you have to come back to me safely, Brother Fang Heng. When you see me again, I will surprise you." Mila Zhen raised her head and said stubbornly. "Okay, I'll wait." Then he looked up at Gerald and the others. These children were his future loyal subordinates. "You all should become stronger. If I see anyone falling behind when I come back, you will be in big trouble." "Yes." Everyone answered in unison. Seeing this, Fang Heng did not say anything more, but then brought Myra Jane, the other two, and Wendy to the Fairy Tale Guild. After officially stamping them with the seal, it also meant that they had also joined the Fairy Tale Guild. "President, I'm going to find a way to increase my strength. I'll trouble you with these kids. Don't worry, from the moment the seal is stamped, they are already a member of Fairy Tale," Makarov said solemnly. Then he said goodbye to everyone in Fairy Tale, and Fang Heng officially embarked on the road of training. Looking at the time crack emitting powerful magic on the sea, with firm belief, he resolutely drilled in. Boom! The space was filled with scenes like the Northern Lights, with meteors streaking across the sky and towering green crystal cylinders all around. Fang Heng, who had just entered this space, could feel a strong magical force pressing on his body. If it weren't for his strong body, an ordinary magician would have been crushed into a pulp as soon as he entered. However, Fang Heng was not feeling well at the moment. "It seems that I can only adapt little by little, but this place is really a good place to train. The powerful magic can not only train my body, but if I can control this power, it will increase my chances of defeating Acknowledge." Thinking of this, he sat down cross-legged, and then slowly operated the devouring magic, and began to absorb the surrounding space-time magic. Boom! The surrounding magic power instantly began to riot, as if it had found an outlet, and all of it quickly poured into Fang Heng's body, squeezing his body rapidly. Fuck! It hurts so much. Fang Heng's expression gradually became painful. The magic power here was like a robber. It drove all the magic power in his body out, and then ran around in his body, occupying the mountain. Even the dragon seed in his body was shaky due to the attack, and cracks gradually appeared. If the dragon seed was shattered, not only would the combat power decrease, but at that time he would not be able to completely transform into a dragon, let alone defeat Acknowledge. Thinking of this, he roared in pain. Use the devouring magic to capture all these bastards. Buzz. As a dark magic power slowly emerged in his body, the violent force of time and space, like a mouse seeing a cat, flew out of his body again, leaving only a small part to be swallowed and absorbed. Looking at the dragon seed that was now riddled with holes, Fang Heng had a bold idea in his heart. If I use these forces of time and space to repair the dragon seed, or even go a step further and ripen the dragon seed directly, how powerful will the dragon I turn into be by then? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and began to swallow the force of time and space bit by bit, and then turned to use it to repair the dragon seed. But the violent force of time and space is not so easy to absorb, not to mention the delicate work of repairing the dragon seed, it can only be done bit by bit. It seems that I will have to stay here for a while. Fang Heng muttered to himself, then closed his eyes and began to practice. Chapter 42. Time flies. It has been many years since Fang Heng entered the time rift to practice. During these days, Fairy Tale has also ushered in major changes again and again. At this moment, with the addition of a new member, the atmosphere in the guild gradually became more lively. I'm back. A boy with cherry-colored hair kicked open the guild door and roared. You're back, Natsu, happy, hey, there's a newcomer here. Mila Jane, who was holding a wine tray, welcomed them with a smile, but it was obvious that she was much gentler now than she was a few years ago. After all, if she was like before, how could she be gentle to others except Fang Heng and the others? You stinky boy, you actually dared to give me false information, how abominable! Natsu seemed to have thought of something and roared loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward and wrestled with the other person. Damn it, I don't know whether the news is true or false, I just told you out of kindness. Hey, Natsu! Are you back? Let's have a fight. At this moment, a man with his upper body exposed stood up. It was Grey who had grown up. However, when he saw a fight, he excitedly rushed up. Man! A man should speak with his fists. A burly man also stood up and said excitedly, and then joined the battle. It was the grown-up elfman. Several people fought in a group, and the tables and chairs in the guild became victims of their attack. This guild is more lively than I thought. At this moment, the beautiful girl with long golden hair looked at the scene in front of her and said helplessly. It was the newcomer who just joined the guild, Lucy Heartfilia. Xiaolulu, this fish is delicious. Come and try it. A cat with blue fur stood upright on its legs like a human and handed the fish to the white cat beside it. Unlike the naked blue cat, the white cat was wearing luxurious clothes and looked extremely elegant. Humph, I don't want it. After taking a look at the fish handed over, Xiaolulu turned her head and said with disdain. Woo woo woo, Omega. Seeing that he was rejected, the blue cat beside him could only cry sadly. Xiaolulu, how could you do this? You can't do this. The little girl with sky blue hair beside her said in a lecturing tone. Wendy, you won't understand. I just need to protect you, I don't care about other people. The girl was the grown-up Wendy, but now she was holding the white cat in her arms, and the two cute creatures, one big and one small, looked very cute. However, at this moment, as if they suddenly discovered something, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards the door quietly. What? Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Seeing that the guild that was noisy just now suddenly became so quiet, Lucy asked in confusion, a little uncomfortable. There is an extremely powerful magic power approaching here. It feels familiar, but also a little strange. Mila Jane beside him said seriously. You little brats, I can hear you making noises from a distance, why don't you quiet down? As the door opened, a giant slowly walked in and said loudly, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned for a while. Hey? You guys, why are you so quiet today? What happened? Can't you feel it? President, there is an extremely powerful magic power approaching here. Even the usually noisy Natsu couldn't help but tremble all over when he felt this huge magic power, and became more and more excited. Really? Yes, there is indeed a powerful magic. The giant's huge body slowly shrank and finally turned into a little old man. It was the President Makarov. Feeling this powerful magic, he also looked at the door intently. Boom! Hey! I can hear you guys making noises from far away, can't you just be quiet? Why are you guys so quiet today? What happened? The familiar scarlet hair and the slightly dignified voice, it was Urza, but seeing the scene in front of her, she could only ask the same question as the president in confusion. Can't you feel it, Urza? If you can't feel such a huge amount of magic power, then your strength seems to be just so-so. With a slightly provocative voice, the person with short yellow hair, a lightning symbol on his left eye, and a music player on his head, who slowly walked down the stairs was Laxus. What did you say? Urza asked angrily, but when she calmed down, she could indeed feel a magical power. It doesn't matter if weak people can't feel it, I don't want to say anything more. Laxus said disdainfully. Laxus, you are in the guild, let's have a fight. Seeing Laxus appear, Natsu said excitedly. Humph, a fight? Okay, but when that person comes, let me fight him first, I want to let him see that he is not the only one who has been practicing and improving over the years. Laxus looked at the closed guild door in front of him and said with a fighting spirit in his eyes. Here it comes, as the huge magic power gradually approaches, everyone's breathing becomes more and more rapid. Who can have such a huge magic power? Boom! The guild's door was kicked open and flew straight towards Laxus. Laxus was knocked unconscious by the door before he fell straight to the ground. Ha ha ha! I think I used too much strength. A young man grabbed his head awkwardly with one hand, and then walked into the guild carelessly. This person was Fang Hung, who had been practicing in the time rift for a long time and walked out intact. It has been a long time since he entered the time rift to practice, but strangely enough, the years have not left any traces on his face. On the contrary, because of the absorption of the magic of time and space, he has become not only younger, but also more handsome. Hey, I'm back, everyone. Looking at his friends who were all stunned at the moment, Fang Hung said with a smile. Chapter 43. Seeing Fang Hung coming at this moment, some members of the guild covered their mouths in surprise, while others stared blankly at the strange man in front of them who exuded powerful magic. What? He was so arrogant just now, and I thought he was so powerful, but he was knocked unconscious by a door panel. How lame! Lucy said sarcastically after looking at Laxus lying under the door panel. No, there is a reason why Laxus is so arrogant. In this guild, his strength is basically among the top few, and he only looks up to those few people. He was knocked unconscious by the door because the person who came was very strong and he had no time to resist. Myra Jane explained to Lucy in a trembling voice. Looking at the man at the door of the guild, her heart began to ripple and tears gradually blurred her eyes. Hey, Myra Jane, what's wrong with you? Calm down, did I say something I shouldn't have said? I'm sorry. Lucy looked at Myra Jane, who was drooling and crying, and thought she had done something wrong, so she quickly apologized. Well, there are really a lot of new faces in the guild. I can hardly recognize them all. Do you need me to introduce myself again? Ha ha ha. Fang Hung said while scratching his head and laughing. Brother! I didn't expect you to be in this guild. Where is Igneel? I've been looking for it for a long time. Natsu rushed forward quickly and said excitedly. Brother? Me? Fang Hung pointed at himself, then became confused. Yes, aren't you the first child adopted by Gunalu? So you are my brother. And your dragon power is much stronger than mine. Now it seems to be true, I am already burning. Listening to Natsu's explanation, Fang Hung slowly understood that Igneel not only did not delete Natsu's memory of him. Instead, he directly changed his impression of Natsu into a brother, which really made him laugh and cry. Brother? Just call me by my name Fang Hung, Natsu, and as for Igner, you should have heard of him from Wendy. You are too weak now, but when the time is right, it will naturally appear by your side. It has not abandoned you, don't worry. Damn it, Igneel actually left me alone. Natsu was angry after hearing the truth, but then he seemed to have thought of something and rushed forward excitedly. Elder brother, Fang Hung, let's have a fight. I heard from the president and others a long time ago that you went to practice. You are really strong. I'm already burning with energy. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Before Fang Heng could agree, Natsu couldn't wait to swing his fist wrapped in the power of the Fire Dragon towards him. Facing Natsu attacking him, Fang Heng didn't even look at him, but stretched out his right hand and swung it. Bang! Natsu rushed over and crashed into the guild wall at a very fast speed, and then fainted inside. What a bunch of hot-blooded idiots! Looking at Natsu in the wall and Laxus under the wooden board, Fang Heng could only say helplessly. Natsu! Looking at this scene, Lucy covered her mouth with her hands in surprise. She knew very well how perverted Natsu was. When he was fighting Pola on the boat before, he overturned a boat by himself. And he ignored Pola's fire attack and swallowed it directly into his mouth. However, such a perverted Natsu was easily beaten into the wall. How perverted must the strength of this person who was called brother by Natsu be? Tisk, has he become so much stronger again? Even Natsu was defeated so easily, if I go forward, the result might be similar. Seeing his mortal enemy Natsu being defeated so easily, Gray felt an unspeakable bitterness in his heart. Lucy and Gray were not the only ones who had this thought, everyone in the guild was shocked by the strength of the newcomer. Laxus was knocked down by the wooden board, although he was a little surprised, but he could understand it after thinking about it carefully. After all, it was an unexpected attack. But Natsu was different. Over the years, he was also called Fire Dragon Natsu because of his high magic power. His magic power was strong, which was self-evident, but he was easily knocked down by the newcomer even though he tried his best. Brother Fang Heng. At this moment, a white figure rushed into Fang Heng's arms at a very fast speed. It was the excited Myra Jane. She had experienced too many painful things over the years, but she could only keep them in her heart. The person who came now was a safe haven that she could rely on, so she could no longer hold back her tears. Brother Fang Heng, I miss you so much. Okay. Okay. Myra Jane, you've grown up, but I didn't expect you to become so tearful. It's okay, just cry as much as you want in the future. Fang Heng patted Marajana's shoulder and then comforted her softly. Damn it, that brat. As soon as he arrived, he made our guild's most beautiful girl throw herself into his arms. That's right, it's so abominable. It would be so nice if it was me that was hugged. Seeing the two people so close in front of them, many men in the guild were heartbroken. You know, Myra Jane has been the signature girl of fairy tale for many years. Her gentle personality and beautiful appearance have made many people yearn for her. But looking at the scene in front of them, they immediately looked at Fang Heng with murderous eyes. Thank you, I have something to tell you when I get back. Marajana's mood gradually calmed down, and then she said softly. Elfman has grown a lot taller. Do you want to come over and fight me? He said with a teasing smile, looking at the tall and burly elfman beside him. Manly. Although I am a manly man, I can also see the situation clearly. Let's forget about it today, brother Fang Heng. Elfman stretched out his hand and scratched his head, then said awkwardly. Are you kidding me? He knocked out Natsu and Laxus as soon as he came, and let him go. Isn't that sending food to the table? A man should do what he should do and what he shouldn't do. You made such a fuss as soon as you arrived. You are worthy of being Fang Heng. Urza walked over slowly and said to Fang Heng. Well, our Urza has grown from a little girl into a beautiful lady. Looking at Urza pretending to be dignified, Fang Heng said with a smile. It seems that Urza has begun to care about her face over the years, unlike Myra Jane, who can throw herself into his arms and act like a spoiled child without any scruples. Well, I accept this compliment. Ha ha ha. Urza blushed and smiled calmly. Chapter 44. Where's Gildarts? Why can't I see him? Fang Heng looked around and asked in confusion. Kana went on a mission, and Gildarts went with her. Iluza replied with a smile. Listening to Urza's story, Fang Heng couldn't help but think, Gildarts is indeed a daughter-obsessed guy. Brother Fang Heng, I have worked hard to become stronger during your absence. Look, this is my new partner, Xiaolulu. Wendy, who was standing by, couldn't hold back her excitement and walked forward, then lifted Xiaolulu high above her head and said to Fang Heng with a smile. What are you doing? Wendy. Put me down. Xiaolulu's helpless voice sounded. She didn't understand why Wendy was so excited. Really? Wendy has grown up, I can feel the magic power in you has become stronger. Fang Hung reached out and rubbed Wendy's head, saying happily, but after rubbing her head for a while, he felt unsatisfied. Then he actually picked Wendy up and put her on his shoulders to sit. Damn it! That kid Fang Hung even treats Wendy like this. Woo woo woo, the lovely sister Wendy was defiled by that bad boy. Myra Jane was fine, but now even Wendy. Seeing Fang Hung touching Wendy's head and putting her on his shoulder after holding Myra Jane in his arms, murderous eyes were immediately focused on Fang Hung. After all, Wendy was always gentle and lovely in the guild, always willing to help her companions, and everyone liked her very much. But seeing this scene, they all started to get angry. This is so embarrassing. Brother Fang Hung, put me down quickly. Wendy was a little confused for a moment, but when she reacted, she shyly covered her face with her hands, and then urged Fang Hung. Ha ha ha. Well, it seems that Wendy has grown up and learned to be shy. You little brat, you haven't been back for so long, and you messed up the guild as soon as you came back. You have to fix it for me. Just as Wendy was put down, the guild president slowly walked over. Looking at the guild gate that flew out and the cracks on the wall, he felt distressed and annoyed. Ha ha ha. I haven't been out for too long, I can't control myself. Okay, I'll fix it. Just look at my new power, old man. Fang Hung scratched his head with one hand and laughed, then the magic power in his body surged, and with a wave of his hand, a large amount of magic power suddenly covered the dilapidated building. An amazing scene appeared, and the door that had originally fallen on Laxus slowly flew back to its original position. The destroyed tables and chairs around were also automatically restored, and even the bricks that fell on the wall that was broken were automatically repaired one by one. This is the result of Fang Heng's years of practice. He practiced day and night in the time rift, endured all kinds of hardships and pain, and mastered the power of time and space. Now I have mastered time and space, plus the polishing of the body with powerful magic, and the repair of the dragon seed with the power of time and space. At this moment, his strength has truly reached the top. This is the power of time. I never thought that after so many years of practice, you actually practiced the magic of time, and you have reached such a level, it is really amazing. Even the knowledgeable Makarov couldn't remain calm when he saw this scene, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Ha! 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 Old man, even if you praise me like this, don't even think of asking me to repair the streets and buildings that were destroyed by Natsu and his gang. What I use is not just time, but also space, that is, the power of time and space. Fang Hung, who was originally laughing, suddenly changed his tone and said seriously. Ha ha ha, oops, how could that be? Seeing his purpose was discovered, Makarov laughed awkwardly. After all, every time Natsu and his companions go on a mission, they destroy a large number of streets. Now if Fang Hung is willing to restore them all, the guild will reduce a large amount of expenses. Space-time magic? It is really a magical magic. It would be very convenient to have this magic. This way, I don't have to spend money to repair broken things in the future, I can just ask Fang Hung directly. Lucy marveled at the magic, and at the same time, she couldn't help but fantasize about building a good relationship with Fang Hung in the future and asking him to repair things for free. Lucy, you are laughing so slyly. Are you thinking about something bad? Habib looked at Lucy who was laughing slyly beside him and couldn't help but said. You stinky cat, I don't have any. Seeing that her idea was seen through, Lucy quickly defended herself. However, in order to realize her idea, the first step is to establish a good relationship with Fang Hung. Thinking of this, Lucy hurriedly stepped forward, stretched out her hand and said with a smile. Hello, I'm Lucy, a new member of Fairy Tale, and my magic is celestial magic. Star magic? It's really good magic. Hello, my name is Fang Hung. Looking at Lucy who introduced herself, Fang Hung shook her hand and said in a friendly manner. Well, what's wrong, Fang Hung, are you curious about my hand? Lucy asked unnaturally, because Fang Hung had been staring at her hand since she held it just now, and she hadn't let go until now. Ah, nothing. By the way, Guild Master, I don't think I have the guild seal, right? Did you forget it? After hearing Lucy's reminder, Fang Hung came back to his senses. Then he raised Lucy's hand with the guild seal and asked Makarov beside him. Ah, you don't have it. I always thought you had it, but now it seems that I didn't stamp it for you. So where do you want it stamped? I'll stamp it for you now. Hearing Fang Heng's question, Makarov seemed a little embarrassed, so he quickly took out the seal and asked. Well, print it in my eyes. After thinking for a while, Fang Heng said slowly. Eyes? Are you sure? Makarov was a little shocked when he heard Fang Heng's answer. Come on, old man. Don't you remember what I said when I joined the guild? Protect fairy tale. Well, since you insist. Seeing this, Makarov said nothing more, but took the seal and pressed it towards Fang Heng's left eye. Okay, it's done. At this moment, Fang Heng had a seal of the demon tail on his left eye, but this not only did not affect his appearance, but it made him look a bit demonic and even more addictive. Chapter 45. President, I have to go back first. Do any of you want to go back with me? After greeting everyone in the guild, Fang Heng planned to go back and give Sister Irene and the others a big surprise. Of course, it is worth mentioning that because Wendy and Myra Jane were brought by Fang Heng, Irene took them all in and lived together in the organization. No, I have some things to do in the guild. Go back and say hello to my mother for me. Facing Fang Heng's question, Urza shook her head and said. Come on, I'll go with you. I just have something to tell you, brother Fang Heng. Myra Jane walked to Fang Heng and said slowly. As for Elfman, he just stood there in a daze without moving. Xiaolulu and I also have some things to do, brother Fang Heng and sister Mila, you go back first. Wendy hugged Xiaolulu and then answered. Well, in that case, I will take Myra Jane back first. By the way, Laxus and Natsu, remember to say hello when they wake up. You two are still too young. Haha. Then Fang Heng walked out of the guild holding Marajana's hand with a murderous look in his eyes. I could feel something was wrong from the beginning. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Don't keep it in your heart. Walking on the street, Fang Heng whispered to Myra Jane beside him. Woo. Brother Fang Heng, Lysina left us. It's all my fault. It's all my fault that I, as a sister, didn't do my job well and didn't fulfill my responsibility to protect her. Brother Fang Heng, I'm sorry. Myra Jane, who heard the question, could no longer control her emotions and broke down crying to Fang Heng. Fang Heng didn't say much, but just listened calmly to Marajana's narration of what happened, and then he gradually understood. To put it simply, when doing the task, Myra Jane was defeated, and Elfman's receiving magic went out of control, and an accident happened when Lysina went to stop him. No wonder Elfman didn't dare to keep up just now, it was because of this reason that he felt guilty. But he knew very well in his heart that Lysina was not dead, but was absorbed into another world by anima. Thinking of this, he began to pat the girl's trembling shoulders and then whispered to comfort her. Don't worry, Lysina is not dead yet, I promise you. Really? Brother Fang Heng, are you telling the truth? But I saw it happen with my own eyes. Mila Jane raised her head suddenly, and then asked in surprise with red eyes from crying. Of course it's true. I left a detection magic on all three of you. This magic will remind me when your life is in danger. When something unexpected happens in your life, this magic will become ineffective, and of course it will also provide feedback to me. The most important thing is, have you found Lysina's body? So where is Lysina now? If she is fine, why haven't we found her yet, and she hasn't come back yet? After hearing Fang Heng's explanation, Myra Jane couldn't help but ask anxiously. I can't feel her breath in this world, so it is very likely that she has been absorbed into another world. Don't you remember, anima, isn't this a magic? What should we do? Brother Fang Heng, is it true that Lysina can only stay there forever? Mila Jane hugged Fang Heng's arm and asked worriedly. I will figure out a way to deal with this, don't worry, what you need to do now is to improve your strength as soon as possible, so that you will have enough strength to protect Lysina again when she comes back. Feeling the wonderful touch on his arm, Fang Heng slowly spoke. Don't worry, I will never let you down. By the way, I will tell Elfman the good news now. Sorry, brother Fang Heng, you go first. At this moment, Marajana's hanging heart finally let go, and then she said firmly to Fang Heng. Well, in that case, you go first. I'll go give Sister Irene and the others a surprise. We are finally here. It is so stunning no matter when you look at it. Looking at the palace-like house in front of him, he couldn't help but speak. At this moment, he did not deliberately conceal his magic. That is to say, when he approached here, Irene and others already knew it. Sure enough, when Fang Heng pushed open the door, he saw Irene and others standing inside. However, Irene was hiding aside with her mouth covered and laughing, and in the middle, he saw Elaine on the side, looking at Fang Heng at this moment with murderous eyes. "Sister Irene, I'm back." But at this moment Fang Heng seemed to feel nothing and greeted Irene as usual. "Well, I'm glad you're back, haha, I'm glad you're back." Looking at Fang Heng who didn't notice anything, Irene just said welcome words while holding back her laughter. Seeing this, Fang Heng walked to Elaine's side again, then reached out and rubbed the other's head, then smiled and said, "I'm back. This time I'll take you shopping to your heart's content." Pa, Elaine slapped Fang Heng's hand away, turned her head to the side and said angrily, "Humph. I am no longer the same person I was before. Don't try to fool me by going shopping there. What about ice cream? I've long been tired of eating ice cream. You've been away from me for so long, don't expect me to forgive you easily." Looking at Elaine who was throwing a tantrum in front of him, Fang Heng couldn't help but laugh. "What if I gave you chocolate flavor?" "Chocolate? Well, chocolate isn't enough." Although Elaine was a little tempted, she still pretended to be calm and said, "How about adding strawberry? How about I just give you 10 different flavors of ice cream? How about that? Do you forgive me? Strawberry flavor? There are 10 different flavors? Fang Heng, you are the best to me. He he he." Hearing such an attractive condition, Elaine could no longer pretend, and immediately stepped forward to hug Fang Heng's other hand, and then said happily, "You are such a glutton, didn't Sister Irene teach you this trick?" Then, as if she had thought of something, she continued, "By the way, where are Taverin and my future loyal subordinates? Let me go and see what they have achieved during this period." Chapter 46. You might be surprised when you see it. During the time you were away, everyone was practicing very hard. Especially one of the girls named Arusha, she worked the hardest. Maybe it was because of his mother's matter. When Fang Heng mentioned Tawerin and his men, Irene smiled and replied, "Let's go and take a look. This is the promise I made to him a long time ago. If it is really as you said, then it is time to fulfill it." Seeing this, Fang Heng nodded and said slowly. Soon they came to an open space for training at the back, where several young men and women were sparring with each other by releasing their magic power. The roar of the poisonous dragon. Holy shock! Look at my 7-star sword. As the moves were released one after another, several powerful magic powers instantly collided with each other, and the originally flat ground suddenly became bumpy. Seeing this scene, Fang Heng's eyes twitched, and then he asked helplessly, "Is this how they usually practice? How did this venue survive to this day? Have you forgotten? The magic you taught Arusha, won't the Arc of Time come in handy?" After hearing Fang Heng's complaints, Irene on the side chuckled and answered him. Sure enough, not long after, as the competition gradually came to an end, the field had become dilapidated. Then Arusha on the field began to cast her magic on the field, and sure enough, the ground returned to its original state soon after. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Heng felt an indescribable relief in his heart. After all, this was a group of powerful magicians who were loyal only to him. Who wouldn't like this? By the way, Sister Irene and I have something to do and we have to leave first. You can stay here and watch over your subordinates slowly. Elaine turned to Fang Heng who was standing beside her and said. Okay, you guys go first. Fang Heng responded, and then. Very good, I am very satisfied with your performance. I will hold a party tonight. Let's celebrate. Fang Heng clapped his hands and walked over happily. Seeing Fang Heng's appearance, several people immediately put away the magic they were practicing and ran towards him quickly. The first one to rush over was Kong Nao, who excitedly demonstrated the receiving magic she had practiced hard over the years in front of Fang Heng. Lord Fang Heng, look! My receiving magic can successfully receive angels. Bang! The first thing you see is a pair of snow-white wings behind you, which stretch out. The decorations on your body are gradually replaced by silver-white armor, and a powerful and holy aura bursts out. Well, I see Sorono's efforts. Very good, keep it up. Angels still have a lot of potential to tap. Fang Heng stretched out a hand and pinched Sorono's tender cheek, then smiled and encouraged. Okay, Kong Nai will never let Lord Fang Heng down. Kong Nai stuck out his tongue and said playfully. Master Fang Heng. Unlike the naughty Kong Nai, the rest of the people had more respect and admiration for Fang Heng and his men, so they stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Don't be so reserved with me. Just practice your magic well. Follow my orders when necessary. Relax the rest of the time. I have seen your efforts during this period. How about it? Do you want to fight me? If you win, the prize will be very generous. Improve your strength. More delicious food. All is fine. Looking at the people in front of him, Fang Heng said with a chuckle. He could clearly feel that when he asked this question, the fighting spirit in some people's eyes was about to burn out. For example, Gerald, for example, Cobra, but it may not be fair to them to fight like this. I will add another condition. And I don't use magic, I only use my physical strength, how about that? Isn't it a good deal? Only use physical strength? Lord Fang Heng, isn't this too arrogant? What if the magic can't be controlled during the battle and hurts you? After hearing Fang Heng's words, Gerard walked out with some concern and said, after all, most magicians only focus on training the magic power in their bodies, and their bodies are generally weak. Now that they have gone through years of hard training, they have already become powerful magicians. If they fight with their bodies, even the powerful Fang Heng, he doesn't think they will win. Yes, if Lord Fang Heng accidentally hurts you, Xuan-Oi, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Xuan-Oi also said with some worry. In fact, it's not just the two of them. Several other people also had this thought, but they didn't say it out loud. Don't worry, just come. And isn't your sister Irene there? She knows healing magic. Lord Fang Heng, if I win, can you help me realize my wish to save my mother first? At this time, Arusha stepped forward and said firmly. Looking at the girl standing in front of him with a firm tone, Fang Heng nodded gently. At this moment, Fang Heng, who was standing on one side of the field, was facing Arusha and others who were neatly lined up, looking at him with serious eyes. I'm going to go first. Master Fang Heng, take it. The roar of the poison dragon. Looking at the scene in front of him, Cobra couldn't wait any longer and rushed forward with a roar. Looking at Cobra in front of him, Fang Heng also moved, using his physical strength to move his feet, and then stepped hard. Bang! This force immediately created a big hole on the ground, and with the help of this force, Fang Heng rushed out like an arrow, and stepped forward to control Cobra's poisonous mist. Then he turned his head and aimed the poisonous mist from his mouth at Jalal and others beside him. You know, except for Cobra, no one else can bear this poison. So seeing this, they used their magical powers to dodge, but there were also those who chose to face the wave head-on, such as Kong No. Holy shock! A beam of light created by holy magic power dispersed the poisonous fog along the way and rushed towards Fang Heng. Seeing this, Fang Heng stretched out the kabu in his hand as a shield. Such a huge and holy magic power was taken by kabu, and naturally it was too much for him to bear, and he soon fell down and fainted. Bang! Although the shield could still be used, he was afraid that using it again would put his life in danger, so he resolutely threw the unconscious Cobra to the ground. Ah! Cobra! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. Seeing Cobra knocked unconscious by his moves, Sono hurriedly apologized. Chapter 47. Excuse me, Lord Fang Heng. Watch out! Then came Lisa, who had long been behind Fang Heng, waiting for the opportunity. His magic can reduce the enemy's perception, so he has been behind him, waiting for this opportunity. Hearing the voice from behind, Fang Heng chuckled and said. Waiting for you. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, he stretched out his fist, then gathered all his strength and smashed it directly towards Lisa's door. Bang! The sound was heard and Lisa, who was hit, fell backwards with a nosebleed, and then her neck tilted and she fainted. How is it? You won't worry about hurting me by mistake now, right? Looking at the vigilant people around him, Fang Heng said with a soft smile. So strong. In such a short time, relying solely on physical strength, he actually defeated Cobra and Lisa one after another. Looking at this scene in front of him, Jalal was shocked. Thinking about the fact that he was worried about hurting Fang Heng before, he couldn't help but laugh. Judging from the current situation, it is really difficult to win. While Jalal was thinking, the people around him were not idle either. He began to use his earth magic on Fang Heng, and swamp can turn the hard ground into a swamp. At this time, Fang Heng suddenly noticed something strange, and then quickly jumped away. As expected, the hard ground where he was originally located suddenly became like a swamp and began to slowly sink. Dark Knight, come and help me. Seeing that the magic was discovered, Hetai realized that it would be extremely difficult for him to win alone, and he had to restrain Fang Heng's actions, which Dark Knight could do. Look at my space twists and turns. Anya responded repeatedly and then cast a spell. Fang Heng's clothes suddenly began to deform, and then they tightly wrapped around him like a rope. Good opportunity. Look at my swamp. Seeing that Dark Knight's magic worked, he followed suit and released the swamp again. 9 thunder stars. Such an opportunity, Gerald on the side also knew that he couldn't let it go, and then he saw 9 stars shining with bright light, soaring into the sky and attacking Fang Heng. Looking at the clothes wrapped around him, he gathered his physical strength and roared. Open it for me. With a sizzle. Fang Heng's clothes suddenly began to tear apart, and then turned into tattered strips of cloth hanging on his body, revealing his perfect figure under the clothes. Every inch of muscle condensed strength and beauty, as if it had been tempered by thousands of hammers. After taking a look at the 9 stars following closely behind him, Fang Heng rushed towards Hetai with a clear goal. Oh no! Het AI, get out of the way! Seeing this, Gerald knew what Fang Heng was going to do and quickly reminded him loudly. It's too late. As the words fell, Fang Heng was in front of Hetai in an instant, looking at the meteor that was following him, and quickly dodged. Rumble. After a few loud noises, Hetai fainted with black smoke coming out of his mouth. But seeing this, Fang Heng did not intend to let go. He lifted up the fainted Hetai, gathered all his strength, and smashed towards Anyat. He shouted. Take it, Dark Knight! Can you resist the friendship with Hetai for more than 10 years? It's bad, it's coming for me. You know, although Dark Knight's twist magic is very strong, its shortcoming is that it cannot be used on living things. And now Hetai's huge body, as big as a hill, is rushing towards him. It's too late. This was the last thought in Dark Knight's mind, and then he fainted. What should I do? I will definitely lose if I go on like this. Resurrecting my mother is a long way off. No, I must not lose like this. Looking at the one-sided situation at the moment, Arusha couldn't help feeling a little desperate, but she knew that she couldn't give up yet. It was time to give it a try. The future is here. With Arusha's shout, a large number of crystals appeared in the air and finally smashed towards Fang Heng at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. A large cloud of smoke suddenly rose. However, when the smoke and dust dissipated, there was no trace of Fang Heng. Where is he? Why is he gone? Just as Arusha was looking for Fang Heng. Fang Heng came behind her and slapped her on the buttocks. You lost. Arusha. Arusha blushed when she was attacked from behind, but when she thought about how she had lost and how her mother's resurrection was far away, she felt as if all her strength had been drained away. She lowered her head and said in disappointment. Yes, Master Fang Heng, I give up. Looking at the lost girl in front of him, Fang Heng couldn't understand what she was thinking, so he rubbed her head and said. Are you still thinking about your mother? Come on, take me over to revive your mother. Yes, Master Fang Heng, I will always follow you and will never let you down. Arusha's happy voice sounded, and then she knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Silly girl, you don't need to be like this. I told you long ago that you should practice the magic I gave you seriously. You have done the task I gave you, and this is what you deserve. Seeing Arusha kneeling on one knee, Fang Heng was a little surprised, and then he pulled her up and said with a smile. At this point, only Sono and Jalal were left in the battle. The two looked at each other and said at the same time. I surrender. As the battle came to an end, Fang Heng looked at the people who had fainted and the horribly damaged ground that had been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. He waved his hand, and then a huge force of time and space fell into the ground and the bodies of the people who had fainted. An amazing scene occurred. The shattered ground was restored little by little, and the injuries of the people who had fainted, such as Anyat, also began to recover, and they woke up soon after. Such a strong power of time, but it seems a little different from mine, what is this? Arusha couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw this scene. Although her arc of time can be regarded as time magic to a certain extent, she couldn't do such an amazing scene in front of her. Not only could she not do it, she couldn't even think about it. Looking at the surprised Arusha, Fang Heng slowly replied. This This is the strength you gained from saving your mother all these years. As for why it is different from yours, it is because it not only contains the power of time, but also the power of space. Chapter 48. I didn't expect that Lord Fang Hung would pay so much to save my mother. Next, I must work harder to practice magic and will never let him down. Thinking of this, Arusha looked at Fang Hung with even more gratitude. The magic of time and space? Such a powerful magic, I didn't expect that it could be mastered by one person. The Lord's strength is really unfathomable. Hearing Fang Heng's explanation, Jalal couldn't help but think with emotion, and then his respect for Fang Hung rose to a new level. As for Kong now, although he was a little shocked when he saw this scene, he didn't think much about it. He just jumped in front of Fang Hung and said with a smile. Lord Fang Hung, I lost too, would you like to hit me too? Okay. Come over here, I'll hit you. Looking at the naughty Kong No in front of him, Fang Hung activated the power of the fire dragon in his hands. Then he raised his flaming hand and smiled kindly at Kong No beside him. Haha, I'm kidding, think about it and forget it. Looking at the palm that was emitting flames at the moment, Kong No hurriedly waved his hand and said in refusal. Silly girl. Fang Hung stretched out a finger and tapped the other person's white forehead, smiling and said. At this time, Cobra and others who had fainted gradually woke up under Fang Heng's treatment. Damn it, Swano, you can't just aim before you hit? Can't you see I'm still here? Of course, the first thing Cobra did when he woke up was to run to Swano and roar. I'm sorry. And it's your fault that you were so weak that you were caught first. Swano on the side apologized awkwardly, and then added. Swano's words immediately made Cobra feel angry. I'm weak? No matter how strong I am, it depends on who I'm compared with. He glanced at Fang Hung not far away, and then thought about how ridiculous he was to have the delusion of winning. Now he was facing Fang Hung, who had no desire to fight. His physical strength was so strong, and he hadn't used any magic yet. How could he survive? Seeing that the situation was not good, Anya hurried out to smooth things over. Okay, Cobra, don't be so petty. It's normal to lose to Lord Fang Hung. Yukino didn't do it on purpose. Humph, Master Kabila, won't be so petty. Kabila turned his head away before, not intending to pursue the matter any further. It seems like you all have a pretty good relationship. That's great. In battle, your tacit understanding can play a crucial role. Today's training ends here. By the way, Arusha, let's go. Fang Hung was very pleased to see the scene in front of him, then turned around and said to Arusha beside him. Yes, Master. Arusha said excitedly, and even changed the address from Sir to Master, which also showed that she was determined to follow Fang Hung. After all, her long-cherished wish was to see her mother in her arms and act like a spoiled child. Now that her wish is about to come true, how can she not be excited? Soon they came to a very cold basement. The basement was extremely empty, except for a lifelike ice sculpture standing in the middle. Mom! I'm here to save you. With the Master's miraculous power of time and space, we will be able to meet soon. Arusha stroked the ice sculpture in front of her, and then whispered softly. Fang Hung walked forward slowly, gently patted Arusha's shoulder to comfort her, and then turned to look at the ice sculpture in front of him. You are you? Gray and Leon's master in the original play, and also Arusha's mother beside her, sacrificed herself to defeat the devil. She was an extremely great magician. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, stretched out a hand to the ice sculpture in front of him, and then a huge power of time and space poured out. Covering the ice sculpture, he wanted to turn Yu's time back to hundreds of years ago when she was still alive. This is an extremely magical and mentally exhausting job. Damn, I'm dying of exhaustion. Magic alone is easy to say, and there is also. Magic can be restored by swallowing. In addition to the great consumption of mental power, I will ask Arusha to compensate me when the time comes. Fang Hung couldn't help but think so. But at this moment, he still had to breathe heavily and sweat profusely to continue to output magic power. On the side, Arusha looked at Fang Hung, who looked exhausted, with worry in his eyes, and hurriedly walked up to him and wiped the sweat off his body considerately. Feeling the amount of magic output at this moment, he couldn't help but be a little shocked. How much magic power is in the Master's body? From just now to now, with such a huge amount of magic power, he can still continue to use magic. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to withstand it in one round and would be sucked dry. Thinking that Fang Heng was working so hard for her wish, she couldn't help but secretly feel more grateful. Click, click, as the sound of the ice cracking gradually sounded, it also meant that the resurrection ceremony was about to come to an end. The sound rang out, and the ice that had wrapped Uru for hundreds of years completely turned into ice crystals and scattered around. At this moment, Uru collapsed to the ground weakly, then held his head and asked in confusion. "Where am I? Mom? Do you still recognize me?" Seeing his mother whom he had dreamed about countless times, Arusha could no longer hold back his excitement and rushed over to her. "Arusha? My child. I will never forget you. How come you have grown up so much?" Although Uru was a little confused at the moment, when she felt someone coming, she hugged him without hesitation. "Arusha, go and have a good chat with your mother. I'll go out first. Bring your mother to the party tonight." Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Heng didn't intend to be a light bulb and walked out slowly, then turned around and said, "Yes, master. Thank you." Soon, as night fell, a grand carnival party began at Fang Heng's house. Not only Cobra and others, but also Myra Jane, Elfman, Wendy, Urza, and others participated. As for the drinks and food on the table, they were all Fang Heng's exclusive contribution, and at this moment the men and women on the field began to dance. "Lord Fang Heng! Can you dance with me, Sorono?" Sorono blinked her big eyes, then stretched out a hand and stepped forward to invite Fang Heng. "Of course, let's dance." Looking at Kong Nai who took the initiative to step forward, Fang Heng chuckled, then held the hand that was stretched out and began to dance. However, it would have been better if he hadn't danced. This jump was like a fuse, quickly igniting several gunpowder barrels on the field. After a dance, not long after. "Fang Heng! Can you dance with me?" Chapter 49. Myra Jane, who was standing beside him, squinted her eyes and smiled as she stepped forward and extended her hand to invite him. "Ah, are you still dancing?" Fang Heng was a little confused. "Why is he dancing again? Don't you want to dance with me?" Myra Jane immediately said with tears in her eyes. "How could that be? I'll keep dancing." Seeing Myra Jane looking like she was about to cry, Fang Heng waved his hands and said, "Well, come on." Fang Heng took the hand that Myra Jane extended, and then jumped up. Soon, the dance with Myra Jane was coming to an end. However, just when Fang Heng was about to take a breath. "Hey, Fang Heng, you have to dance with me too." At this time, Elaine, who had come over from nowhere, grabbed Fang Heng's hand and said, "Elaine, be good, can you let me rest for a while?" Fang Heng said panting at this moment. He had just been resurrected, and a lot of magic power and energy were consumed when he was in Uru. He has not recovered yet. "What? No. Just consider this as your compensation to me over the years. So we have to dance tonight?" Elaine said firmly. What a joke, she has danced with 2 people in a row and now she doesn't want to dance anymore. Wouldn't her status plummet? I must be the boss. Thinking of this, she hugged Fang Heng's hand again, and then said coquettishly. "Jump, jump. Okay, keep dancing. I'll take anyone who comes today." Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Heng seemed to have made up his mind, and then said firmly. Soon the dance was over, and Fang Heng felt that his body had been drained. Lord Fang Heng is really excellent. From just now until now, he has been changing his female partner to dance. Looking at Fang Heng in the distance, Anya sighed and said to the few people beside him. What? Women are such troublesome things. Didn't you see that Lord Fang Heng is so strong that he is out of breath? Seeing this, Cobra said disdainfully, then turned around and teased the snake wrapped around him. Ha ha ha. Maybe this is the trouble of happiness? Really? And don't you see Jalal smiling now? Hot AI said with a smile, and then turned to look at Jalal who was blushing and inviting Urza to dance. At this time, Ultia, who was beside him, walked up slowly after reminiscing about the past with her mother. Seeing this, Fang Heng didn't say much. Come on, dance. He stepped forward, took one of Arusha's hands, then put his arm around her waist and started dancing again. At this time, Arusha was a little confused. Ah, what happened? I just wanted to come up and thank the master, why did I dance for no reason? But looking at the man next to him, who was dancing with his arm around her waist, Arusha was a little obsessed. Stop being dazed, you have to move too, you can't always let me handle it alone, I'm already tired enough. Fang Heng's voice reminded him. Oh, okay. These words brought Arusha back to her senses, and she blushed and began to dance. As the dance gradually reached its climax, Arusha became more and more immersed in it, and then a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Fang Heng was a little surprised when he saw the scene in front of him. You know, Arusha doesn't laugh easily, and even if she laughs, it's just pretending. But now her smile is very harmonious and natural. It's a beautiful smile from the heart. Maybe it's because he finally saw his mother. As the music ended, the last song also came to an end. At this moment, you, who had just been resurrected, slowly walked forward. Seeing this, Fang Heng said with concern. After all, the other party sacrificed for justice to seal the devil and deserved his respect. Senior Ulu, how are you feeling? Don't call me senior, you are much stronger than me, absolutely frozen. When I used this magic, I never thought that I would still be alive one day. What surprised me the most was my grown-up daughter. You gave me two of the greatest gifts when you came here. Thank you for your care. Give me a few days to get used to it. Then I will join your organization like my daughter. After hearing Ulu's answer, Fang Heng seemed a little surprised. You know, the other party's strength is also very strong. With his joining, it can be regarded as adding wings to a tiger. Well, in that case, let Arusha accompany you for a walk these few days to recover. Fang Heng then walked aside, not intending to disturb the mother and daughter who were reminiscing about the past. I heard about you, a great wizard. He sacrificed himself to seal the devil. At this moment, Irene looked at you not far away and said with emotion. Maybe before becoming a great wizard, he would rather be a qualified mother. Fang Heng murmured to himself. Sure, no wonder my Fang Heng is so popular with girls, he is so delicate at heart. Listening to Fang Heng's explanation, Irene was a little surprised, but then she was relieved. It was because of this Fang Heng that they gathered together and happily held this impossible party. Oh, where's Devouring? Why don't I see him? Fang Heng asked in confusion. Otherwise, why would he be missing from a banquet with food and drinks? Oh, your mount named Blackie is too weak, and Devouring felt ashamed and sent him for special training. Irene said with a chuckle. The banquet lasted until very late, and finally came to an end. Promise my brothers. Chapter 50. In the days after the banquet, Elaine always asked Fang Heng to go shopping with her, and now he finally found a chance to relax. At this moment, he was sitting in the fairy tale guild, watching the noisy people in the guild, feeling very comfortable. At this moment, he noticed Lucy standing in front of the commission column in the distance, seeming to be troubled by something. Looking for a magic bracelet. Expelling the demon from the volcano. Want to use astrology to predict your love life. Ah, what kind of tasks are these? There are all kinds of weird tasks. Lucy muttered to herself. Lucy, what are you worried about standing in front of the commission column? Fang Heng asked curiously. Well, it's okay, I just feel like there are all kinds of commissions. Lucy shook her head and then said slowly. Well, because there are all kinds of needs. So there are all kinds of commissions. Fang Heng nodded, and then said with emotion. If you have any job you want to do, please tell me. The president is in the regular meeting and he is not here yet. At this time, Myra Jane came over and said to Lucy. Hearing this, Lucy was a little curious. Really? But what is the regular meeting? Seeing Lucy's face full of questions, Myra Jane smiled and tried to answer her. But as if she had thought of something, she turned around and smiled at Fang Heng and said. Brother Fang Heng. Lucy doesn't know what a regular meeting is. Do you know what it is? Fang Heng was a little confused when he was suddenly asked this question, but after thinking for a while, he slowly said. Parliament? It seems to be in charge of the magic world, right? But I remember that most of the people in it are incompetent, and there seems to be some greed and corruption. He has no good feelings about the Parliament. The few members in it are basically incompetent, and there is so much darkness in the magic world. Isn't it because of the inaction of the Parliament? But I vaguely remember that Sister Irene seemed to have mentioned to me before that there seem to be many of our people in the 10 members of the Parliament. Sister Irene, 1, Gerald, and Arusha, it seems that more than half of the people have been planted. Thinking about it this way, I really can't belittle the council like this. After all, they are all our own people. Well, there are still a few selfless people who deserve our respect. Thinking of this, Fang Heng quickly added. Ah, so scary, isn't the parliament a very scary existence? Fang Heng's words immediately frightened Lucy. Facing Fang Heng's answer, Myra Jane was silent for a long time, and then slowly suppressed her temper and said. Brother Fang Heng, although what you said is not wrong, what I want you to explain is the structure of the council. Forget it, give me the light pen, and I will answer this question for you. Fang Heng used the magic of manifestation to hand Myra Jane a light pen, and then said jokingly. Oh, okay. Then let our teacher Myra Jane teach me. Myra Jane rolled her eyes at Fang Heng, then picked up the light pen and began to draw pictures and explain. Simply put, the Magic Council is composed of the most authoritative reviewers in the magic world and is also related to the government. Their role is just like what Fang Heng said, managing the magic world and maintaining order. Including wizards who adjudicate crimes. The local guild presidents' alliance is managed by the guild presidents, who deliver decisions made by the Magic Council and coordinate communication between local guilds. How is it? I think you can understand it, right? Good. Myra Jane spoke really well. The language is fluent and fascinating. Fang Heng hurriedly praised her. Although he didn't listen much, when it came to expressing his opinion, he would definitely not miss a single detail. Oh, I see. Thank you for your answer. I didn't know there were such connections between guilds. Lucy raised her head and answered thoughtfully. So being the guild president is actually a very hard job. Seeing this, Myra Jane nodded with satisfaction, then replied with a smile. But there will be a black guy coming. Just then, Natsu appeared from somewhere and said quietly. Hey! Natsu, what are you doing? Stop scaring me, okay? Lucy was frightened, but when she saw Natsu scaring her from behind, she got angry again. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect you to be so timid, Lucy. Otherwise, I'll just call you Coward Lucy from now on. Natsu laughed. Damn it, Natsu, you bastard. Seeing this, Lucy angrily rushed forward and argued with Natsu. Could it be that Lucy likes Natsu? Wow, I'm really looking forward to their subsequent development. When the voice came, Fang Heng turned his head and saw Myra Jane looking at the two people not far away with a gossipy look on her face. Seeing this, he just said unhappily. They may just be normal friends, and you have never been in a relationship, so don't make blind guesses. What if you ruin their relationship? Hearing Fang Heng's answer, Myra Jane stared at him resentfully and said unhappily. I have never been in love, because that person doesn't notice anything, and have you ever been in love? Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? Let's not talk about this anymore. Practice well during this period of time. Hearing Marajana's question, Fang Heng turned his head away awkwardly, and then laughed. He was not really a wooden man. How could he not understand Marajana's thoughts? But if he confirmed the relationship with Myra Jane now, it would be difficult to deal with Elaine at that time. He felt a headache when he thought of this. By the way, Yurusha and Sono seemed to look at him a little strangely recently. Otherwise, one day he would call the girls to his side, and then say affectionately, you are all my favorite people, and everyone should live in harmony. I wonder if they will agree then. Thinking of this, Fang Heng couldn't help but grin and laugh. At this moment, a crackling sound was heard. Turning around, it turned out to be Natsu and Grey, who had been fighting with each other at some point. Damn it, Grey, you're a pervert who doesn't wear any clothes. What did you say, you bastard? Oh no, Urza is back. At this moment, Loki suddenly ran back in a panic and said to the two people in front of him. What? Urza is back. Not good. After hearing the news, the two answered in unison, then looked at each other, tacitly put their arms around each other's shoulders, and then began to pretend. I'm back. Is the president here? Urza, who was carrying a huge demon horn on her back, looked around and saw that the surroundings were quiet. She was satisfied, nodded, and then asked. Chapter 51. Is Urza back? The president is at the regular meeting and is not here now. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. Looking at the domineering Urza in front of him, Fang Heng nodded with satisfaction and said casually. Well, this is the fairy queen he wants. It is worth talking to Sister Irene about education so many times before. Now that the president is not here, he is the strongest here. No matter what Urza has to say, he should be able to solve most of them. I heard some bad things about the Dark Guild Iron Forest at work. I plan to bring Gray and Natsu with me. By the way, Fang Hung, are you going? This kind of thing can't be delayed, I plan to solve it as soon as possible. Seeing this, Urza said anxiously. Hearing Urza's words, Fang Hung started thinking at this moment. He must go. I haven't exercised for a long time. I finally have a chance to exercise. Of course I have to go. Myra Jane seems to be training her magic power recently. Let's take her with us, just as a way to adapt. Thinking of this, Fang Hung no longer hesitated and said. Of course I have to go. If you get into danger, I won't be able to report to you. By the way, Myra Jane comes with us. Ah, am I going to? Mila Jane covered her mouth in surprise, as if she couldn't understand why she had a part in this. Of course, haven't you been exercising recently? Fighting is the best way to exercise. Fang Hung nodded, and then said affirmatively. Well, let's go, Myra Jane, come with us. You are too weak now, I will protect you. Seeing this, Urza nodded, then chuckled and said. Protection? Forget it. If I really encounter an enemy that I can't handle, you may not be my opponent. Besides, the strongest person here is Brother Fang Hung, so we'll have to rely on him when the time comes. Myra Jane suppressed her temper and retorted. Although her temper had become milder, it didn't mean that she would give in to Urza. Oh, really? Let me tell you, during your rest period, I have been training my magic power every day. Now my strength has surpassed yours. Urza also replied mercilessly. What did you say? You armored lady. What, you're not convinced? Okay, stop arguing, both of you. Let's go now without further delay. Looking at the two people who were arguing with each other, Fang Hung quickly stood up and said. Just kidding, if these two ladies really fight, he will have no peace again. By the way, Lucy, you are new here, come with us, we will show you the scene. Then he looked at Lucy beside him and continued. Okay, I'll go. Lucy nodded excitedly after receiving the invitation. After all, Fang Hung, a powerful person, was here. She was not worried about her safety at all. In this case, it would be good to see the big scene. Wait a minute, I don't agree. Gray and Natsu said. It's troublesome enough to go with Urza alone, and now we have to add Natsu, I don't want to do that. Gray pointed at Natsu in surprise and said. That's right, how can an ordinary person team up with someone like Gray? I don't even want to go on this kind of mission. Seeing this, Natsu was not to be outdone. No, both of you have to go. And this mission may encounter very powerful enemies. Whoever defeats him first will be able to prove who is stronger, right? Fang Hung smiled and said. Natsu and Gray looked at each other after hearing this. Okay, I'll go and prove to Brother Fang Hung that I'm the strongest. Humph, that's not necessarily true. Okay, that's it. Let's go. Seeing the team formed, Fang Hung nodded and said affirmatively. However, not long after the team left, the members of the guild began to discuss. The team formed by these guys might just be the most powerful team in Fairy Tale. The most powerful team? With Fang Hung here, any team you join will be the most powerful. Yes, Fang Hung is so powerful, I think the guild called Iron Forest is in big trouble. What exactly is Urza's mission this time? Tell us about it. After coming out, Fang Hung said to Urza while walking on the street. Well, in that case, let me tell you about the mission. On the way back from my last job, I stopped by Onabasai and went to a bar where wizards gathered. In that bar, I met a group of strange magicians. They all exuded a strong bloody smell. They must be some shameful profession. So I secretly listened to their conversation. They seem to have found something called lullaby. But there is a seal that cannot be unlocked, and it seems that we have to look for someone named Allegory. After hearing this, Lucy became thoughtful. Lullaby? It should mean lullaby, right? Is it some kind of sleeping magic or something? I don't know, but since it's sealed, it must be an extremely powerful magic. Urza shook her head slowly, then said. If I remember correctly, Allegory is the ace of the Dark Guild Iron Forest, known as Allegory the God of Death. They often take on some assassination missions that are not allowed, so the entire guild was kicked out of the Wizard Guild 6 years ago and became a Dark Guild. At this time, Myra Jane on the side thought about something, and then explained with a serious expression. Dark Guild? They are also responsible for killing people. This is too dangerous. Lucy said with a trembling voice, her body already soaked with cold sweat. Lucy! There is so much juice on your body. Seeing this, the harpy on the side covered his mouth and laughed. This is sweat, you stinky cat. Lucy said loudly. Allegory? In addition to the Iron Forest Guild, if I am not mistaken. The so-called lullaby should be a flute, and it is a demon created by Ziraf. Interesting. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and slowly told everyone the information he had obtained. The lullaby they are talking about should be the spell of death magic. These 2 chapters are for today, and there will be 2 more chapters later, which I promised to give you yesterday. Chapter 52. What? The spell of death? Isn't that an extremely dangerous magic? Lucy couldn't calm down anymore and couldn't help but exclaimed. Yes, just like the name suggests, it is a black magic that curses the target with death, and the horror of the curse song is even greater. So you all should be careful. Seeing this, Fang Hung nodded and said. No matter what, cheer up, everyone. Mila Jane clapped her hands and said comfortingly. Is it dangerous? I must be the first one to solve the danger. I am burning. Naz, who was standing by, was not afraid of the danger but became more excited. At this moment, a girl with sky blue hair came towards Fang Hung and others. She was holding a cake in her hand and said happily to the cat next to her. Xiaolulu. I finally got the limited edition strawberry cake. Let's go back and eat it together. Well, let's go back and eat together then, Wendy. Wendy, where are you? At this moment, the white cat on the side suddenly said in panic, and then it saw Wendy who was kidnapped in Fang Heng's arms. It turned out that Fang Hung and his friends were discussing the task on the street just now. Wendy and Xiaolulu, who had finally grabbed the limited edition strawberry cake and were ready to go home and enjoy it, came towards them. However, after being discovered by Fang Hung, he quickly reached out and pulled Wendy under his arm and took her away, leaving Xiaolulu in a mess on the spot. Brother Fang Hung, put me down quickly, Xiaolulu is still there. Wendy, who was held in his arms, was still a little confused, but after she reacted, she hurriedly said. Don't worry, Xiaolulu has found you and will be here soon. We are going to do a mission. Your healing magic will come in handy. After this is done, how much of the limited edition strawberry cake do you want? I'll give you that much. And I'll also buy chocolate and mango flavored cakes in limited quantities. As soon as the voice fell, the struggling girl suddenly calmed down, and then said excitedly. Really? Thank you brother Fang Hung. I will definitely complete the task seriously. Really, Wendy, how could you be bribed so easily? And how could you hold a lady in your arms? Xiaolulu, who came at this time, happened to hear this and then said unhappily. Hehe, because brother Fang Hung and the others need me. And there will be many delicious rewards afterwards. Wendy scratched her head awkwardly, and then said. Don't worry, Xiaolulu, although this mission will be very dangerous, I will definitely protect you. The harpy beside him flew over and patted his chest and said. Humph. But Xiaolulu might not appreciate it. Soon, they arrived at Magnolia Station. I'm burning. Let's go. Natsu shouted passionately. However, when he got on the train, Natsu, who was originally full of energy, seemed to be drained of energy. He collapsed on the seat with weakness all over his body. Really, you look so useless. Gray, who was standing by, curled his lips and said disdainfully. Natsu is like this every time he takes public transportation. It's really pitiful. Lucy said with a little sympathy. It's okay, I just happen to know some magic in this area. Let me treat him. Then Wendy was seen using her hands to release magic to treat Natsu. Oh, I'm back to life. Thank you, Wendy, I made the right decision to bring you here. Sure enough, Natsu recovered in a short while. Well, it's okay, but this magic is not permanent, it won't last long, sorry. Wendy shook her head and said apologetically. It's okay, even if it's just for a while, I'll be satisfied. Natsu said happily. Brother Fang Hung, what are you looking for? Myra Jane asked in confusion when she saw Fang Hung looking around. Nothing. Just a look. By the way, we are almost there, let's get off the train. Fang Heng shook his head and said. He remembered that in the original plot, there should be a member of the Iron Forest in the train, but he didn't find him at the moment, so forget it. Anyway, it doesn't matter if he catches them all at once. However, at this moment, the train, which was originally moving at high speed, suddenly stopped, and then he heard a noisy sound outside. All passengers and the driver, get off the train. This train belongs to the Iron Forest. I'll count to 10. If anyone is still on the train, don't blame me for being rude. At this moment, an arrogant voice came. The real owner is here. It just saves us from having to look for him. Fang Heng said with a chuckle. He really didn't expect that there would be a door-to-door delivery service. What should we do? There are only ordinary people in the car. If we start a war here, innocent people will be hurt. Mila Jane said with some concern. It's okay. The Iron Forest has already helped us drive people away, right? They hijacked this train, so they must be taking it. In this case, after they all come aboard, I will use magic to seal off the entire train space. At the same time, I will add a hard attribute to prevent others from escaping. This way it will be foolproof. Fang Heng's eyes flashed with light, and then he said calmly. So strong. He was able to grasp the situation in such a short time, and he also has a plan for the next step. Lucy said in shock, but this also meant that her safety was taken care of. Sure enough, the facts were just as Fang Heng said, and all the passengers in the carriage fled in panic. At this moment, the members of the Iron Forest outside the carriage looked at the passengers who were exhausted from escaping, and laughed. Laughed. Ha ha ha, it's so funny to see them panicking. By the way, how long is the countdown? If anyone fails to escape, just kill them. At this moment, the man in front of him, carrying a huge sickle and with his upper body exposed, spoke up. It should be Allegory. The count is complete, boss. Okay. The remaining people probably look down on us. Kill all those who look down on us, the Iron Forest. Following Allegore's order, the people who ran out of the carriage at the back were killed indiscriminately by the people of the Iron Forest. For a while, blood flowed like a river, and a strong smell of blood began to permeate the air. The people who had already come out, while feeling fortunate that they ran fast, also felt extremely terrified and frightened by the scene in front of them, and all stood there in a daze. These devils are just a bunch of devils. They are the executioners who kill without blinking an eye. Chapter 53. However, the noise outside was not noticed by the people in the train at the moment. Except for Fang Heng, he had been observing the situation of Allegory and others outside. After looking around, Allegory decided to realize his plan as soon as possible, so he urged. Okay, stop playing, everyone get in the car, we're ready to go. Yes, sir. Under Allegory's order, the members of the Iron Forest began to pour into the carriages, and soon they were about to reach Fang Heng and his group. They are coming, get ready for battle. Seeing this, Fang Heng said with a smile. Boss, there are still people here. Yes, there are still a few beauties. Hee. Sure enough, someone discovered Fang Heng and the others soon, and then said to Allegory behind him. Don't move, let me come over and take a look. As the voice fell, the people around him made way for him. Then he saw a man with tattoos under his eyes, short silver-white hair, bandages wrapped around his hands, and tattoos on his upper body. It was Allegory. Well, who did I think it was? How dare you be so blind? But looking at this guild emblem, you are the wizards of fairy tale, right? Allegory leaned over to take a look, then touched his chin and said. So you are Eli Gore? Very good. Although I don't know what your purpose is. But when you board this train, you have already embarked on a road to death from which you can no longer turn back. Seeing this, Fang Heng slowly stood up and said to Eligor and his men behind him. Ha ha ha. Boss, did you hear that? He said we are on a death train. I am dying of laughter. I can't sense any trace of magic from this person, maybe he is just an ordinary person. Although he is just an ordinary person, he has powerful magicians to protect him. Look at all the beautiful magicians around him. It's a pity that so many beauties died. They should perform a striptease in front of us first. Allegory's men laughed and said, their confidence is that they can't feel any magic from Fang Heng. But what they don't know is that Fang Heng is deliberately hiding his magic, and he is now remodeling the entire train. The purpose is to catch them all in one fell swoop, leaving no one alive. Ha ha ha! This world is unfair. So I, the god of death, will punish the world. Eligary on the side suddenly laughed and said. Really? Then you may not have a chance. At this moment, Fang Heng had finished the last step, so he pulled Myra Zhen and others behind him. Oh no! Run! Eligor said hurriedly. The roar of the Fire Dragon King. Suddenly, without any warning, Fang Heng launched an attack on the members of the Iron Forest who were talking in front of him. A blazing flame with powerful power suddenly shot up into the sky, and then covered the entire carriage. After the attack, the crowded carriage suddenly became empty, leaving only ashes covering the entire floor of the carriage and the unpleasant smell of burning in the air. They had no time to react or scream, as the intense heat burned them to ashes in just a moment of contact. Good, so strong. It's totally not on the same level as Natsu's roar. Even standing behind him, I could feel the heat coming. Lucy, who was behind him, looked at the scene in front of her, opened her eyes wide in surprise, and then covered her mouth and said. This kind of power. It's already comparable to a gun. My brother is so strong. I'm burning up. Seeing this scene, Natsu looked at Fang Heng with excitement. He had only felt such a huge power on a gun. Damn it! I will definitely become stronger too. Gray said unwillingly. You know, Fang Heng and Natsu are using the same magic. Now Fang Heng has used such a powerful force, which means that Natsu may also reach this level in the future. When that time comes, what will Gray do to fight? No, he must continue to become stronger. At this moment, Gray has made up his mind. Well, Fang Heng's strength is indeed very strong. As Urza had seen Fang Heng's strength a long time ago, she did not react too much. After all, she saw him defeat Laxus with her own eyes a few years ago. After practicing for so long, such a powerful strength was a little beyond her expectations, but it was nothing. Brother Fang Heng, you are really strong. Really? But Wendy has to get stronger as soon as possible. Fang Heng squatted down and rubbed Wendy's head. Myra Jane was so surprised at the scene in front of her that she couldn't speak. However, at this moment, the door of the carriage that was originally open in front of them was tightly closed. Seeing this, Fang Heng smiled. Quite clever. If the door of the carriage had not been closed, everyone in the back would have died. Let's go, catch the rest of the people in one fell swoop. Then Fang Heng was seen stepping on the corpses on the ground, walking forward step by step. At this moment, behind the door of the carriage opposite him, Eligary was gasping for breath. Fortunately, he was smart and noticed something was wrong in time. After shouting, he was the first to rush to this carriage. Of course, at this moment, there were more than a dozen other survivors in the carriage including him. What should I do, boss? He's coming towards us. I don't want to die yet, boss. Yes, boss, think of a solution quickly. The few men who survived said in trembling voices. Shut up. What can I do? That guy is as strong as a monster. He can kill us all with one move. Seeing this, Eligary roared at his men, but then he calmed down and said. Although that person is strong, the attack just now must have consumed a lot of magic power. Now we can't escape, let's find a way to defeat him first. Then we will escape from this train and realize our great plan. As expected of the boss, so awesome. Yes, with such a strong power, that person must be very weak now. Eligir's words were well reasoned, and the subordinates around him were convinced, but what they didn't know was that Fang Heng was not an ordinary person at all. This was promised yesterday. Thank you again for your support and love Epsilon. Chapter 54. Are you ready? I'm coming in. Fang Heng, who was standing outside the car, said, and then raised his foot. As he kicked the door of the carriage open, Eligary and others hiding inside were revealed. It seems you can't escape. Looking around, Fang Heng said slowly. You little brat, why are you so arrogant? The move you just used was very powerful. But you don't have any magic power left in your body now. Seeing this, one of Eligor's men stepped forward and said sternly. What? You actually know all this? Fang Heng covered his mouth when he heard the conversation, and then said in surprise, as if to confirm the other party's thoughts. The person who just spoke, seeing that he was right, immediately straightened his back and became arrogant. Haha, kneel down now, kneel. At this moment, the man suddenly stuttered. It turned out that Fang Hung suddenly jumped up while he was speaking, flashed in front of him, stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck directly. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough, let me go. At this moment, the man's face instantly turned red, and he kept coughing and slapping Fang Heng's arm. He tried to let the other party let him go. But Fang Heng's hand was like an iron clamp, firmly grasping his neck, making him unable to move. Damn it, let him go. Just then, his companions took action, and a series of pitch-black hands stretched out from the ground and grabbed Fang Hung. The speed was so fast that Lucy's people had no time to react. However, facing the attack coming towards him, Fang Hung didn't even look at it. He stretched out his free arm and swung it quickly, and actually directly shattered the attack. It turned into magic power and dissipated in the air. Seeing this, Fang Hung slowly began to exert strength and said, "No one really thinks they can save him from me, right?" With the sound of a broken bone, the man who was struggling frantically suddenly became limp and died instantly. Looking at the limp body in his hands, Fang Hung smashed the reinforced glass on the car window with a punch and threw the body out of the window. Even if the magic power really disappears, so what? I still know a little bit of fighting skills. What should I do? Boss. This guy is gone, but his magic power is still so strong. What are you afraid of? Fight them. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. Looking at this scene, the dozen or so people who survived were a little scared. Some cheered and prepared to live against death. Looking at it this way, who is the villain? Why do I feel that we who follow him are more like supervillains? Looking at the funny scene in front of her, Lucy couldn't help but complain speechlessly. She thought it was so dangerous. But it turned out to be a show. Thinking about how much sweat she had shed before she set out and how everyone laughed at her, Lucy felt that the opponent was really weak. Puff puff, but... You were scared to death before Lucy left, that's not what you said. The harpy flew to Lucy's side and said mockingly. Shut up, you stinky cat. Lucy seemed to be touched in the sore spot at this moment, and roared at the harpy beside her. There is no way, brother Fang Hung is too strong, we can't help at all. But there are not many opportunities to watch the strong fight like this, Lucy. Mila Jane tilted her head and then said with a smile. The body can be so strong. Okay, everyone, let's train our bodies together in the future. Urza looked at the scene in front of her and said with shining eyes. I'm burning. Naz said, looking up to the sky. Wendy, you must not exercise like crazy in the future. When Xiaolulu thought of Wendy's muscular appearance in the future, she felt a chill and said quickly. Don't worry, I won't grow a lot of muscle. When Wendy thought of that, she hurriedly said. What do you think? Do you need to say anything last words? I'll agree. I won't listen even if you tell me. Looking at the trembling people in front of him, Fang Hung raised his head and said to Eligary, who was the leader. Looking at the scene in front of him, Eligary knew that he would not survive today. But the great plan in his heart must be realized. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and used magic to say to his men beside him. Kageyama, I will go to the front later and challenge that man to attract everyone's attention. You can take that opportunity to escape from the broken car window. With Lullaby, we will definitely make our wish come true. Okay, I will definitely not let you down. At this moment, the man named Kageyama nodded slowly, then stood behind Eligary and slowly merged into the ground. Come and fight, Fang Hung. Storm coat. As Eligary shouted, hurricanes began to wrap around him, and then quickly spun around, forming a storm coat that covered his body. How about this? This is an absolutely indestructible storm coat. Come on, let's fight to the death. Come on, Lord Eligary. Lord Eligary will never lose. With that storm coat, he is the real god of death. As Eligary shouted and rushed towards Fang Hung, his men behind him also cheered him on, as the voice rang out, these windbreakers that they had originally thought were indestructible, were now as thin paper, and Fang Hung pierced through Eligary's chest with one hand. I am really disappointed. Is this all you have? Looking at Eligary who had lost his strength and collapsed on him, Fang Hung said lightly, and then pulled his hand away. Eligary's body fell to the ground, but when everyone's attention was focused on this, no one noticed that a black shadow quickly ran out from the broken window on the other side. Except for Eligary who fell to the ground, he murmured as he looked at the escaping black shadow. That's good, let's fulfill our wish. Then the luster in his eyes gradually disappeared, and soon he completely lost his breath. Looking at the fallen Eliguri and the dozen or so men who survived behind him, Fang Hung turned his head and said to Naz and the others. Eliguri is dead. The dozen or so in front are your opponents. Defeat them all. As if he had thought of something, he turned around and added to the remaining dozen people. Of course, if you can win, I won't kill you all, I'll just let you live. Damn it! I must not die. That little girl is mine. Then I want the blue cat. I want that white cat. In the face of the hope of survival, everyone no longer cared about face or friendship, and rushed forward desperately and started fighting. Chapter 55. At this moment, Naz and the others looked at the enemy rushing towards them, and they rushed forward without hesitation and started fighting. However, the difference was that Fang Hung said that if they won, they would survive. With this promise, these wizards fought desperately without hesitation, which caused great trouble to Naz and the others. But the roar of the fire dragon, Tianlong dizzying sword, star spirit summoning Talos, ice shape magic, hammer soldier, partially received Satan's soul. The roar of the dragon. With a crackling sound, as the fight gradually subsided, the ground was full of defeated enemies, while Natsu and others on the side looked very energetic. It seems that everyone's strength is still quite strong, and the enemy is no match at all, judging from the current situation. The biggest problem is Myra Jane. Even though she has started training, she can only receive part of the magic. Go back and think of a way to train her well. However, there is another disadvantage in the battle among the crowd, that is, the enemies who were knocked to the ground all kept their lives. Is it also showing mercy to the enemies? But he has nothing to say about this. If you don't want to kill, let him do it. Then he slowly walked towards the people lying on the ground, gathering magic power in his hands, and it seemed that he was ready to kill them. Wait, don't kill me, I have information to tell you. This is very important, really important to you. At this moment, the man who should have fainted on the ground suddenly stood up and spoke in a panic. Information? Could it be about Lullaby? But he killed all the people, so there should be no one who can be used anymore. No matter what, ask first. Thinking of this, he asked. In that case, tell me your information. If it is important to me, I will spare your life, but if you try to fool me, you will be the first to die. Okay, sir, this information is definitely useful. In fact, our real purpose is to use Lullaby to go to the regular meeting place and kill those old men. And one of us, Kageyama, has just taken advantage of the chaos and rushed over there with a flute. Sir, I know everything, I have told you, just beg for your life. So that's why Eliguri rushed towards him desperately just now. It turned out to be a diversion. So that another person can take the flute to attack the president, but in this case, we must go over quickly. Looking at the few people who fell to the ground and begged for mercy, Fang Hung slowly spoke. Well, this information is still somewhat useful. I will spare your lives, but you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. You guys should go to the Magic Council and surrender yourself. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. Several people knelt down on the ground immediately. Going to jail is better than dying. What should Fang Hung do now? The man named Kageyama may have arrived. The president is in danger. Mila Zhen came over and asked worriedly. Turning around, the other people were also looking at Fang Hung, as if they were seeking his advice. Do nt worry, have you forgotten that the power of time and space is the power of time and space? After saying this, Fang Hung activated his magic power and then casually drew a line at the space in front of him. I saw a crack gradually appearing in the void, and then it grew bigger and bigger, turning into a huge hole. Let's go, this is the magic that goes straight to the regular meeting place. Fang Hung walked in first. Amazing! This is so cool! Looking at the scene in front of him, Natsu said excitedly, and then rushed in first. Brother Fang Heng's power is amazing no matter how you look at it. Mila Jane also covered her mouth in surprise, and then walked in curiously. Let's go, Xiaolulu, this is a magical experience. Wendy held Xiaolulu in her arms and then walked in. Xiaolulu, wait for me. I'll protect you. The harpy on the side also rushed in. As everyone walked in one after another, the time and space gate gradually faded and disappeared. The few people who survived by chance looked at each other, then said with a wry smile on their faces. I really offended someone I shouldn't have offended. With such a strong power, is this our destined ending? At this moment, at the regular meeting place in Kruba City, Kageyama, who had just arrived here, was panting heavily. Who? Lord Eligary, I will fulfill everyone's wish. I am so close that they can all hear the sound of the flute. Ha ha ha, the long-awaited moment is finally here. Young man, you seem very tired. What are you doing here? A kind voice came, and when I looked over, I saw a short old man standing there. It was Makarov who came to attend the routine meeting. Makarov, a fairy tale? Ha ha ha. How lucky. Damn fairy tale, let's start with your president today. Thinking of this, Kageyama tried hard to squeeze out a smile and slowly said. This is what old people are like. My family doesn't allow me to practice music, so I ran away and practiced secretly by myself. Can you listen to it? Okay. But I'm in a hurry. I can only listen to one song. Makarov stretched out a finger and then said slowly. Really? Thank you so much, please listen carefully. Seeing Makarov nod in agreement, Kageyama smiled and put the flute close to his mouth, and then prepared to start playing. Prepare to die, you stupid old man, blame those nosy members of your guild. Looking at Makarov in front of him, he roared madly in his heart. However, at this moment, the originally calm space was actually rippling, and then a huge hole appeared, attracting Kageyama's attention. You run really fast. Get ready to die. Then he saw a black shadow in the hole, quickly flashing in front of him. Then he grabbed his neck and lifted him up. The person who came was Fang Hung. Looking at Kageyama who had the flute at his lips, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he came just in time. If he had come a little later, the president would have been in great danger. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but increase the strength in his hands and lifted Kageyama up little by little. Boy, you have already found a way to die. Cough cough, I did nothing wrong. If you want to blame someone, blame you for meddling in other people's business. It's a pity that I was a step too late. Kageyama, whose neck was being strangled, found it increasingly difficult to breathe. When Fang Hung lifted him up, his face began to swell with blood and turned red. He no longer had the strength to hold the flute in his hand and it fell to the ground. Oh, I was just trying to persuade the young man to turn back from his wrong path, but I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Seeing this, Makarov stroked his beard and said. Don't joke around, old man. Your life is far more precious than you think. Don't let this happen again. Fang Hung turned around and said angrily. There are people with such decisive personalities in Xiao Ma's guild. Not only that, but it's also very powerful. Is this sudden appearance of space magic? This is Fang Heng's strength. I'm burning. I heard a voice coming from the bushes nearby. It turned out that the Four Hounds and the Blue Pegasus's president had been watching for a long time. When Natsu and the others arrived, they were stopped by the two men and then hid in the bushes to watch. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help but sigh. This guy Fang Hung is so powerful that he is abnormal. Chapter 56. What a bunch of useless rubbish. In the end, I have to do it myself. Suddenly a voice came, attracting the attention of several people. The flute that fell to the ground gradually emitted a puff of smoke and rose into the air. Then it gradually entangled together and turned into a huge dead wood demon. Then it gradually spoke. Let me devour your souls. Bad monster. Natsu, who was hiding in the bushes, suddenly stood up and shouted. What an ugly and scary monster. It looks dry, like a rotten piece of wood. Seeing that Natsu was exposed, everyone stopped hiding and stood up, looking at the monster in front of them and sighed. This guy is so ugly. This guy exudes the breath of a demon. Feeling the breath of the monster, Myra Jane looked at him solemnly. Well, this should be the demon in Ziref's book. Can one person deal with it? Looking at the scene in front of him, Makarov also asked Fang Hung worriedly. Are you crazy? Old Ma. You know the black wizard Ziref. But the most brutal wizard in the history of the magic world, this is his negative legacy hundreds of years ago, now he appears in the world, and you let one person deal with it. Hearing Makarov's words, the president of the Blue Pegasus next to him broke out in cold sweat, and then said in disbelief. Don't worry. It's just man-made garbage. Fang Hung replied calmly, then looked at the tall demon in front of him and thought. The demon in Jelal's book. I remember creating a lot of them. This one should be the weaker one. There seem to be a lot of humanoids in the gate of Hades, and they are powerful. Anyway, let me try this demon's strength first. You bastard! How dare you insult me like this? I will eat your soul and make you pay the price. The demon on the side roared loudly when he saw Fang Heng looking down on him. Then he opened his mouth wide and emitted waves of disturbing sound from his mouth. Oh no, it's a curse song. Everyone, hide quickly. Seeing the monster attack, the Blue Pegasus and the Four Hounds Guild leader quickly hid to the side and said. But when they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned. Except for the two of them, the rest of the fairy tale stood still and focused on the scene in front of them. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill yourself? No need to hide. That's all. Brother Fang Heng is here, he will protect us. I believe him. Hearing the two's questions, the others answered naturally. Because no matter how strong the strength is, no matter how terrible the thing is, in their eyes Fang Heng is invincible, and the fact is indeed so. At this moment, Fang Heng was holding up one hand, with the magic power in his body stirring. Suddenly, a large amount of storm surrounded him, and then quickly condensed into a crescent moon in his hand. Rotten wood, I will chop you into pieces. Watch out, Kama-Itaki's crescent moon. A crescent-shaped wind blade grew bigger and bigger, sweeping towards the demon. How is this possible? A mere human wizard. Looking at such a powerful attack, the demon was already panicking. He quickly stretched out his two hands to block it, but he didn't expect that they were cut off at the moment of contact. Then two huge pieces of wood fell to the ground. But at this moment, the speed of the wind blade did not slow down at all, and it still quickly attacked the demon. Not good. After the scream, boom! The originally huge demon had its head and body separated and fell to the ground, creating huge deep pits. So powerful! This is wind magic, right? Does Fang Heng also know wind magic? Looking at the scene in front of her, Lucy said in shock. I haven't seen him use it before, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Urza on the side was also a little surprised. Looking at the fallen demon at this moment, Fang Heng thought to himself. What is this, only this little strength? The demon created by Zeref is too weak, forget it, just burn him with fire to prevent accidents. Thinking of this, a fireball appeared in his hand, and the high temperature radiated from it could be felt even from a distance. Then Fang Heng threw the fireball into the huge pile of rotten wood, and exclaimed, the fist-sized flames caught the wood and instantly became a huge fire. It spread rapidly, and crackling sounds were heard. At this moment, the demon in Jelal's book was dead. President, the mission is accomplished. Fang Heng turned his head and said with a smile. Well, not bad. I didn't expect that the wind magic you used before could be so powerful. Makarov stroked his beard and squinted his eyes. Brother Fang Heng, you are too strong. You looked so handsome just now. Myra Jane on the side quickly pounced on Fang Heng, then grabbed one of his arms and said happily. For her, the stronger Fang Heng is, the happier she is. Ha ha ha. It's not as good as you said, it's just a little bit better than it. Seeing this, he rubbed Marajana's head and said. Brother Fang Heng, you are so awesome. What was that move you just used? I can feel the dragon power in it. At this moment, Wendy stood up and asked curiously. Just now, that was the secret of the Wind Dragon King, the crescent of the Kamaitachi. Wind Dragon King. But Fang Heng, don't you only have the power of the Fire Dragon King taught by Igneel? Natsu asked in shock when he heard this. I also saw Brother Fang Heng use the power of Tian Long. Seeing this, Wendy also added. It's nothing. I control the power of more than one dragon. I have multiple dragon powers in my body. But I don't use them very often. So strong. What a pervert. Awesome. Hearing Fang Heng's words, the rest of the people couldn't help but sigh. The president of the Blue Pegasus, looking at the scene in front of him, was shocked beyond words. He defeated such a powerful demon by using only one kind of dragon power, and if he used other dragon powers, what would happen? And so many dragon powers reminded him of another person, the strongest in Ishgar, the god Serena, who was also the pinnacle of magicians. I wonder what would happen if these two met. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to it. Really powerful. The leader of the Four Hounds said bitterly, and then thought of the noobs in his guild, he became even more helpless. Chapter 57. By the way, let's deal with business. Looking at Kageyama lying on the ground, Fang Heng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. No one can hurt Fairy Tail, I said, if that's the case, I will do it. Thinking of this, Fang Heng raised his index finger and pointed it at Kageyama, and then the magic power in his body started to circulate. Whoosh! An extremely tiny beam of magic light was fired, instantly piercing Kageyama's head. Plop! Before he could figure out what was going on, Kageyama's life was ended in Fang Heng's hands. What happened? Kageyama died. Who did it? Maybe he died in the demon's attack just now. The several guild leaders present at the scene were all shrewd people. Who did it? What was going on? They already had an idea in their minds. However, they couldn't say anything. On the one hand, there was no need to expose it, and on the other hand, it was to save face. After all, Fang Heng's strength made them nervous, and they really couldn't offend him. Everyone, let's go back. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Heng stretched out his hand and cut through the void again, just like when he came here, but this time the destination was Fairy Tail. Everyone entered the void one after another. Okay, I'll leave first, and I'll contact you when I have time. When it came to Makarov, he waved his hand and said to the other presidents behind him, and then entered the space. The hole gradually faded until it disappeared, and the other presidents standing in place began to envy Makarov, who actually received such a powerful member. Ah, I was so nervous for so long, but I didn't do anything. Lucy returned to the guild, leaned on the table, and then complained to Myra Jane beside her. There is no other way, because Brother Fang Heng doesn't want his family to get hurt. Mi Lach Hen beside him said with a smile. Family. Although this is good, isn't Fang Heng's protection of us a bit too much? Lucy couldn't help but say that although it was comfortable to have someone to protect her, it would make her look useless. You know, she has also contracted with several powerful star wizards of the 12 gates of the zodiac. Puff. You were so scared before, but you still have the nerve to say that now. Lucy, you are really shameless. Harpy was beside her, covering her mouth and ruthlessly exposing her. You damned stinky cat, you must have come here because you failed to express your love to Xiaolulu again. Faced with the taunts of the harpy, Lucy retorted without hesitation. Woohoo, Lucy, you bad woman. After being exposed, the harpy burst into tears and flew away. Oh, it seems that Happy's fragile heart has been hurt by you, Lucy. Myra Jane chuckled and said. Fang Heng, I want to challenge you. As a voice came from the side, I turned around and saw that Naz was standing next to him and pointing at Fang Heng. This kid is really passionate. He is not afraid of facing a strong enemy. This kind of indomitable spirit is really good. Thinking of this, Fang Heng said softly. Okay, I agree, come on. Wow, are Fang Heng and Natsu going to fight? Is there anything interesting to see? Fang Heng will definitely win, right? I bet Natsu can last 2 moves. Then I'll take a gamble. Come on, it's open, it's open. The crowd on the side said noisily. Okay, I'm burning. Take it, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Hearing Fang Heng agree, Naz said excitedly, and then rushed over with his fist raised. Bang, seeing this. Fang Heng also threw a punch. The 2 fists collided, and Natsu flew out without any surprise. He smashed through the wall of the guild. How can I win against such a pervert? Stop talking nonsense and take the money. Natsu. You are such a loser. Damn it, I will definitely become stronger next time. Natsu walked back slowly, not only was he not discouraged, but he rekindled his fighting spirit. Well, I'm so bored. Let's go find Myra Jane and play for a while. Thinking of this, Fang Heng slowly stood up, stretched his body, and then walked to Marajana's side and sat down. Brother Fang Heng, you beat Natsu. You're really amazing. Seeing Fang Heng sitting next to her, Myra Jane stepped forward and pressed his shoulder and said. Well, that boy is very weak now, but I believe he will become stronger in the future. By the way, Myra Jane, how is your training going? Not bad, now I can accept the soul of Satan. I believe my strength will be restored soon. Really? It seems that our Myra Jane is also working hard. Puff puff. Lucy looked at the 2 people behaving intimately in front of her, and covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Humph, Natsu, you are still so weak. At this moment, a voice came from the second floor. Turning around, it was Laxus. At this moment, he was lying on the railing with a cigar in his mouth, and said arrogantly, "Damn Laxus! Come and fight me!" Seeing this, Natsu quickly stood up, then raised his head and roared. "No way! You can't even withstand one move from Fang Hung, you're too weak, I don't want to duel with you," Laxus said nonchalantly. "Laxus, you bastard, get down here!" Natsu roared. "I don't want it. If you have the guts, you can come up here." Laxus stretched his waist slowly and said, "Damn it, you wait for me." Seeing this, Natsu couldn't help it and ran to the second floor. Natsu is going to be unlucky. Looking at this scene in front of him, Fang Hengzhen thought. Sure enough, Makarov on the side stretched out his hand instantly, grabbed Natsu who was running up and pulled him down, and then said lightly. "You are too naive, Natsu, you can't go up now." "Humph! I will definitely go up," Natsu said with an unconvinced look on his face. "Well, I remember that Natsu should secretly go up to get an S-level commission. Later, he seemed to be scolded by the president. Instead of this, I might as well take the commission and train everyone." Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and then he stretched out his hand, and a letter of authorization flew quickly from the second floor to his hand. "Fang Hung, do you want to take the mission too?" Makarov said with some surprise. After all, Fang Hung is not short of money. Secondly, he is very powerful and has a bit of a lazy personality. He has never taken the initiative to take a mission. "How about going with me?" Naz. Shaking the letter of authorization in his hand, Fang Hung said with a chuckle. "Go. I want to become stronger. I want to prove my strength to everyone." Natsu quickly agreed to do an S-level mission. "Let me see, the Cursed Island, Karna Island. It seems to be the island of demons. Myra Jane, you should go with me this time to train your strength. By the way, Gray, Urza, Lucy, Wendy, if any of you want to go, tell me and we'll set off together tomorrow morning." Heading to Karna Island. Chapter 58. The next day, at the port of Harjan City, Fang Hung and others were gathered together to discuss how to go to Devil's Island. "Let's ask the boatmen nearby if there are any willing to go to the Devil's Island," Fang Hung said, looking at the people in front of him. Except for Wendy who was afraid of demons, there was also Urza who had important things to deal with. Everyone else was here. Lucy didn't want to come because she was afraid, but because of the generous reward, she was still tempted. "We need to take a boat? Can't we swim there?" Natsu trembled when he heard about taking a boat. "No one except you would be willing to swim over there. Don't worry, I also know the magic to prevent seasickness." Looking at the frightened Naz, Fang Hung gave him a shot of cardiotonic. "Really? Ha ha ha. Then I'm not afraid anymore. Let's go and find a boat." When he heard that he didn't need to get seasick, Natsu stood up immediately and walked over with a swagger. "Natsu, he is really afraid of seasickness." Mylajan, who was standing next to Fang Hung, chuckled at the scene in front of her. Then several people scattered to look for the boatman. However, Karna Island? No kidding, I don't want to go near that place. Forget it. I'm scared just hearing the name, just ask someone else. Go to the Cursed Island of Demons. It's too dangerous, I don't want to lose my life there. What should I do? No one wants to go. At this moment, Lucy stood there and complained. Yes, basically, they will show a scared expression when the name is mentioned. Gray also said helplessly with his hands on his chest. Hearing everyone's complaints, Fang Hung thought about it. Don't you want to go? I remember that in the original book, there seemed to be a boatman named Bobo. He took Natsu and the others there, and that person seemed to be a native of Karna Island. Thinking of this, he slowly said. In that case, let's split up and look for a man named Bobo. After we find him, tell him that we are wizards on a mission. He should be willing to go. Good. No problem. So everyone scattered and went to ask for Bobo's location. Sure enough, Lucy came running over happily. Found it. As expected, when he heard that we were wizards, he expressed his willingness to take us there. Fang Hung, you are so amazing, you even know this. Hearing this, Fang Hung smiled. This is natural. He loved the anime fairy tale in his previous life and had watched it over and over again. It's nothing, let's get on the boat. Target Devil's Island. Soon, as the boat gradually approached the shore, the few people arrived at Karna Island. I'll take you here. Get off the boat. As Bobo finished speaking, several people got off the boat and officially landed on the island. However, when they turned around and looked back, Bobo on the boat had disappeared. What happened? Why did he suddenly disappear? Lucy asked in confusion. Hearing Lucy's confusion, Fang Heng was trying to hold back his laughter. His magic range was extremely wide, and others didn't know how he disappeared. But he knew it clearly. While they were not paying attention, the boy wanted to show off and sank into the water with a splash. But he was too embarrassed to expose him. After all, he had worked hard, so he decided to go to the commission-issuing village on the island first. With this in mind, he then said, "Okay, Lucy, don't dwell on this, let's go to the village to find out about the mission first." "Okay. But it's really strange," Lucy replied. "Yeah, forget it. Let's start the adventure, adventure," Natsu said excitedly, raising his arms high. At this moment, in the village, as the tall wooden door outside opened, all the villagers, led by the village chief, were seen wrapping their bodies with white cloth. At this moment, the village chief slowly spoke. "You are finally here. Fairy tale wizards. I heard that there is an extremely powerful magician among you, so I won't pretend any more. Everyone, take off your cloths." The voice fell, everyone lifted up the white cloth covering their bodies and threw it aside. However, what was terrifying was that almost everyone had a place on their body where a demon's organ grew. On the hands, arms, feet, legs, head, back. What's going on? Is this receiving magic? Mai Lajan seemed to think of herself when she was a child when she saw this, and then she covered her mouth and said in surprise. Could this be some kind of illness? Lucy guessed, holding her chin. No, this is a curse. The village chief beside him shook his head slowly, and then continued. This is neither some kind of magic nor some strange disease. All the creatures on this island, including dogs and birds, are under this curse. We have seen dozens of doctors and also invited knowledgeable magicians, but they all said they had never seen such a situation. After hearing this, Fang Heng gradually understood. If he remembered correctly, these people were demons, but their memories were temporarily confused. They just needed to recover. However, at this moment, the moon in the sky slowly emerged, but the strange thing was that the moon at this moment was emitting purple light. When the light shone on the villagers on the ground. Woo! Ah! The villagers showed painful expressions one after another, and then the human appearance gradually disappeared, and the screams gradually disappeared. Instead, what appeared in front of Fang Heng and the others were transformed into hideous demons one after another. Sorry, I scared you all of a sudden. A few years ago, the bright moon in the sky suddenly turned purple. When the purple moon appears, we will turn into demons, so I beg you to destroy the moon in the sky. The village chief said slowly at this moment. All this just confirmed Fang Heng's inner thoughts. Destroy the moon. Mai Lajan was surprised when she heard the villagers' request. No matter what, this is too tricky. Natsu seemed a little distressed. They are actually going to destroy the moon, how can we possibly do that? Gray also responded calmly. However, when they turned their heads to look at Fang Heng who was standing aside with a calm expression. Destroying the moon might not be impossible. Such thoughts slowly emerged in the minds of several people, and could not be dispelled for a long time. Chapter 59. Fang Heng already knew the situation in his heart, but he didn't want to complete the task at this moment. If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be a few people led by Leo in the center of the island. He was still looking forward to the meeting between Gray and Leo. As for the villagers on the island, he would use transformation magic to deal with them first. Thinking of this, he said lightly. It is indeed possible to destroy the moon. But the price is too high, and you cannot afford it. Okay, I will go to the island tomorrow to investigate and see if there are other ways to solve your problem. He then waved his hand, and a large amount of magic power gushed out, covering the villagers. A magical scene occurred. The ferocious horns and sharp fangs gradually retracted into their bodies. Soon, everyone turned back into human form. This is possible. This is too incredible. Looking at this scene, Lucy said in shock. This is a large-scale transformation magic used on them. But this requires extremely huge magic power. Brother Fang Heng's magic power is really bottomless. At this moment, Myra Jane also looked at Fang Heng with admiration. Anything impossible seems to become possible for Fang Heng. Habib said jokingly. This is a human body. It does not have any demonic characteristics. Ha ha ha, that's great, I'm back. Everyone cheered happily, and then thought of Fang Heng who performed such a miracle, so the people, led by the village chief, knelt down and bowed to him. You are so powerful, and we are so grateful. Yes, thank you sir. Thank you, sir. You saved us from the fire and water. Seeing this, Fang Heng waved his hand and said lightly. Don't be so polite to me, these are just temporary, not a long-term solution. Arrange a room for us, we will check the island tomorrow. Okay, I'll arrange a room for you right away. The village chief said hurriedly. The next morning, Fang Heng, who was full of energy, stood outside and stretched. However, when he looked up at the sky, he was stunned. He saw a giant rat in a maid outfit, holding a large iron bucket in its hand, and using its huge tail to spin as fast as a helicopter propeller. On the rat, there was a girl standing. At this moment, she said with a melancholy look. Sure enough, there are intruders here. Our plan must not be hindered by anyone. Let you enjoy this bucket of poisonous jelly. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Heng chuckled. It's too early to sneak attack me. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He stretched out his hand to the space in front of him with the power of time and space, and then a huge hole appeared. Fang Heng stepped in calmly, and on the other side of the time gate was a big rat in a maid costume. Why did that person disappear just now? Seeing this scene in front of her, the girl was a little curious. I'm behind you. As the voice came, the girl was about to turn her head to look, but Fang Heng did not give her the opportunity. He raised his left foot, and then kicked the girl's plumpness mercilessly, kicking her down. Well, now it's the big rat, it's really troublesome. Thinking of this, Fang Heng gently pressed the rat's back with his hand, and then the power of the ice dragon was activated. The ice began to spread around with Fang Heng's hand as the center. After a while, a huge rat ice sculpture was completed, and then Fang Heng jumped off the rat's back. Ah, help! The girl, who was falling freely in the air, was shouting for help. However, as she got closer and closer to the ground, she closed her eyes in despair. I'm sorry, everyone. Why are you giving up just now? Your will to live is too weak. The voice came again, and Fang Heng spread his wings and rushed down quickly, came to the side of the girl, and hugged her by the waist. So handsome. Even more handsome than Lord Bilyo. Is this love? The girl in his arms slowly opened her eyes, looking at the handsome profile of the man, and said obsessively. Boom, after the giant rat ice sculpture smashed into a large hole on the ground, Fang Heng also slowly fell down holding the girl. Hey, what are you doing? The girl slowly got up, rubbed her buttocks, and then angrily said to Fang Heng, the stinky man threw me to the ground as soon as he landed. Black dress and black knee-high high-heeled leather boots, blue eyes, fair skin, plus her sexy clothes, she can be regarded as a first-class beauty. Looking at the girl in front of him, Fang Heng thought in his heart, but at this moment he was unmoved. He has seen many beauties, not to mention that this girl came with the intention of killing him. You are an enemy, I'm lucky to have you alive. You must have accomplices. If I lock you up here, they will definitely come to rescue you. Fang Heng said calmly. What? You actually want to threaten them through me? You are such a despicable person, surely will never like you. The girl said angrily. Snap. Seeing this, Fang Heng snapped his fingers, and then a chain made of magic power tied Shirley up tightly. You don't need to like me yet. This chain can sense magic power. Once the magic is activated, it will tighten. If you don't want to die, be smart. Too strong. As expected of Fang Heng, he easily solved the intruder in a few seconds. Lucy, who came out from the side, looked at the scene in front of her and said in shock. You got ahead of me again. How abominable! Natsu said unyieldingly. Brother Fang Heng, trapping her to attract the enemy is a good idea, but don't you think this way of tying her is a bit strange? Mila Jane said with a strange look. It turned out that Fang Heng's rope was firmly tied to Shirley at this moment, but it perfectly outlined the curves of her figure. No, I think this is good. By the way, take him to my room and hide him first, so that he won't be discovered by the enemy early in the morning. Fang Hung said indifferently, then picked up Shirley with a rope in one hand and prepared to take her to the room. Wait a minute. Let's put it in my room. Hung. Brother. At this moment, Myra Jane tilted her head and said to Fang Hung in a murderous voice. That's right, let's put it in your room. Fang Hung quickly turned his head, then scratched his head awkwardly, and handed Shirley to Myra Jane. Lord Fang Hung defeated an enemy so easily, he is so strong. Yes, thank you for your hard work, Lord Fang Hung. At this moment, the villagers nearby appeared out of nowhere and looked at the scene before them. They said to Fang Hung with gratitude. Chapter 60. Humph, forget it. Lord Bingdi has more important things to do now, and he will definitely not delay saving me. Shirley, who was tied up like a dumpling at the moment, said hurriedly. You're not coming out? Then I'll take the initiative. Thinking of this, Fang Hung no longer hesitated and slowly said. Since your Lord Hyote wants to be a coward, that's fine. Just let me smash his turtle shell. You are such a coward. You are not allowed to say that about Lord Hyote. Shirley said anxiously when she heard that the person she respected was insulted. It doesn't matter. Myra Jane takes her, Natsu calls Gray and Lucy, we are ready to go. Good, I'm burning. Then they gradually went deeper into the jungle and began to look for the trace of the so-called Ice Emperor. If Fang Hung really can't find any other way, then don't we really have to destroy the moon? Lucy asked doubtfully. If destroying the moon is really the last resort, then it doesn't matter. Just destroy it. Fang Heng's voice came from the side. Ah, this won't do. If we destroy the moon, we won't be able to hold the fairy tale moon viewing conference in the future. Seeing this, Gray hurriedly said. Right. So, my favorite fairy tale limited edition stake is also gone? Fang Hung, let's give up this mission. When Natsu heard that there would be no delicious food at the moon watching event, he immediately became anxious. Let's not talk about this, we've already arrived. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Hung said softly. What was displayed in front of them at this moment was a huge ruined palace, but it was already in ruins. Wow, it's so big. Looking at this scene, Lucy said in surprise. How is it? Are you familiar with this place? Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Hung turned around and teased Shirley, who was held by Myra Jane. Humph. Shirley turned her head and chose to remain silent. It seems that this is the place. In this case, the so-called Ice Emperor should be nearby. Let me find this rat. Looking at the silent Shirley, Fang Hung already had an idea in his mind. Then he saw Fang Hung slowly searching around the ruins. Is this place empty? Looking at the floor under his feet, Fang Hung seemed to be thinking about something, and then he saw him raise his hand and punch the ground. Boom boom boom. What's going on? The ground is starting to fall away. It's over. Everyone said in panic. The floor is empty, there may be something underneath. Don't panic, I did it. After he finished speaking, the floor began to collapse rapidly, leaving a huge hole, and then Fang Hung and others all fell down quickly. Ah, it's over, surely, I'm going to be killed by these idiots. At this moment, the people who were free-falling were a little panicked, and when they were about to make close contact with the hard ground, a gentle wind suddenly lifted them up, and then gently let them go. It turned out that Fang Hung, who fell first, cast a magic. Is this a demon? I've seen quite a few today. Looking at the scene in front of her, Myra Jane said in surprise. What appeared directly in front of everyone was a huge demon with 2 horns on its head and a hideous appearance, but at this moment the demon had been covered by a huge block of ice. Delira. As Gray's panicked voice came from the side, everyone looked over. Impossible. This is impossible, how could Delira be here? Looking at the monster in front of him, Gray began to get scared, and even his voice began to tremble. Gray, calm down. Do you know this thing? Tell me slowly. Lucy hurriedly went up to comfort Gray. At this time, Gray gradually began to calm down, and then looked at the huge demon in front of him and said faintly. Delira, he is a demon that brings disaster. 10 years ago, he committed all kinds of evil in Ispan, and he is still immortal. My master, you, who taught me magic, sacrificed himself to seal it. This guy was originally sealed in an iceberg in the northern continent. How did it appear here? Who is it? Tell me who Zero Emperor is. He dared to tarnish the name of URU, I will never let him go. At this moment, Gray excitedly grabbed Shirley beside him and asked loudly. It seems that Deliara really caused a lot of emotional damage to Gray. Perhaps URU's sacrifice also accounted for a large part of the reason. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Hung slowly sighed and said. That's enough, Gray, calm down and don't lose your mind because of fear. How pitiful. You are also someone who has gone through the same experience as me. You lost your loved ones because of the devil Deliara. This is exactly what Master Ice Emperor planned. Unseal Deliara and then completely destroy it. Only in this way can we realize our long-cherished wish, right? Looking at Gray who was excited, Shirley said calmly. You won't understand how terrifying Deliara is. After hearing Fang Heng's words, Gray took a deep breath and said. Don't I understand it either? Gray. A man wearing a mask and two men behind him walked up to the group. Leo. What on earth are you thinking about? Hearing the familiar voice, Gray immediately recognized that this person was his fellow disciple of URU, Leo. Lord Leo, are you here to save me? Seeing the man in front of her, Shirley said happily with hope on her face. Save you? Don't dream, no one here can save you. Fang Hung said calmly, as if stating a fact. Haha. Wait until you see my strength before you say such big words. At this moment, Leo sneered twice, seeming to be very confident in his own strength. Judging from the seals on your bodies, you should be wizards from fairy tale. We were once wizards from a famous guild. Snake Princess Scales, our guild is a magician guild with a great figure called Yanti Kila. At this moment, the two subordinates behind Leo also hurriedly said. Listening to the introductions of the people in front of him, Fang Hung felt like laughing at the moment. After all, aren't they still the ones who are awesome? They use the reputation of others to expand their own momentum. Looking at the people in front of him, Fang Hung has lost interest. Boom! A huge amount of magic power was released from his body, and instantly pressed towards the few people, even the cave was shaking suddenly due to this huge magic power. Chapter 61. Such a huge amount of magic power. Such overwhelming power. I am no match for him at all. Feeling the huge amount of magic power filling the entire space, Leo was shocked and said bitterly. This power is even more terrifying than Lord Jura. Damn, he's too strong. The two behind him were also shocked. As for Myra Jane and others, they were no longer surprised by the scene in front of them. They were completely numb. How is it? Do you still think you can rescue your companions now? At this moment, Fang Heng's indifferent voice reached the ears of several people, and immediately made them stand aside and dare not speak. Looking at the huge demon frozen in front of them, he then said. You just said that the purpose of your trip is to resurrect the frozen demon Deliara. That's right. My goal has always been to surpass URU, but now that URU is dead, I can only revive this demon that she sealed with her life. Only in this way can I prove that I have surpassed her. Leo, who was standing aside, heard Fang Heng's question, and then stepped forward with a fanatical look and said. Lift the seal of the devil to prove yourself? Unfortunately, the vitality of the devil in the ice is almost exhausted. Fang Hung stretched out a hand, put it on the ice and felt it carefully for a while before saying. What? How is this possible? Then all my hard work is in vain? Was my plan useless from the beginning? Leo said in despair. With such overwhelming strength, Fang Hung had no reason to lie to him, so he couldn't accept these at the moment. Then can't I avenge my parents? At this moment, Shirley seemed to have been drained of all her strength, and then she said in a lost tone. At this moment, Gray's heart couldn't help but lift when he heard the crazy plan that Leo said. And when Fang Hung said that Deliara was dead, he couldn't help but feel fortunate at this moment. Fang Hung saw everyone's reactions. Looking at Gray's appearance at this moment, he understood that Deliara was the fear that would never disappear in the other's heart. And the best way to eliminate fear is to face it. However, his next move was beyond everyone's expectations. He saw him cover his hand on the ice that sealed Deliara. Then the magic power in his body started to circulate, and the ice began to melt little by little, and gradually disappeared. This move surprised everyone around him. Fang Hung, what are you doing? Stop it. Deliara is very scary. He is immortal, no matter how strong you are, there is no way for you to stop him. Looking at Fang Heng at this moment, Grey hurriedly stopped him loudly. But Fang Heng didn't care about this and didn't stop his actions. Deliura's eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened and stared at the human who was resurrecting him. What? What are you doing? Isn't Deliura very scary? Why would Fang Heng want to revive him? Looking at the scene in front of him, Lucy said in surprise. He really didn't understand why Fang Heng suddenly made such a move. Brother Fang Heng must have a reason for doing this. Although Myra Jane was also puzzled, she still supported Fang Heng unconditionally. Shirley, who was tied up, looked at the scene in front of her, and her heart couldn't help but start thinking. Why did he do this? Did he hear my story, Shirley, so he did this for me? Ah, what should I do? I seem to be starting to like him a little. Click, click, click. The sound rang out, and at this moment, the ice that was originally sealed on Deliura began to crack in large pieces, and then gradually disappeared. Roar! With a huge roar, all the ice cubes disappeared, and the monster's body was exposed to everyone. Deliura was officially resurrected. Ha ha ha! You are you. I win after all. I am the immortal demon, Deliura. You two are Yu's disciples, right? That's fine, I'll eat her first, and you two can take revenge on that stinky woman. At this moment, Deliura lowered his head, looked at the people in front of him, and then said. Deliura. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I must kill you completely to prove that I am better than you are you. Take it. Ice Shape Magic Dragon. Ice Shape Magic, White Tiger. Seeing Deliura resurrected in front of him, Leo could no longer suppress his excitement and quickly rushed forward to fight. Rumble. As the voice sounded, Leo, who had just been full of excitement, was knocked out by Deliura's fist and hit the wall of the cave. Shirley, who was full of hope at the moment, gradually felt lost when she saw this scene. Is it really impossible for me to take revenge? No, that's not right. There is also Fang Heng. He is so strong. If it is him, maybe he can fulfill my wish. Ha ha ha. I thought you were so awesome. Your strength is not even as good as your master's. How dare you say you can surpass your master with this little bit of strength? It was to protect you two little bastards that Hulu used the forbidden magic of absolute freeze to seal me. Now I didn't expect that you two would come to my door again. Prepare to die. Ha ha ha. Deliura, who had just resurrected, laughed arrogantly after knocking Leo down with one punch. At this moment, a feeling of despair also enveloped everyone's heart, and it could not be shaken off. Leo is too weak. He is really that weak. But Deliura? He seems to be really strong. Undead demon, let me test the waters. Hey, Deliura. You seem so arrogant. Is it because of your immortality? Let's have a fight. Looking up at Deliura above, Fang Heng chuckled and said. Okay. I wanted to put you last because you resurrected me. But since you're eager to die, I won't be polite. Deliura said, looking down at the tiny human below. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 62. Snap. When the battle started, Fang Heng no longer held back his huge magical power and released it without reservation. Then he stepped on the ground and rushed to Deliura at a high speed. The iron fist of the Fire Dragon King. Then he stretched out his right fist and smashed it firmly into Deliura's ugly face, tearing his skin and blood flying everywhere. Rumble. But the remaining force of the punch did not offset it. Instead, it brought Deliura to crash into the stone wall of the cave, and large pieces of stone fell down. Fang Heng did not stop there. He then spread his dragon wings and stayed in the air. Then his arms kept waving a large number of wind blades and quickly attacked Deliura below. The sound of puff, puchy continued to ring. The flesh on Deliura's body was constantly cut off by Fang Heng's blade. Strength. Unrivaled strength. Overwhelming strength. The powerful Deliura was like a toy in Fang Heng's hands. So handsome. With such powerful strength and handsome face, he is the man I want to follow in the future. Shirley said admiringly as she looked at Fang Heng who was beating Deliura. Myra Jane beside her felt a sense of crisis. So strong. Is this Fang Heng's strength? Grey's master sacrificed his life to seal the demon, but he was beaten up. Lucy looked at the scene in front of her and widened her eyes in surprise. So strong. But it seems that this demon is not that powerful. Natsu held his head with both hands and said nonchalantly. No, Deliura is very strong. It's just that Fang Hung is stronger, and Deliura is also known as the immortal demon. Gray looked at the scene in front of him and seemed a little surprised, but he understood that things were not over yet. Damn it, you little brat. You actually hurt me like this. You are so proud of yourself. But it's useless. Because I am called the immortal demon Deliura. Under Fang Heng's intensive offensive, Deliura's body was already covered with wounds, large pieces of flesh were exposed, and blood was constantly flowing. However, when it got up, the injuries on its body recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, Deliura was completely resurrected. This degree of recovery is really amazing, but I don't believe you can keep recovering like this. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Hung was a little surprised, but soon he continued and began to abuse Deliura. After all, where can you find a sandbag that can recover infinitely? Rumble. The Fire Dragon King's roar, punch, sword horn, and claws. The Wind Dragon King's roar, punch, sword horn, and hook claws. The Ice Dragon King's roar, punch, sword horn, and claws. Originally, when the two sides were equally strong, this ability to recover could be considered an incredible skill. But if the gap between the two sides was too great, this ability to recover could be considered torture. Obviously, for our Deliura, after Fang Heng's repeated love education, he already regretted having such a powerful skill. Just wait, I don't believe that your magic power will never run out. You will suffer the consequences when the time comes. Damn it, you kid. Why hasn't your magic power run out yet? Stop hitting me. Can we just go our separate ways and not disturb each other? Sir, please stop hitting me. I'm a little afraid of the pain. Lucy beside him gradually became numb as she watched the scene in front of her. Is this the devil Deliura? Why has he started begging for mercy? Where is your status as a devil? You were so domineering at the beginning. That's it. Fang Hung is really strong. A good devil was forced to collapse. As for Shirley, who was tied up, because her parents were killed by the devil, now she felt refreshed watching Fang Hung constantly abusing Deliura. Then she looked at Fang Hung with more and more admiration and excitement, until finally his eyes were full of love. Who is Leo? She said she was really unfamiliar with him. At this moment, Leo, who was beaten into the crack of the wall, fell into deep autism after hearing the devil's ridicule and the scene in front of him. Damn it, you little brat! How dare you humiliate me like this? I'm going to drag you along to be buried with me. Then, Deliura's body began to swell crazily, and it was obvious that he was going to self-destruct. Seeing this, everyone's hearts immediately panicked. But Fang Hung obviously didn't have this awareness. Want to self-destruct? You want to self-destruct before I've had enough fun? Have you got the consent of me, the person who gave you a new life? Looking at Deliura, who was emitting a breath of destruction in front of him, those eyes contained relief and a sense of revenge. However, the next second, Fang Hung waved his hand, and a large amount of time and space power covered it. Then, Deliura, whose body was swollen like a balloon, quickly regained his original slim figure. It seems that he has successfully lost weight. Looking at Deliura in front of him, Fang Hung said playfully. Don't you want to die? It seems that you can't bear to do it. In this case, come on, let's fight for another 300 rounds. At this moment, Deliura's eyes were puzzled and puzzled. Wasn't I going to explode? Why did I change back? However, it didn't get the answer yet, because when it saw Fang Hung attacking him and muttering devilish words. At this moment, a kind of fear filled its heart. You gave it such a feeling a few years ago. Today, a few years later, the man in front of it has magnified this feeling hundreds of times. No, don't. Don't come over here. Looking at the devil-like man in front of her, Deliura, like a beautiful woman meeting a pervert, turned around and ran away as if she had made up her mind. However, Fang Hung did not let it go. Rumble. Gray looked at the scene and began to doubt his life. Have I been afraid of this thing for several years? Did you sacrifice himself to seal this thing? Was Leo just knocked away by this thing? I've had enough fun, let me finish you off. At this moment, Fang Hung felt more comfortable than ever before, because he had vented his anger on Deliura. Then a jet of black magic power with a strong sense of destruction emerged from his hand, and then expanded instantly, attacking Deliura below. This was the death magic power that he absorbed from the Ice Dragon King hundreds of years ago to destroy everything, and it was just right to use it to deal with Deliara. What is this? The power of that adult. How could you possibly master it? Impossible. With doubts and puzzlement, Deliara at this moment, under this destructive magic, could no longer recover and soon completely stopped moving. The devil Deliara died. Chapter 63. At this moment in the cave, with Deliara's destruction, Grey ran over and pulled Leo out of the cave wall, and then the two brothers reconciled. It seems that the problem has been solved. Okay, Leo, go and lift the curse and change the villagers back to normal. Grey supported Leo and said. Curse? I don't know what you're talking about. When Leo heard about lifting the curse, he was confused and said. What, you don't know? Don't know. Natsu and Happy heard this and rushed over to ask. When we came to this island 3 years ago, we didn't even know there was a village here. We never went to look for the villagers, and they never found out about me. What's more, we have also been shining under the moonlight for so long, but we have not been cursed. Those villagers may have lied to you. Seeing this, Leo crossed his arms and said lightly. Ah, what should we do now? Do we really have to destroy the moon? Looking at the situation in front of her, Lucy was a little confused. But at this moment, Fang Heng already knew in his heart that the villagers in the village were actually demons. It was just because of the influence of the moon drop that some memory loss occurred, so they thought that their original bodies were human. The solution was very simple, just break the evil film formed by the exhaust gas produced by the moon drop and restore their memory. Thinking of this, Fang Heng also told everyone what he knew in his heart. Actually, this is the case. No, no way. After hearing the truth, Myra Jane said in surprise. That's the truth. They are demons. Seeing this, Fang Heng chuckled and added to Grey and the others. Oh, there is one more thing I forgot to tell you. Ulu is still alive. What? You is still alive. After hearing this news, Leo and Grey on the side almost shouted in disbelief at the same time. No, it's impossible. I saw her with my own eyes. This is impossible. Looking at you dying in front of his own eyes, Leo said he didn't believe it at this moment. Well, don't believe it. It's within my expectations. It just so happens that both brothers are here today, so let me arrange a tear-jerking reunion for them. Then Fang Heng tore open the space in front of everyone. As the crack gradually expanded, a hole was gradually formed that people could pass through. A woman with short hair and wearing a jacket came out. It was you, the great wizard who sacrificed himself to seal Deliara. Long time no see, Grey, Leo, you two have grown up. Looking at the two apprentices in front of him, Ulu said softly. You. Woo. Looking at the situation in front of them, Grey and Leo could no longer control themselves, tears flowed down their cheeks, and then they ran up excitedly. Oh, it's so touching. Looking at the scene of reunion, Myra Jane couldn't help wiping away tears. Well, not bad. Looking at the people in front of him, Fang Heng nodded with satisfaction. Now he felt very grateful to you. Even if he seduced her daughter, she wouldn't have any objection. And you will definitely be more loyal to him in the future. At this moment, Fang Heng's left arm suddenly felt a warm touch. Turning around, he found that it was Arusha, who ran over and hugged his arm without knowing when. Since my mother was resurrected, she has been very happy every day, but I know that she still has a trace of regret in her heart. Thank you, Master. Seeing Fang Heng turn his head to look at her, Arusha explained with a slightly red face. Oh, so that's how it is, Brother Fang Heng, you are so kind-hearted. I don't know when Myra Jane on the side also ran over, hugged Fang Heng's other arm, and then said with a little jealousy. Damn, these two shameless women dared to snatch Lord Fang Heng from me, I'm so angry. Shirley, who was forgotten on the ground, was almost furious at the scene in front of her. At this moment, Fang Heng, who was in the vortex, didn't want to say anything, because he was already in the trouble of happiness. In the village, Fang Heng raised his hand, and suddenly a huge amount of magic power gushed out of his body and shot towards the sky. Like glass, the evil film that had been covering the sky for a long time was finally broken. The villagers who had been waiting eagerly began to emit shining light, and then their lost memories were restored. Very good. Let's celebrate together, guys. At this moment, the villagers who had recovered their memories spread their devil wings, flew into the sky, and began to dance. The village chief who had recovered his memories was also very excited, but he knew that all this was given by the man in front of him, so he stood beside him and said respectfully, "Thank you very much, sir. Here is your reward." "It doesn't matter, you are thoughtful." Looking at the village chief in front of him, Fang Heng said with a chuckle. The original reward should be 7 million J, plus a golden key, but now the village chief gave 10 million J and a golden key. On the other side, Leo and Gray's people were saying goodbye. "Find a guild to join, Leo, then you will have companions and opponents, and you will definitely find new goals." At this moment, Gray said with emotion. He didn't expect that he could see his master again, and he didn't expect that he could see Deliera being eliminated again. All this is thanks to Fang Heng. "Don't worry, you don't have to worry about this. I have already decided that I want to join the Snake Princess Scale. Together with Shirley and the others, right? Shirley, you guys were originally members of the Snake Princess Scale Guild." Seeing this, Leo on the side also chuckled and said, "Well, I'm sorry, everyone, but I want to follow in the footsteps of Master Fang Heng and join Fairy Tale." Hearing Leo's question, Shirley was a little shy at first, but she still said it out loud. "Really? That's fine, go after what you want." Although Shirley's words surprised him, he still cheered her on. "Yes, I will definitely work hard, for Master Fang Heng, for love." After saying goodbye, Shirley rushed to Fang Heng's side and then pounced on him. "Lord Fang Heng! Shirley is here!" Chapter 64. At this moment in Magnolia. After sending Uru and others back, Fang Heng and others are on their way back, and of course there is also Shirley, the new member who is about to join the guild. "Ha ha ha, we are back. I completed the S-rank mission. This time the old man and the others will definitely look at me with new eyes," Natsu said excitedly. "What? This mission was handled by Fang Heng. You didn't do anything at all." Hearing this, Gray quickly mocked. "Gray, what are you talking about? Did you help? I was scared to death when I saw Deliera from beginning to end." Seeing this, Natsu was not to be outdone and started to talk about Deliera. "What? You? Hang your eyes! You naked pervert, how dare you talk about me?" The two of them started arguing again. "Well, this time the harvest is very good. I got another key to the 12 gates of the zodiac. Thank you, Fang Heng." At this moment, Lucy was in a very good mood. After all, she didn't make any effort and came back with a precious key to the 12 gates of the zodiac, so she was very grateful to Fang Heng. "No, you can't fall in love with Lord Fang Heng. There are already enough competitors." Shirley seemed to have sensed something and quickly hugged Fang Heng's arm, then said vigilantly, "What are you talking about? I just thanked him. He won't like it." Seeing this, Lucy waved her hands and explained. "Just kidding, it's not like she didn't see it on Karna Island. The invisible fighting fire between the three people almost burned her, and only Fang Heng couldn't feel it. Even now, Myra Jane and Shirley were hugging Fang Heng tightly, and no one was willing to give in." Puff! "Fang Heng, you are too pitiful." The harpy flew over Fang Heng's head and said with a laugh. Looking at the harpy flying over him and laughing at him, Fang Heng said unhappily. "Happy, let me tell you, if you say bad things about me again, I will say bad things about you in front of Xiaolulu. And picking up girls is also a skill, don't you want it?" "I'm sorry, Lord Fang Heng. I'll give you a shoulder massage right now." Once Xiaolulu was involved, the harpy changed his attitude in an instant and ran to Fang Heng to show his courtesy. Amidst the fighting, several people came to the guild. However, when they saw the guild in front of them, a wave of anger erupted in everyone's hearts at the same time. At this moment, the guild had been torn to pieces, with huge iron pillars inserted in it one after another, and even the guild's representative signboard was smashed. "It seems that some scumbags came here while I was away." At this moment, Fang Heng suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke slowly. This was the first time he was so angry. "Brother Fang Heng! Master Fang Heng!" Looking at the man in front of them, the two women couldn't help but say worriedly. "I'm fine. Let's go back to the guild first." Then Fang Heng waved his hand, and the magic of time and space started to work. The guild that had just been torn apart instantly returned to its original state. "Is Fang Heng here?" "Ah, Fang Heng is back. The guild is back to normal, come back soon everyone." As the guild was repaired, a large number of members came out from underground again, and then said excitedly. At this moment in the guild. President, what's going on? At this moment, Fang Heng suppressed his inner anger and spoke slowly. It was those bastards from Phantom. I didn't expect them to dare to attack our guild. But our two guilds have been at odds with each other since a long time ago. Hiccup. The president explained calmly, and then took a big sip of the wine in his hand. Really? You dare to attack our guild, you are really brave. After hearing the president's explanation, Fang Heng said softly, but everyone could feel the anger in his words. Phantom, that's all those guys are capable of. They took advantage of the night when no one was around to start vandalizing things. What a bunch of idiots. Gudong gudong. After saying this, the president took another sip of wine. Don't be impulsive, Fang Heng. Don't forget that guilds are forbidden to fight each other. At this moment, Urza beside him also advised. Looking at his companions in the guild beside him, the old man was obviously drinking to drown his sorrows, and he was not as relaxed as he looked. The other people also suppressed their anger because of the rules. Of course, some people chose to swallow their anger because of their own weak strength. But I am different. Since the day I joined Fairy Tale, I have said that I must protect it. I will avenge this hatred. The ruler of the ghost, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Then Fang Heng said softly. Don't worry. Everyone, wars between guilds are not allowed. In this case, I will challenge the entire guild on my own behalf. This sentence was full of domineering power. In an instant, the guild was silent for a while, and then a deafening noise broke out. Well done Fang Heng. Yes, that's right. Let those guys have a taste of Fang Heng's power. Fang Heng's strength is obvious to all. This is a real man. I love you Fang Heng. I want to go too, take me with you. At this time, Naz suddenly spoke up. My home is destroyed, how can you not take me with you? Seeing this, Grey also hurriedly said. There is no other way. I am the only one who can take care of them. In that case, I will go too. At this moment, Urza also waved her hand, and then said helplessly. Brother Fang Heng, Wendy is also going to provide you with support. Wendy also said timidly. Several people spoke at once, and Fang Heng nodded slowly. Those who want to go should gather here tomorrow morning, but there can't be too many people. Those who are too weak should not go. By the way, old man, I brought you a new person, Shirley, you should meet everyone first. I have something to do, so I will take you home in the evening. Well, Shirley will definitely not disappoint Lord Fang Heng's expectations. Shirley nodded slowly and said obediently. Then Fang Heng turned and walked out of the guild gate. He thought to himself as he walked on the road. Although they can indeed defeat the entire Phantom Overlord with just a few of them, this is not enough. He wants the other party to regret doing this. He wants the other party to pay the most painful price. It's time. The team that is only loyal to him, the most powerful team, is about to start the first mission. Phantom Overlord, get ready to face my anger. Chapter 65. At this moment, Fang Heng, who had just left the guild gate, was rushing towards Magnolia Park. If it was really the Phantom Overlord who was attacking, then according to the original plot, Libby and the others should be attacked at this moment, and he had to stop it. Three-dimensional text, Iron. As expected, when he arrived at the park, he saw several people led by Gajeel besieging Levi and others. Haha, I was just hungry, I didn't expect you to give me food. Facing Libby's attack, he stuffed it into his mouth and ate it without caring and said. You ate the iron? You are a dragon slayer like Natsu. Levi said in despair. Dragon slayers are extremely powerful. She is no match for them. Natsu? That fire dragon? He is not even as good as one finger of my uncle Gajeel. Gajeel said with disdain. Looking at Rebecca and the others who were not hurt, Fang Heng was relieved, but when he saw Gajeel's face asking for a beating, he decided to teach him a lesson. Boom! A huge amount of magic power was released, and Gajeel and his men were immediately crushed to the ground, unable to get up. Damn it, what's going on? Such a huge magic power, I can't even stand up under it. At this moment, Gajeel's face was already pressed to the ground, and he said in horror. Fang Heng. Great, it's Fang Heng who comes to save us. Levi, who was standing by, was a little confused when she saw Gajeel lying on the ground. How could he suddenly lie on the ground when he was so arrogant before? Wasn't he afraid of catching a cold? But when she saw Fang Heng slowly walking behind her, she immediately said excitedly, and then took her teammates Dolar and Sarasuk to hide behind Fang Heng. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Heng walked forward slowly, then stepped on Gajeel's back, and slowly began to exert force. Crunch, crunch. The teeth-grinding friction sound was constantly heard, and at this moment, Gajeel's back was already a bloody mess. Seeing this, Fang Heng slowly spoke. Gajeel? I'll spare your life today. Go back and tell your guild leader to clean his neck. I'll kill him tomorrow. Kaka. Ah. Damn it. Shit, it hurts. Screams came one after another. It turned out that Xia Fangheng raised his foot and broke the arms of several other accomplices lying on the ground as a lesson. Then he turned to Lei Bai and the others beside him and said, Let's go. Let's go back to Fairy Tale first. Well, okay, but Fangheng, you looked so handsome just now. I will praise you in front of Myra Jane when I get back. Levi said excitedly. Yes, thank you so much. Fangheng. If I were a girl, I would fall in love with you. Dolar also admired. No, don't fall in love with me. Otherwise I will throw you back. Hearing that a man was going to fall in love with him, Fang Heng got goosebumps all over his body, and then threatened. Myra Jane, I'm telling you. Fang Heng is like this, really so handsome. At this moment, several people have returned to the guild, and Levi is also excitedly talking to Myra Jane about what happened when she came here. Really? I'm glad you're okay. Myra Jane said with a smile on her face, but her heart was full of pride. After all, her lover was very outstanding. Damn it! I didn't expect the Phantom Ruler to be so despicable. But luckily Fang Heng came in time to save you. At this moment, Lucy, who was a good friend of Libby, couldn't help but tremble with fear after hearing this, but fortunately they were all rescued. Iron Dragon Gajeel. Damn it, I will definitely defeat him when the time comes. After hearing about Gajeel, Natsu roared. Lord Fang Heng has saved another woman. Surely, I won't have another love rival, will I? Shirley, who had just joined the guild, was worried when she heard that Fang Heng had saved a woman. In the midst of the fight, it was soon evening. At this moment, Fang Heng returned home with Myra Jane and the others. He quickly called out the people from Brudia, and explained the incident and what was to be done tomorrow to them one by one. Anyway, that's how it is. Tomorrow I will lead you, along with Natsu and the others, to destroy a guild. As for the council, you can suppress it when the time comes. Leave it to us, Master. We will never let you down. Arusha said seriously. There has been no activity for a long time. Yes, this is my first actual combat experience, I might be so excited that I won't be able to sleep. Yukino, I will definitely work hard too. Seeing this, several people beside him also chattered. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Heng nodded with satisfaction. He was not confused or afraid. He only had an indomitable will to fight and excitement for the upcoming battle. Really? Have a good rest tonight and prepare for battle tomorrow. Fang Heng said seriously. The next day, at the entrance of Fairy Tale. Fang Heng, we are ready. What? What's going on? Lucy and the others, who were just about to leave, walked out of the guild's gate, but when they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned. There were several men and women standing at the guild's gate before, but what surprised them was that the magic power emanating from these people was extremely huge. Even if they didn't release it deliberately, the magic power inside was still frightening. If they hadn't experienced Fang Heng's abyss-like magic, they might be even more unbearable at this moment. Are they your partners? They are your reliable backers. They are also a great help in destroying the Phantom Overlord. Do you understand now? Looking at the surprised Lucy in front of him, Fang Heng said seriously. I understand. It's reassuring to have so many powerful partners. Lucy said with a smile after hearing Fang Heng's explanation. Okay, in that case, let's go. It's time to pay the price. Attack the ruler of the Phantom. Chapter 66. The Wizard Guild, Phantom Ruler. At this moment, the guild is filled with a serious atmosphere. Gajeel. You useless guy, I value you so much, but you can't even do such a small thing. Joseph, the leader at the moment, said angrily. Gajeel lowered his head and remained silent, as if he was not going to make any excuses. Looking at Gajeel in front of him, Joseph knew in his heart that he might have really met a strong enemy. Who was it? Laxus? Or Mistgone? Could it be Gildarts? In his mind, there were only these few people. The reason was that Fang Hung had not been in the guild for many years and had only recently become active, so the intelligence was not in place. Then he stopped guessing and gave orders to everyone directly. Everyone be on alert and get ready to fight, I'm going to give them a big gift. When Fang Hung and his men arrived at the Phantom Ruler, he felt like laughing when he saw the scene in front of him. The door of the Phantom Ruler Guild was tightly closed, and a long cannon slowly extended from the wall, which looked very powerful. Magic cluster cannon? It seems that Joseph is really scared. This kind of thing was brought up in advance, but he might be disappointed. At this moment, Joseph's voice rang out from the guild. You should know it, right? Magical cluster cannon. And it's already fully loaded, there's no way you can win. I'll give you one chance. Hand over Lucy and I'll spare your lives. Maybe you don't know yet. Lucy is the eldest daughter of the Heartfilia group. So we won't hurt her, you can rest assured. After hearing the news, Lucy covered her mouth in disbelief, thinking about the destruction of the guild some time ago and the attack on Levi's people. Could it be that all this is because of me? At this moment, Lucy fell into deep self-blame and guilt. It's okay, Lucy. No one here will hand you over. Because we are partners of Fairy Tale. Myra Jane patted Lucy on the shoulder and said comfortingly. Lucy, no one here will abandon you. Seeing this, Natsu also said. I won't go with you. You attacked our guild. As a member of Fairy Tale, I will not forgive you. With the comfort of Myra Jane and the others, Lucy had full confidence, then stood up and said loudly. Hearing Lucy's resistance, Joseph's face gradually turned cold, and then said. You are so ungrateful. In that case, magic cluster cannon, Jupiter. Fire. As Joseph pressed the button. Buzz, in an instant, a large amount of magic power began to gather at the muzzle. Once such a huge amount of magic power is released, its power cannot be underestimated. Therefore, at this moment, everyone in the Phantom Ruler has revealed an expression of confidence in victory. After all, no one can stop such a powerful magic cluster cannon. Ha ha ha. Uncle Gajeel, I want to see these guys get blown into pieces with my own eyes. Gajeel said excitedly. Are we all going to die? Sad. So sad. Wow. Alia, the ruler of the 4 elements of the ghost, said. The next second, boom. A beam of magic light that contained huge magic power and could destroy everything attacked everyone. But at this moment, no one was afraid or panicked, because there was an absolutely invincible existence beside them. Sure enough, when Fang Hung saw the beam of light attacking them, he raised his hand slowly, activated the power of time and space, and then waved forward. Buzz. There was a buzzing sound, and the scene behind it shocked Joseph and the others. The magic cluster cannon that had been fired actually slowly flew back into the barrel. How is this possible? The energy that was emitted actually flew back automatically. What on earth did that man do? What kind of magic is this? President, the magic power just depleted in the magic crystal was automatically replenished. Voices rang out one after another. At this moment, Joseph looked at the scene in front of him with a gloomy face. Time magic. I didn't expect that someone in this guild could practice this magic so skillfully. Damn it. No matter how you look at it, this power is so magical. Lucy said with emotion. Lord Fang Hung is really like a god. Looking at this scene in front of him, Kong Nai looked at Fang Hung with admiration. The game is almost over, it's time to get down to business. Thinking of this, Fang Hung no longer hesitated and gave the order directly. Dark Knight. Yes, sir. Anya responded and stepped out of the line, then stretched out his hand towards the magic cluster cannon in front of him and began to cast his twisting magic. The cannon, which was originally thick, hard, and straight, was bent in an instant under the magic of the Dark Knight, and then shattered into a pile of iron scraps. Sir, it's done. After completing the task, Anya returned to the army and then asked Fang Hung for instructions. Well done, attack the Phantom Dominator. As they watched, the magic power flowed backwards and the cluster artillery was distorted, most of the people in the guild were overshadowed by a shadow. At this moment, boom, the door of the guild was broken in an instant, and then Fang Heng led the people behind him to step into the guild. Except for Fang Heng, everyone's face was covered with a mask, which was proposed by Gray. First, it can hide their identity, and second, it will look handsome. At this moment, they all have only one identity, that is, Fang Heng's subordinates, challenging the entire guild on behalf of Fang Heng. Joseph! You bastard, you've offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Clean your neck and be ready to pay the price. Looking at the people around him who were on guard, Fang Heng said softly. Humph! It is indeed admirable that you can cultivate the power of time to this level, but your offensive magic may be lacking. Alia! After saying this, Joseph began to arrange his men to attack. How sad! I didn't expect that a great time mage would disappear in my hands. How sad! Alia shouted, and then rushed towards Fang Heng. However, when he got close to him, the abyss-like magic power suddenly overwhelmed him. Faced with such a huge magic power, he actually knelt down in front of Fang Heng. Looking at the big man who suddenly knelt down in front of him, Fang Heng was madly complaining in his heart, damn, that's it? You dare to pretend with this little strength? Then he slowly raised his right foot. Boom, there was a loud noise. Chapter 67. Alia rushed over, but was kicked by Fang Heng and flew back like a cannonball. Don't block my way, I am not your opponent, just have fun with my subordinates. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Heng said lightly, and then he waved his hand, indicating that the action officially began. Oh, I'm burning. Natsu was the first to shout and rush out. Then the others quickly rushed out, and the battle officially started, but Fang Heng just stayed where he was, without any action, just quietly watching the battle in front of him. Natsu rushed out and found his first opponent, the Iron Dragon Gajeel. The roar of the Fire Dragon. The Iron Dragon's roar. Boom! The powerful force generated by the two attacks instantly blasted away some of the weaker ones present. As for Gray, he was blocked by Juvia, but Fang Heng, who was familiar with the plot, knew very well that Juvia was not Gray's enemy. She was Gray's future lover. As for other places on the battlefield, others also found their opponents and fought. Holy shock! The roar of the poisonous dragon. Magic twists. Tianlun, the sword of chaos. Many magics were released, and under this powerful force, the battle soon became one-sided. Not long after, the originally chaotic battlefield suddenly became quiet. The battle was completely over, and now the field was full of enemies lying in all directions. Seeing this, Fang Heng nodded with satisfaction. There is no harm without comparison. In such a short period of time, the Phantom Overlord was defeated by him and his team. How is it possible? How could there be so many powerful wizards? This is impossible. At this moment, Joseph, who was standing on top, looked at his guild, which was destroyed in such a short time, and said with disbelief. You know, he went through untold hardships to finally recruit 4 powerful people to form the 4 elements. But at this moment, some of the people brought by Fang Heng exude magic power comparable to that of him, Joseph, or even stronger. How strong should Fang Heng, the master, be? Thinking of this, Joseph was already a little desperate at this moment. I told you, Joseph. You did something you shouldn't have done. Get ready to die. After saying that, Fang Heng put his magic power into his hands, and then waved it forward. A powerful wind blade flew quickly towards Joseph in front of him. It was full of murderous intent. Once it hit, the result would be the separation of the head and body. The master is really powerful. A casual attack has such great power. Feeling the power contained in the attack, Gerard said with emotion. Humph, is there any need to say more? Lord Fang Heng is always the strongest. Seeing this, Xuanai said excitedly. However, when the wind blade began to approach Joseph, what everyone did not expect was that it actually went straight through his body. A mind-body? You are really a coward, Joseph. You left everyone in the guild and hid yourself. Looking at the situation in front of him, Fang Heng was a little surprised, but he still said calmly. Ha ha ha. Whatever you say. I just want to fight in a rational way. Hearing Fang Heng's words, Joseph said with a nonchalant look on his face. I didn't expect your boss to be so shameless. You are really pitiful. Looking at this scene, Gerald chuckled and then said to the people who were knocked to the ground. Damn it, Joseph actually abandoned us. Gajeel, who was knocked to the ground, said unwillingly. Stop talking, Gajeel, when we came to this guild, didn't we already have a good idea of what Joseph was like? Juvia said unwillingly. Do you think I can't do anything about it? It seems that it's time to give Joseph a little shock. Fang Hung thought to himself at this moment. Looking at Joseph, who was using his thought body and was complacent about his foresight, Fang Hung began to act. He closed his eyes and carefully felt Joseph's magic power, and then the power of time and space was activated. In front of him, a huge hole appeared, and then Fang Hung slowly stretched his hand in. Looks like I caught you. Fang Hung chuckled, then pulled his hand out, and a scene that surprised everyone happened. Joseph, who was hiding 100 miles away, was caught in his hand. Sir! I was blind and didn't recognize the real talent. I accidentally offended you. But all this was actually caused by that person named Lucy in your guild. His father gave me a large sum of money to bring her home to get married. I don't want the money anymore. I'll give it all to you. I just beg you to spare my life. How do you think this will work? Joseph, who was caught by the internet cable, was no longer arrogant as before. He knelt down and begged with tears and snot. Let you go? Do you think it's possible? Money is nothing but dirt to me, but you have touched my reverse scale. After saying that, he kicked Joseph, who was kneeling on the ground, mercilessly. Boom! Joseph, who was bearing this force, flew out like a cannonball and embedded in the wall of the guild. His bones were shattered and blood was flowing. So strong. He actually injured Joseph so badly with just one strike. Juvia covered her mouth in surprise as she watched the scene in front of her. Haha, damn Joseph, this is what happens when you abandon us. Gajeel, who was standing by, said with a look of satisfaction that abandoning them and living alone was a punishment he deserved. Ha ha ha, good. Joseph, you old fool. How dare you abandon us? You deserve it. Sir, we have all been bewitched by this guy Joseph, please just give us a way out. At this moment, the people lying on the ground, looking at Joseph's miserable appearance covered in blood, felt happy at the same time, but also began to be afraid, so they all begged for mercy. Looking at the large group of people kneeling on the ground in front of him, Fang Hung couldn't help but think. From the current situation, the culprit Joseph has also paid the price. These people have also received the lesson they deserved. Sister Irene seems to be short of some labor, so why not make use of these wastes? Thinking of this, he spoke. The death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. Only when your merits and demerits are offset, can I let you live. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other, then lowered their heads and said in unison. It's all up to you, sir. Chapter 68. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please forgive me. At this moment in the Fairy Tale Guild, Gajeel was bending down, with an awkward look on his face, apologizing to the people in front of him. After the battle, Fang Hung brought all the remaining guild members of the Phantom Overlord to Irene, and promised to guarantee their basic living needs. They all became cheap labor for Irene and others to use, and they dared not have any objection to this. After all, it was good to be able to survive, because President Joseph died tragically in front of them. As for Gajeel, Fang Hung brought him here and promised to let him go after apologizing to everyone in Fairy Tale. It's okay. After all, you were bewitched by that guy Joseph. If you are willing to apologize, I, as the president, will forgive you. How about it? Do you want to join our guild? I still hope to save the young people who have lost their way. Makarov said lightly, but when he knew that Fang Hung brought these people and overthrew the entire Phantom Guild, he couldn't help but feel a storm in his heart. It's okay, and you didn't hurt us. Now that you've apologized, I forgive you. Seeing this, Levi patted Gajeel's shoulder and said. Since Leviton has forgiven you, then we too will forgive you too. Sarasuk and Alaire looked at each other and said at the same time. Gajeel, come join Fairy Tale with me. Juvia, who had already joined the guild, persuaded. You, why did you join so quickly? Gajeel complained with a frown after hearing Juvia's advice. The guild was just destroyed, and you turned around and defected to the enemy? Although there is nothing to miss, it shouldn't be so fast. Because Grey-sama is also in this guild. Ah! Grey-sama, here I come. Juvia said shyly when she heard Gajeel's question. When she saw Grey walking by her with his upper body exposed, she excitedly rushed over to him. This guy is really something. In this case, let me, Gajeel, think about it. Then Gajeel walked to the chair in the corner and looked at the people in the guild in front of him, as if thinking. By the way, where's Lucy? Fang Hung asked in confusion. After all, at this time, Lucy and Happy were the most active. He was not used to the fact that one of them was missing. Lord Fang Hung is not allowed to think about other women except me. At this moment, the keywords were automatically picked up in his mind. Shirley came over from nowhere, and the fragrant wind blew over. Fang Hung felt a softness in his arms, but at this moment he felt a little bit amused. After all, Shirley and Juvia who had just joined were really similar in some aspects. Then he took Shirley off his back, pinched her soft cheek, and chuckled. I'm just asking. Don't jump on me out of the blue next time. I thought it was Natsu and almost threw you over my shoulder. Hehe, Lord Fang Hung is so good to me, this is love. Seeing this, Shirley hugged Fang Heng's arm tightly and said coquettishly. Lucy seemed to have gone home for something, and brother Fang Hung was just worried about his fellow guild members. This is not love for everyone. Right, Fang Hung? Hung. Brother. Mi Lachhen came over at some point, then hugged Fang Heng's other arm and said softly. Fang Hung, this guy, has a lot of luck with women. How enviable, damn it. Loki, who was also hugging women in the distance, looked at the two beautiful women around Fang Hung. They looked jealous, and then looked at the mediocre women around him, and suddenly he felt uninterested. However, it seemed that he was not good at handling the relationship between women. Thinking of this, Loki felt much more comfortable. Haha, is that so? Then let's go play with Lucy together. Natsu, do you guys want to go? Seeing that the air was getting more and more tense, Fang Hung quickly changed the subject. Okay. Although I have been to Lucy's home many times, I have never seen his other home. It seems very interesting. Happy, let's get ready to go. Seeing that Strong Naz smiled and answered, he then said to Happy. Wow. I wonder if there is a place in Lucy's other home where I can sharpen my claws. Happy also responded, and then said happily. Seeing this, Fang Hung nodded, then calmed down and looked for Lucy's scent. The space in front of me was split open, forming a portal. Let's go. Let's go to Lucy's house. Fang Hung walked in first, leading Shirley and Myra Jane, who were hugging his arms like an octopus. Let's go and see Lucy's house. Natsu said excitedly, and then walked in with Happy. Seeing Natsu walk in, Gray on the side followed closely, and of course Juvia was also there. Then, Urza and Wendy who had just returned from the portal also walked in. Wow! Lucy's house is pretty good. Fang Hung walked in at this moment, and the others looked around and sighed. Although it was pretty good, it was still a little worse than Sister Irene's palace, which had accumulated for hundreds of years and was as magnificent as a castle. After all, it's Heartfilia. It's a famous conglomerate. Myra Jane explained with a smile. Everyone, why are you here? Just then a surprised voice sounded, and Lucy, who had just walked out of the house, looked at Fang Hung and others and said in disbelief. Because Fang Hung heard that Lucy had returned home. So he came to see her. Before Fang Hung could speak, Myra Jane rushed to answer. There is nothing good about this kind of home. I don't know how long it will take for me to come back. When Lucy mentioned home, she showed a disappointed expression, and then said softly. What's wrong? What happened? At this moment, Natsu came and looked at Lucy's disappointed expression and asked curiously. Tell us if you have anything to say. We are all companions, Lucy. A slightly serious voice came. It turned out to be Urza, who came over to comfort her. Yet, looking at the people who cared about him, Lucy couldn't help but feel warm, and then she told him what happened. Chapter 69. It turns out that Lucy's father, in order to expand his business, offered a large reward to the ruler of the ghosts to capture her and arrange a marriage. Lucy came back to explain this to her father, and if her mother had not been seriously ill and had not woken up, she would have severed ties with this family long ago. I'm sorry for making everyone worried. Lucy said, scratching her head embarrassedly. Seeing this, Fang Hung pondered for a while. Lucy's mother, Leela Heartfilia. She had consumed her own vitality to replenish the magic of the Eclipse Gate. Now that he has the ability to save her, he naturally has to fulfill his original promise. Then he took out a crystal ball from his arms, handed it to Lucy and said. Lucy, this contains my power of time and space. Crush it and let the magic cover your mother. This can greatly extend your mother's lifespan. You don't need to bring her to see me. If you ask, just say she is the boy she once saved and is here to fulfill her promise. Really? Thank you, Fang Heng. Lucy said in surprise, then carefully took the crystal ball and ran back home. I've met you, so I'll go back first. Fang Heng said softly as he watched Lucy walking farther and farther away. After all, he had done what he should do, and there was no reason for him to stay here any longer. Then he turned around and walked into the portal. It is worth mentioning that after returning, Lucy was much more cheerful than usual because her mother was cured. Of course, in order to thank Fang Heng, everyone immediately decided to go to the open-air hot spring to relax their tense nerves during this period. At this moment, a small village called Impatience to the west of Magnolia is a famous tourist destination in the surrounding area. Of course, the most famous thing is the hot springs inside. It has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. At this moment, in the women's bath, there were many beauties, and the scenery inside would make anyone unable to take their eyes off. It's really comfortable. My whole body is relaxed. Juvia, why are you hiding so far away? Looking at Juvia hiding in the distance, Lucy asked curiously. Because I'm a little shy. Juvia said shyly. We are all girls, there is nothing to be shy about. Wendy said softly. That's right. In that case, Juvia will come in too. Juvia then untied the towel wrapped around her body and slowly walked into the hot spring pool. Looking at the other party's constantly shaking weapon, Wendy seemed to suddenly realize something at this moment, and then suddenly glanced around, and then looked in front of her. She suddenly felt that maybe she was the one who needed more comfort. It's okay, I'm still young now, and I will definitely grow up. Wendy secretly encouraged herself. After soaking in the hot spring for a while, the girls walked out and then met up with Fang Heng and others. However, during the waiting process, a beautiful landscape has been formed. Haha, it seems that the girls in our guild are very popular. A light laugh came, and Fang Heng, who had just finished his hot spring bath, slowly walked out. Brother Fang Heng. Master Fang Heng. Myra Jane and Shirley, who were standing by, saw Fang Heng coming out and walked to his side one after another. Then they hugged his arm and showed an intimate look. At this moment, several people had just finished taking a hot spring bath. The fragrance emanating from the two girls inadvertently passed over Fang Heng's nose, coupled with the strong squeezing feeling on his arm. After returning, I must ask Sister Irene and the others to build a hot spring pool. At this moment, Fang Heng secretly made up his mind. Damn it! That bad boy actually seduced two beautiful ladies at once. Damn it! A lot of jealous eyes focused on Fang Heng, but he didn't care about it at the moment. After Natsu and Gray came out, they walked leisurely in the courtyard, chatting and laughing. Would you like to travel with us, beautiful ladies? We are from Ozbanana, let's go have a drink and have some fun together. With the unfriendly voice, two men stood in front of the women. Looking at the two men in front of him, Fang Heng showed a strange look, because both of them were dressed in strange clothes, and one of them even kept shaking his head. Free neck strike? At this moment, he couldn't help but think of. Oh no! Looks like someone is hitting on me. This is really annoying, brother Fang Heng. Seeing this scene, Myra Jane tilted her head, then blinked and looked at Fang Heng. Well, being born beautiful is really a problem. But maybe this is love. At this moment, Shirley also said while holding her head. Yes, ladies, your yukatas fit you very well, come and have fun with us. Then the man who kept shaking his head stretched out his hand to grab Marajana's shoulder, but the next second. Bang! Boom! Boom! After the loud noise, Fang Heng slowly retracted his feet, and the two people who had just stood opposite them fainted after hitting the wall. Brother Fang Heng, you are so handsome. Looking at Fang Heng who stood up in front of her, Myra Jane praised him. Master Fang Heng, Shirley is so touched. Swilly beside her also said with her big watery eyes blinking. Brother Fang Heng is really amazing. He really makes me feel safe. Wendy also agreed. Whoosh, I'm late. These two people have offended the wrong people. At this moment, Loki, who was jogging over, panted and said, looking at the situation in front of him. Loki? Why are you here? Lucy asked curiously. These two are villains who specialize in attacking women. My mission this time is to hunt them down. That's it for now, I'm going to deliver the mission. Loki scratched his head awkwardly, looking at Lucy in front of him, seemed a little scared, then grabbed the two people and turned to leave. However, Loki, who turned around and walked away, suddenly fell down not far ahead. Seeing this, Fang Hung and others hurried over and helped him up. Loki, your life is getting weaker and weaker. What's going on? Looking at Loki lying on the ground, Fang Hung carefully felt it and asked. Chapter 70. As expected of Fang Hung, his perception is really sharp. But this is the punishment I deserve for being a traitor. You don't have to worry about me. Loki waved his hand and said weakly. Are you kidding me, Loki? We are all members of Fairy Tale, who allowed you to leave without permission. At this time, Natsu pulled Loki over and said angrily. No, I am no longer your companion, my real identity is Leo from the Leo constellation. I killed my previous owner, so I was exiled forever, but I accept this result. Loki slapped Natsu's hand away, and then said lightly. The previous owner? I remember it should be called Colin, but that thing is not a good bird. She abused the stars as a tool to make money. She deserved to die. Sacrificing Loki's life for that kind of person is not okay. Looking at this scene in front of him, Fang Hengzhen thought. Don't worry, Loki, we will definitely find a way to help you. After hearing all this, Shen Ai. Lucy from the spirit world stood up and said to Loki. I am glad to meet you guys in the last days. However, it seems that the time has come. After saying this, Loki raised his hand. At this moment, his hand had gradually become transparent, revealing the starry sky inside. Looking at this scene in front of him, Fang Hung slowly walked forward and then put a hand on Loki's shoulder. Loki, you are our companion. Colin deserved what he got for his crime, so there is no need to feel guilty about it. I must save you today. I said it. No one can stop me. But this place is not suitable for rescue operations, so Fang Hung enveloped everyone with the power of time and space, and then teleported to a secluded place. It's all here. As soon as Fang Hung finished speaking, the magic power in his body began to circulate and was infused into Loki's body. But the magic power in Loki's body dissipated too quickly, often leaving less than 1/10. Seeing this, Fang Hung began to increase the amount of infusion. Boom, under this huge magical power, the ground began to shake, and the atmosphere also vibrated. So strong. This magic power is more powerful than usual. Lucy said in horror, feeling the strong magic pressure in the air. With Fang Heng's powerful strength, rescuing Loki might not be impossible. Gray, on the side, was watching the scene in front of him with burning eyes. Snap, snap, a sudden change occurred. And the sky gradually began to break, revealing the starry sky inside. A large amount of star magic began to gather, gradually forming a huge figure. Wearing bright silver armor, with two large curved horns on his head, and two long nose hairs sticking out of his nostrils, the image looked a bit interesting. Could it be the Star Spirit King? But this is just a small matter, how could it affect him? Looking at the scene in front of him, Loki thought with a puzzled look on his face. Star Spirit King? The most powerful king among the star spirits. Fang Hung said softly, chewing these words slowly. We have a contract with humans not to harm the key owner. Although Leo did not kill her directly, he indirectly killed her. So I reject his request to return to the Star Spirit Realm. This is the rule of the Star Spirit Realm. So don't infuse your magic power anymore. The huge amount of magic power has a great impact on the Star Spirit Realm. The Star Spirit King said from above. What? The magic power actually affected the Star Spirit Realm. Is this power so huge? After learning the truth, Loki was shocked. The magic power Fang Hung used to save him actually forced the Star Spirit King to show up. This was too incredible. Looking at the Star Spirit King's resolute attitude at this moment, Fang Hung knew clearly that today's matter was by no means so easy to resolve. So he slowly said. Rules? Rules are meant to be broken. There is no need for those unreasonable rules to exist, right, Star Spirit King? Break the rules? The rules have been in place for thousands of years. Do you have the strength to break them? The Star Spirit King said seriously. In that case, let's fight, Star Spirit King. If I beat you, I will become the new king. I will be the one who makes the rules. After Fang Hung finished speaking, his magic power gradually began to stir, and then he looked at the Star Spirit King with a fighting spirit in his eyes. Okay, I agree to your request, human wizard, but you have to become Loki's contractor. Fight with me and Loki. After all, if you want to become the king of the Star Spirit realm, you must also be a Star Spirit mage. Feeling the powerful magic around him, the Star Spirit King made a request, asking the Celestial Spirit King to fight. And the Celestial Spirit King actually agreed. This is too outrageous. Looking at this scene, Lucy, as a Celestial Spirit Mage, felt that her 3 views were about to be overturned. This is really amazing. Directly challenging the Celestial Spirit King. So domineering, so handsome, worthy of being Shirley, the man I love deeply. Looking at the scene in front of her, Shirley twisted her body, and then looked at the tall figure of the man in front of her with admiration. Loki on the side looked at Fang Hung deeply. He challenged the Celestial Spirit King for him. Is this a partner? Is this fairy tale? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, threw his key to Fang Hung, and then said loudly. Fang Hung, take my key. I am the leader of the 12 gates of the Zodiac, Leo of Leo. Snap! Facing the key thrown at him, Fang Hung grabbed it and then held it in his hand, pointing at the Star Spirit King in front of him and said. I am about to become the creator of the rules of the Star Spirit world. Respond to your call. Open, the gate of Leo. As the voice fell. Rumble. A huge beam of light landed on Loki, and then his originally dull body gradually solidified, and even emitted an extremely dazzling light far beyond the past. As a Leo, this is a symbol of Loki's power. The strength of the Star Spirit is directly reflected in the host, so when the contract with Fang Hung was signed, Loki felt an unprecedented powerful force. This is something he has never felt in his long life, feeling the power filling his body and his rapidly increasing strength. Maybe I can really defeat the Star Spirit King, and Fang Hung can really become the creator of the rules of the Star Spirit realm. At this moment, these things that he didn't even dare to think about in his heart began to grow wildly in his mind. Chapter 71. Fighting the Star Spirit King. This was something Loki had never dared to think about before, but now, feeling the powerful magic power in his body, he looked at the other party with burning eyes. I'm going to attack. I've offended the Star Spirit King. Lion Star Attack. A huge lion head slowly emerged, then opened its mouth and rushed towards the Star Spirit King in front. Come on! I will never admit defeat. With this shout, the Star Spirit King suddenly burst out with extremely powerful strength, and the stones on the ground began to break into pieces. Then, a huge sword appeared in the hands of the Star Spirit King. Then, facing the lion figure rushing towards him, he raised the sword and chopped it down. Boom! The Star Spirit King used his sword to break Loki's moves, and without any loss of strength, he slashed directly at Loki below. Seeing this, Loki did not dodge or avoid, and his body suddenly burst into a strong light. Then, like a small sun, he rushed up and fought with the Star Spirit King. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone was shocked. You know, Loki usually doesn't show his strength, and the tasks he takes are only relatively simple. But I didn't expect that he would burst out with such strong strength now, which is really astonishing. Loki, this guy. Did he train secretly? How did he suddenly become so strong? Looking at Loki exuding powerful power in front of him, Natsu was surprised. Damn it, is this guy Loki always pretending? Now he is so strong. Gray and Loki usually have a good relationship, but now seeing that Loki is so powerful, he can't help but exclaimed. No, that's not the case. The strength of the spirits is measured by the strength of the contractor. Although the spirits may have magic in their bodies, but when they obey the call and come to the human world, all their actions and the magic power they consume are based on the contract. In other words, Loki is so powerful at this moment, entirely because the magic power in Fang Hung's body can give him such strength. At this point, Lucy looked at Fang Hung in front of her with a shocked face. As a fellow Star Spirit Mage, she looked at the situation in front of her. She couldn't help but be shocked. The magic power provided by the contractor was enough for the Star Spirit and the Star Spirit King to fight. How terrifying was this magic power? It was simply abnormal. Oh, so it means that the powerful one is actually Fang Hung and has nothing to do with Loki, right? That's good, I thought Loki was training secretly. Natsu on the side smiled and scratched his head after hearing the explanation. After all, Everyone was weak, and you suddenly became so strong, how could he feel? But looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Heng frowned. The power he gave to Loki might be very strong, but at this moment Loki did not use it perfectly. It may be because he was not used to the sudden huge magic power, or it may be because he still had awe for the Celestial King. After all, he was the king in charge of the celestial world. It is normal that the mentality cannot be adjusted for a while, but if it goes on like this, Loki has no chance of winning, and he may have to play by himself next. Boom, sure enough. Not long after, due to a mistake, Loki was seized by the Star Spirit King, who slashed him with a sword, directly chopped him away and smashed him on the hillside not far away. Loki, it seems you are still too young. Even though you have the power equal to mine, you are still confused. This will inevitably lead to your failure. Looking at Loki not far away, the Star Spirit King held the sword in the air and said lightly. No, I haven't lost yet. Lion Star attack. The voice came out, and the lion's head appeared again, but this time Loki might have started to fight desperately. This time the lion was not only 100 times bigger than the last time, but also the light emitted from it was more dazzling. The huge lion's head rushed towards the Star Spirit King. And Loki, with great power, followed closely behind, as if he was going to fight desperately. It's useless. Take it, Meteor Blade. Buzz. The Star King held his sword high in both hands, and then a large amount of star power began to gather on it, and finally gradually formed a huge lightsaber that was thousands of meters high. The attack launched by Loki was directly absorbed into it, and even he himself was blown away by this powerful force. Seeing this, the Star King showed no mercy, and raised his sword directly, slashing at Loki below. If this attack hit, Loki, who could not return to the Star Realm, would disappear completely. Oh no, Loki is in danger. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lucy said worriedly, but at the moment she was powerless and could only close her eyes reluctantly. However, the next second. Boom! So strong! Lucy opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her, full of surprise. At this moment, Fang Heng was floating in the sky. Facing the powerful sword of the Star Spirit King, he actually raised his hand to block it. And at this moment, he was wearing a black and gold dress, and with the unruly smile on the corner of his mouth, his charm was greatly improved. Looking at Fang Heng's handsome appearance at this moment, Myra Jane and others beside him couldn't help but be in a trance for a moment. How's that? Loki has finished fighting you, right? Then it's my turn next. Star Spirit King, do you still have strength? If not, I'll let you recover. Fang Heng said arrogantly as he looked at the scene in front of him. When fighting against an enemy of the Star Spirit King's level, he not only did not feel nervous, but gave the opponent a chance to recover. No need, human wizard, is that a Star Spirit robe you are wearing? In other words, you want to use the power of the Star Spirit to fight me? How arrogant! Looking at Fang Heng who raised his hand to take his move, the Star Spirit King's heart had already been in turmoil, but he couldn't lose his composure in the battle, so he quickly pretended to be calm and said. Star Spirit clothes? What is that? Lucy, who was below, looked at the Star Spirit King and was a little curious about what he was talking about. Let me answer this for you, princess. At this moment, a voice came, and when I turned around, I saw Lucy's Virgo Star Spirit Beluge, who was wearing a maid outfit, and appeared out of nowhere. Beluge, why are you here? Lucy asked curiously. Because the Star Spirit realm was affected by a powerful magical force and was becoming a mess, and the power of the Star Spirit King was felt in the outside world, so I came out to take a look. As for the Star Spirit clothes, it is our Star Spirit placing a part of its own magic power on the host, thereby increasing the opponent's magic power. At the same time, it can also allow the opponent to use part of his own strength, but for a powerful person like Lord Fang Heng, only using our moves will not only not improve. Instead, it is equivalent to cutting off one of your own arms. Not using other magic will reduce many possibilities. Looking at this scene, Beluge answered solemnly. Chapter 72. Okay, in that case, I'll go ahead, Lion Glory. Fang Heng burst into an extremely strong light and rushed forward. Lucy and the others who were watching the show below were temporarily blinded. Damn it, Fang Heng can't tell friend from foe. The harpy at the side said loudly with his eyes covered. This light is too strong, brighter than what I used. Loki, who was retreating as a wounded soldier, was also blinded by his own power. This move was also effective against the Star Spirit King. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party was stunned, Fang Heng raised his fist and smashed it. Boom! A huge force was transmitted to the Star Spirit King, directly smashing his huge body away, and then plowing a deep ditch on the ground. But Fang Heng did not intend to let the Star Spirit King go. He flew to his side again, stretched out a hand, and a large number of energy balls were condensed in his hand. Then he bombarded the Star Spirit King below like a bombardment, and took advantage of your illness to kill you. Damn it, I won't let you succeed. The Star Spirit King raised his great sword, then held it horizontally to block Fang Heng's attack, and swung it upwards when the time came. Fang Heng, who had anticipated this, dodged, and the Star Spirit King took this opportunity to stand up and slowly said, "You are indeed very strong. But I will never let you win so easily. The next move I will make is the one I will use with all my strength. If you can take it, then you will be the new king of the Star Spirit world, making the rules. Take it, and shine the starlight fantasy of the 88 stars in the sky." Galaxy Blade. As soon as the words fell, the sword of the Star Spirit King suddenly emitted a strong light, and the power contained in the sword was not to be underestimated. Then he slashed towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng did not dodge, but raised his hand and rushed forward. It seemed that he was going to fight head-on. This was also the key move to determine the outcome. Lion Star Impact. Boom! The two powerful forces collided and exploded instantly. The surrounding flowers, grass, rocks, and mountains were instantly reduced to ashes, and the surroundings became a barren plain. Of course, Myra Jane and the others were not affected at all because of the power of time and space shrouded by Fang Heng. As the sound rang out, spider-web-like cracks began to appear on the Star Spirit King's sword, and then it completely shattered and turned into pieces of starlight that dissipated in the air. Human! You are strong! Congratulations on becoming the new king. You are the first king to control the Star Spirit world as a human being, Loki. It seems that you have made really good friends. After he finished speaking, the figure of the Star Spirit King began to fade away, and he must have returned to the Star Spirit world to take care of other things. After all, Fang Heng became the new king by convincing everyone with his strength. He is not very good at handling things. He is like a hands-off boss, as long as he is happy. We won. We actually won. Ha 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 ha, great, we won. Loki, it seems you don't need to die. He looked so embarrassed just now. The battle was won, and the crowd cheered happily. I didn't expect that he would really win. I didn't expect that Fang Heng would actually become the new king and control the Star Spirit realm. Loki said in shock. He still felt like he was in a dream. He thought that he would die soon. He was sad for a long time. He didn't expect that he would turn around and become so powerful. His summoner would even become the king of the Star Spirit realm. It's amazing. If this happened normally, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. So strong. He actually became the king. Seeing that the Star Spirit King acknowledged Fang Heng's status, Lucy felt that her three views had been overturned. Humans defeated the Star Spirit King. This was a very explosive existence in the entire magic world. I didn't expect that someone could really do it. It was too fucking outrageous. Lord Fang Heng. You are the king, so surely, am I the queen. Seeing Fang Heng win, Shirley happily threw herself into his arms, then raised her head and said coquettishly. Feeling the beauty in his arms, Fang Heng rubbed her head and then teased. Want to be a queen? Start by being my personal maid. No, no, I want to be the queen. Shirley said, shaking her head like a wave drum. Brother Fang Heng. I can be your maid first. With a gentle voice, Myra Jane came over without knowing when, then put her hands around Fang Heng's shoulders, and said with a breath as sweet as orchid. Really? Then why don't you give me a bath first? Seeing Zhuang Fang Heng chuckled, he said. Humph. Wishful thinking. Seeing this, Myra Jane turned her head and walked to the side. By the way, Loki, what are you going to do next? Fang Heng seemed to have thought of something and asked. I plan to go back to the Star Spirit realm first, don't worry about me, you guys go back and continue playing. Loki scratched his head and said to everyone, then his figure gradually disappeared, it seems that he can't wait any longer. Well, then shall we go back to sleep next? Wendy was holding Xiaolulu in her arms at this moment, and then asked curiously. Sleep? Why would you rush to sleep after watching such a passionate battle? Let's have a pillow fight. Gray replied. Oh, is it a pillow fight? Great, I'm already burning up. When he heard about the pillow fight, Natsu said excitedly. Okay, but I won't lose. Urza also ignited the fighting spirit at this moment. Looking at the excited people in front of him, Fang Heng shook his head, but he really liked this kind of life, the endless adventures, and the leisurely play with his companions. So he quickly sent everyone back to the hotel, ready to start a new round of battle. Are you ready? Ready already. I have all the high-quality pillows. You can't win. I'm burning. Let the battle begin. But boom, boom, boom. If the usual pillow fight is just a game for entertainment, then the pillows in everyone's hands at this moment suddenly turned into powerful cannonballs. I'm here too. Fang Heng chuckled and joined the battle. Soon, the battle came to an end, and everyone on the field fell down one after another, with big lumps on their heads. It seems that I have become the king again. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Heng murmured. Chapter 73. After some twists and turns, everyone has returned to the guild. I didn't expect that you, Loki, would actually be a star spirit. Looking at Loki in front of him, Natsu said puzzledly. I can't even notice it. Gray nodded in agreement. After all, the star spirits can change their own image to their favorite. Natsu, you should have seen it too. What did Lucy's Baluge look like before? What does it look like now? Fang Heng answered calmly. That's true. But I really want to become a star spirit. In this way, as long as I sign a contract with Fang Heng, I can enhance my strength, right? Feeling the powerful magic emanating from Loki's body at this moment, Natsu said with some envy. Are you still a member of the guild now? Gray asked the question in his mind. Of course it counts. Look, my guild seal is still here. And Fang Heng, as the host, has extremely powerful magic power, enough for me to stay in the human world for a long time. Seeing this, Loki pulled down his clothes to reveal the seal and then answered. As if he thought of something, he took out a key from his arms, threw it to Fang Heng and said. By the way, this is the key to Ares' soul, Ares. Now, because of you, the Star Spirit realm has set off a huge wave. Star Spirit King Fang Heng. Ares? I remember she was a very cute girl. Thinking of this, Fang Heng couldn't help but look forward to it. Open. Ares Gate. Ares. Boom. As the contract was concluded, a huge golden door smashed in the center of the guild, and then the door opened. A cute girl with pink hair and 2 goat horns on her head walked out. However, because of Fang Heng, the girl was also emitting extremely powerful magic. Master. I am Ares, Ares. Is there anything I can help you with? Ares, who had just appeared, hurried to Fang Heng and said softly, seeming a little nervous. After all, she was a star spirit king in human form. But while she was scared, she was also a little curious. Double doors? And he's still like nothing happened. Fang Heng is so amazing. I wish I could be like him someday. Looking at this scene, Lucy couldn't help but say with envy. Double doors require a lot of magic power, and she hasn't succeeded yet. What, Star Spirit King? How is this possible? At this time, a shocked voice came. Turning around, I saw the president sitting at the table, his eyes wide open, and he said in disbelief. It's true, President. Brother Fang Heng has really become the Celestial Spirit King. Mila Jane said with a smile. Really? If so, it should be true. But it's really unbelievable. The Celestial King. The king who controls the entire celestial world. After listening to Marajana's explanation, Makarov slowly came back to his senses, but at this moment, his heart had already stirred. Having lived to this extent, he can be considered knowledgeable, even if he doesn't know celestial magic. But he still knows a lot about the Celestial King. Now Fang Heng has become the new king. How can he not be shocked? Damn it! Defeated the Celestial King and became the new king. He is really getting stronger and stronger. Too damn it! No, I have to practice again. Laxus, who was on the attic at the moment, heard the news. While he admired Fang Heng's strength, he regretted his slackness during this period. Ever since Fang Heng defeated him, he has been training all the time with Fang Heng as his goal. He thought he was qualified to fight him, but he didn't expect that he would become the king. Laxus felt a strong sense of unwillingness at this moment, and then turned around and left. Makarov, who was below, nodded with satisfaction after hearing the movement above. He was originally very distressed about Laxus's character. Now, with Fang Heng's pressure, Laxus has become more and more honest, and he is very satisfied. Ha 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 ha, Star Spirit King? That guy Fang Heng is getting more and more capable. By the way, Kana, let's go to the newly opened restaurant to eat together tonight. At this moment, Gildarts was holding a large bottle of beer and pouring it into his mouth. Then he stuck to Kana and asked with a smile. It's so annoying, Dad. Your mouth stinks. Facing Gildarts, Kana pushed him aside helplessly, but Fang Heng had become the Celestial Spirit King. It was Fang Heng who reunited their father and daughter. Therefore, Kana was very grateful to him in her heart. Now that she heard that he had become the Celestial Spirit King, she had even more respect for him. What, Star Spirit King? Is this true? Fang Heng. You became the Star Spirit King. Too incredible, right? What special abilities does becoming the Star Spirit King have? As a book lover, Lei Bai usually has a very wide range of knowledge. So when she heard the news, she was shocked and excited, and hurried over to ask curiously. Special abilities? Can it allow you to travel back and forth between the Star Spirit realm at will? Fang Heng waved his hand, and then a mysterious door emitting starlight slowly appeared in front of everyone. So beautiful! This door can take us to the Star Spirit world. Looking at the gate in front of her, Libby said with emotion. Is this where the Star Spirits live? Great, I haven't been there yet. Lucy, who was standing by, was curious about everything about the Star Spirits, so when she heard that she could go to the Star Spirit world, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. If you want to go in, then go in. The Star Spirit realm is still very beautiful. Seeing this, Fang Heng said lightly. I burn. I'm coming. I'm coming to the Celestial realm. Natsu happily rushed in first. Wait for me, I want to go too. Wow, the astral world. We might be the first group of humans to enter. Thanks to Fang Heng. So handsome. Rumble. After a burst of noise, everyone rushed into the Celestial Spirit realm. After all, who doesn't have curiosity in their heart? Even Kana shouted and pulled Gildarts in. At this moment, the guild became quiet instantly. At the same time, the news of the Celestial Spirit realm's replacement of the new king was also spread to other guilds through some celestial spirits, causing an uproar. Chapter 74. What did you say? A celestial king appeared in Makarov's guild. At this moment, a fat she-male uncle sitting on the stage in the Blue Pegasus Guild said in shock. He was Bob, the president of the Blue Pegasus Guild. He was also a handsome guy when he was young. He was also a good friend of Makarov and several other presidents. Both of them opened guilds, and now a celestial king appeared in Makarov's guild? This made him shocked for a moment. To be precise, it is not an appearance. But a member of his guild has become the Celestial Spirit King. Seeing this, the blonde beauty who provided the information corrected and said, Jenny Lilet, the signature beauty of the Blue Pegasus Guild, is comparable to Myra Jane. When she first heard the news, she was a little bit unbelievable, but this was what the celestial spirit she contracted said, so she couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. The Celestial Spirit King controls the entire celestial spirit world. He is a noble and powerful person. I didn't expect that someone in the Fairy Tale Guild would have. Wait for her skills. At this time, a short, brown-haired man beside him said with shock, Yi Wang de Lei Shao, a blue Pegasus wizard with one of the best strengths. I think I know who it is. Someone with this kind of strength. I think it should be the man named Fang Heng who I met last time. When I first met him, I could feel that he was not an ordinary person. His powerful strength and decisive look made him look like he was not from the Guild of Light. At this moment, Bob touched his face and said seriously. The other party's decisive look and the powerful magic he exuded made him frightened. I don't know how proud Lao Ma will be when they meet next time. At this moment, Bob couldn't help but sighed and thought to himself. Then he picked up the magic communicator beside him and began to report the news to other partners. On the other side, the Snake Scale Guild received this message. What did you say? Makarov, that guy, actually became the Star Spirit King. Are you kidding? How is this possible? It's too incredible. After hearing the news, the other side of the phone couldn't help but make a shocked sound. Obamayang Babasoma, the president of the Snake Princess Scale, a very nagging old woman. Damn it, Makarov. The guild has gained so many powerful members without us noticing. We will definitely show them off next time we meet. Granny Obama was shocked and began to guess what Makarov would look like next time they met. Really? It seems that Fang Hung has done something incredible. He is still so powerful. I just wonder how Gray is doing now. Leo happened to pass by, and after hearing the content of the call, he couldn't help but sighed, Star Spirit King. Although I don't know what's going on, but just hearing the name is awesome. Is Fang Hung the strong man you have been talking about? He actually became the Star Spirit King. His strength should not be underestimated. I hope to have a day to fight him. At this moment, a burly bald uncle came over and said with a fighting spirit in his eyes. The powerful magic power emanating from him was enough to show his strength. Jura Regis, one of the 10 holy mages, was a powerful force in the guild. Ha ha ha, Uncle Jura, if there really comes a day like that, I will definitely cheer for you. After hearing this, Leo compared the strength of Fang Hung and Jura in his heart, and the result was obvious that Jura had no chance of winning. However, it was not easy for him to say bad things about his senior in person, so he could only keep agreeing. At this moment, in the palace of the Kingdom of Fiori, the Emerald Princess, who was a celestial wizard, also received more surprising news at the first time. And quickly told this to his father, the king of this country, Thomas E. Fiori, request a decision. Really? Could the new Star Spirit King be a human? How powerful would he be then? Daughter, do you know the name of that person? If he is from our country, it's fine. But if he is from the enemy country, he may pose a threat to us in the future. The king standing on the top said solemnly after hearing the news. Although they are a permanent neutral country and will not take the initiative to start a war, it is always good to be able to strengthen their own strength. It seems to be a person named Fang Hung, who should be in Fairy Tale. The stars told me so. Father, do you know him? At this time, the Emerald Princess asked curiously. Fang Hung. It's him. He's a big shot. Didn't expect him to join Fairy Tale. Great, I'm relieved now. Hearing Fang Hung's name, the king's heart finally settled down. How could he not know Fang Hung? He traveled here hundreds of years ago. He had even seen him with his own eyes. A big shot is a big shot. He became the Celestial Spirit King without making any noise. His current status may be even more honorable than his. After all, he is only in charge of a country, while the other party is in charge of the entire celestial spirit world. Should he find an opportunity to visit him? Or should he find a way to build a good relationship? At this moment, the king lowered his head, constantly thinking, and then his eyes couldn't help but look at the beautiful Emerald Princess beside him, as if he had thought of something. But then he shook his head. He didn't know whether the adult liked it or not, and this kind of thing still depended on the willingness of both parties. Soon the news began to spread rapidly. If the celestial mage was the fastest person to get the news, then after the news spread quickly. Fang Heng's name had begun to become famous throughout the magic world, not only in the white magic world, but also in the darkness hidden under the water. Raven's Tail. The Dark Guild founded by Ivan, he is the son of Makarov and the father of Laxus, and was originally a member of Fairy Tale. But now he was kicked out, and has been trying to find a way to deal with Fairy Tale and obtain the legendary powerful magic. When he got the news, he was shocked in his heart, and at the same time, he began to investigate a series of events about Fang Hung. Of course, there are also the 3 most powerful dark guilds, and the moment they got the news, they couldn't help but think about it. I just hope it won't affect my plan. Everyone has their own plans, and no one wants to run into trouble with Fang Hung and affect their plans. Chapter 75. At this moment, because everyone in the guild had gone to the Star Spirit realm, the originally noisy guild became quiet. Ah, this is so boring. By the way, let's go see Sister Irene and the others. It was really boring to stay in the guild alone, so Fang Hung opened another portal in front of him and walked in leisurely. In the open space on the side, Fang Heng's loyal subordinates were conducting their daily combat training. Rumble, the magic power was surging around them. But strangely, the surrounding environment did not change at all. This was because the people at this moment had already mastered their magic power to a certain degree. Seeing Fang Hung coming, the people stopped their training and walked to Fang Heng's side. Master Fang Heng. Why did you suddenly come here today? At this moment, Xuanai's playful voice came from the side. Come and see you. Not bad, your strength has improved a lot. I am very satisfied. Seeing this, Fang Heng stretched out his hand and pinched Xuanai's soft cheek, then said with a smile. Master. Arusha stood beside him without knowing when. Although she looked serious, her blushing face made Fang Heng guess her thoughts. Then he reached out and rubbed Arusha's head again, praising her and saying. Not bad. Your strength has improved a lot. Yes, thank you, Master. Feeling Fang Heng's touch at this moment, Arusha's face became more and more rosy. By the way, do you know the 6 demon generals? Looking at the people in front of him, Fang Heng suddenly said. After all, the people headed by Xuano were originally members of the 6 demon generals in the original book. Now under his training, everyone's personality has become cheerful and lively, not as dark as in the original book. But now he is a little curious about the 6 demon generals, so he asked. Xuano doesn't know. I don't know either. I do not know. Hearing Fang Heng's question, several people shook their heads. After all, their daily tasks were training, so they didn't know much about the Dark Guild. 6 demon generals? One of the 3 major dark guilds of the Balamu Alliance, they seem to be quite active recently, and there should be some big moves. At this time, Arusha on the side suddenly spoke up, in order to help her mother get familiar with this world. Irene spent a lot of time in the intelligence station, so she was well aware of the news from various places, including the Dark Guild. Is that so? I didn't expect that after 5 of the 6 demon generals were abducted by me, 0 could still form such a powerful Dark Guild. If, with the current Yukino and others, to fight against the 6 demon generals, I don't know what the result will be. At this moment, Fang Heng couldn't help but look forward to it. By the way, Master Fang Heng, should we call you Master Xing Ling Wang from now on? At this time, Xuanai beside him said with a smile. Oh? Did you know? Fang Heng asked curiously after hearing Xuanai's words. Hee. Of course I know. During this period, I, Yukino, worked very hard to learn new magic. Celestial spirit magic. Pretty cool, right? I just got 2 more keys to the 12 gates of the Zodiac from Lady Irene. Now I'm pretty cool. Open up. Gemini Gate. Jamie. Open it. Scorpio's Gate. Scorpio. After hearing Fang Heng's question, Xuanai said proudly, and then quickly opened the 2 gates to prove herself. Thunderbolt, Thunderbolt. We are. 2 blue puppets and a man dressed in hip-hop clothes with a huge scorpion tail appeared in front of everyone. Lord Star Spirit King. However, the first thing they did when they came out was not to greet their master, Kong Nai, but to kneel in front of Fang Heng and say respectfully. It's okay, you guys get up. No wonder you know the news that I became the Star Spirit King. It turns out that I became a Star Spirit Wizard. Double doors, not bad. There is potential. Looking at the situation in front of him, Fang Heng nodded, and then praised. Hee. By the way, Lord Fang Heng, Xuano and I have never been to the Star Spirit realm. Can you take us into play? Seeing Fang Heng's praise, Xuano blushed slightly. Then she hugged Fang Heng's arm and said coquettishly. All right, let's just consider it as a reward for your progress during this period of time, everyone let's go together. Fang Heng could only open the gate to the Celestial Spirit Realm again, and then slowly walked in with everyone. At this moment, the Celestial Spirit Realm was so lively, everyone from Fairy Tail plus Yukino and a few others, especially Natsu and others, they were itching to fight when they saw a strong man. So after one competition after another, everyone finally gave up. In Fairy Tail, everyone talked about what they saw and heard in the Celestial Spirit Realm. Of course, Sorono and others were also resting here, since they would go back together at night anyway. At this moment, the president who had just returned seemed to have received some news, and then walked in front of everyone with a serious face, and slowly said. An important mission has been assigned to us. That is to defeat the 6 demon generals, one of the 3 major dark guilds of the Balam Alliance. I hope you can be prepared. Fang Heng's expression froze when he heard this, and then he slowly laughed. He didn't expect the 6 demon generals to act so quickly. This is also good. Even if there was no such mission, he planned to find time to take a look later. Now the action is just in advance, and he has begun to look forward to it. 6 Demon Generals? Balamu Alliance? What are these? Can the president explain it to me? Lucy, who was standing by, had a puzzled look on her face. Then she asked. The 6 Demon Generals are, as for the Balam Alliance, and the previous Iron Forest. Seeing this, Myra Jane explained beside him. So that's the case, isn't it very dangerous? Seeing this, Lucy said with some fear, but after taking a look at Fang Hung, she immediately calmed down. Anyway, with Fang Hung protecting her, what was there to be afraid of? The 6 Demon Generals have been too active recently. In fact, we have already discussed this at the regular meeting some time ago. But this time, Fairy Tail was officially commissioned to work with several other guilds to do this. Fang Hung, you will lead the team this time, you get to choose the team members, just do whatever you want. The president said lightly, then glanced at Fang Hung with a trusting look. At this moment, he and Lucy had a similar mentality. With Fang Hung around, what is there to be afraid of? Whoever wants to go with him can just take it as an experience. Chapter 76. At this moment, all the guilds in the forest gathered together. Fang Hung was taking a rest with Naz and others. What kind of place is this? It feels so tasteless. At this moment, Lucy turned around the villa a few times and complained. I heard that it seems to be the villa of the leader of the Blue Pegasus, Bob. Mylagen said with a chuckle. Bob should be a short and fat man who looks like a she-male, plus the knight in the guild. Thinking of this, Fang Hung couldn't help but feel cold all over. He never thought that a person's appearance could be so offensive. It's terrible. At this time, the originally dim room suddenly turned on several spotlights, and in the center of the spotlights, there were 3 men with extraordinary looks and gestures. They were the 3 signature handsome guys of the Blue Pegasus, Xiang, Lian, and Yvonne. With their handsome looks, they have always been the objects of pursuit by the girls of the Magician Weekly. Nice to meet you, you are as beautiful as the legend says, Fairy Queen. Come, sit here too. Let this lovely lady come along too. However, as soon as these people appeared, they immediately and enthusiastically brought Urza and others to the side to chat with them, while Lucy, who was standing by, was made uncomfortable by the scene. On the other side, seeing these people appear, Myra Jane, who knew what was going on, hugged Fang Heng's arm and then showed an intimate look. It seems that you know them quite well. Looking at the people on the opposite side who were like licking dogs, Fang Hung felt a little uncomfortable all over. He glanced at Melangen beside him and then said with a smile. I've done missions with Elfman on Cyan Pegasus before, and although they look okay, they are still far behind you, brother Fang Hung. Myra Jane leaned on Fang Heng's arm and said with a smile. This was not a lie, but what Myra Jane really thought in her heart. Although they were both handsome guys, Fang Heng's invincible strength made him have a kind of charm. He can attract other people's attention invisibly, and in comparison, although Xiang, Lian, and others are also very handsome. But he is like a dogskin plaster, pestering women. If it were normal, others would have been used to it, but now that Fang Hung is here, there is a huge contrast invisibly. Not long after, Lucy and others got rid of the pestering of several people, and then returned to Fang Heng's team. I miss you so much, sweetheart. I'm here to serve you all night. Just then, a short, fat man with a wretched look came down the stairs and said to Urza affectionately. This man was Urzus. Ah, Master One Knight, you are here. At this time, the 3 people on the side quickly surrounded him and asked about his well-being. Damn, I really can't stand it, this is too disgusting, my eyes. Looking at this scene in front of him, Fang Heng's heart was about to collapse, so he stretched out his finger, pointed at the knight in front of him and began to use magic. Boom boom. A big hole was blasted out of the stairs under Yi Yi's feet, and this scene also made the noisy people quiet down. Enough, let's stop playing around. To be honest, when I came here, I was already observing you. The tiny amount of magic in your body disappointed me. For this operation, you just need to watch from behind. We, Fairy Tail, are capable of handling this matter. Looking at the situation on the field, Fang Hung withdrew his hand and then spoke calmly. Hey, are you kidding me? How dare you treat a knight master like this? At this time, Xiang on the side spoke first. This is Lord Bob's villa, how can you be so rude and destroy it so easily? Lian was also angrily saying. Lucy's people stood there and said nothing. After all, they also felt that the other party was too annoying. Although Fang Heng's move was a bit too much, it was for them after all. So once a fight really broke out, they would always stand on the side of their companions. Enough! Stop talking! Seeing this, Ye stretched out his hand to stop a few people. Looking at Fang Heng, who was calm and composed in front of him, he thought about the fact that his opponent had such a powerful attack just now. He couldn't help but guess in his heart, who is this person? I have never seen him before. Is he a newcomer? Such a powerful attack can have such a strong force, how strong is his real strength? Thinking of this, Ye couldn't help but shudder. Really? I'm sorry for destroying the villa. I just wanted to end the farce as soon as possible. In this case, I will fix it. After saying that, Fang Heng waved his hand, and the originally destroyed staircase miraculously began to reassemble itself. After a while, it was perfectly restored to its original state. How is this possible? The damaged staircase is restored to its original state. Xiang, who had just raised his doubts, was shocked when he saw the staircase in front of him. He said with his eyes wide open in disbelief. It is really restored to its original state. Is it the magic of time? But this is too perfect. This person's strength is unfathomable. This is Yi, who squatted down and took a closer look. The broken staircase was now restored to its original state. While being shocked, he was also curious about Fang Heng's strength. Gray, you are still the same. And Senior Fang Heng is as strong as ever. At this moment, a joking voice came. It was Liu, who was also selected to fight against the 6 demon generals. My strength may not be that strong, maybe just a little bit stronger than you. As long as you work hard, you will be able to do the same sooner or later. Looking at Liu, who was coming, Fang Heng smiled and said. I don't know how long it will take to reach your level of strength. Seeing this, Liu smiled bitterly. He had seen Fang Heng's strength before. You know, the undead demon Deliura was beaten repeatedly. He really didn't know how long it would take to reach this level of strength. Liu. You finally found your own guild. Seeing this, Gray said with a look of relief on his face. Hey, don't show that expression, it's not my turn for you to sympathize with me. Seeing Gray's emotional expression, Liu suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Really? Are you Fang Heng? You are really strong. After this mission, let's have a fight. At this time, Jola's voice came over, and then he looked at Fang Heng with fighting spirit and said. Chapter 77. Really? Okay, I also like to fight against strong people. After this is over, let's have a fight. Facing Jura's challenge, Fang Heng chuckled and accepted it. At this moment, Myra Jane heard Fang Heng's domineering speech and suddenly felt a strong sense of security surrounding her. Fortunately, Shirley didn't come today because she was too weak. Today, brother Fang Heng can only be mine, ha 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 ha. At this moment, Myra Jane thought secretly in her heart. Who is this bald uncle? Hearing that Fang Heng wanted to fight, Naz immediately asked excitedly. He is one of the 10 holy mages, and has the title of Rock Iron Jura. Maybe he can compete with Gildarts in strength. At this time, the harpy said with a serious look in his eyes. What is the same as Gildarts? Great, I must see it when the time comes. At this moment, Natsu was full of fighting and became more and more excited. What, Fang Heng? Could it be the Star Spirit King that Master Bob mentioned a few days ago? This is too much of a coincidence, he just mentioned it a few days ago, and now he meets him. Hearing Jura's name Fang Heng, Lian thought of the Star Spirit King Fang Heng some time ago, and couldn't help but start to be shocked. No, it's possible that they just have the same name. After all, it's not impossible for someone to have the same name. Xiang on the side shook his head, and then said in disbelief. Idiot! Didn't you hear Jura's challenge? How could he possibly be interested in an ordinary person? And judging from his strength and the powerful time magic just now, he should be the Star Spirit King Fang Heng who made such a big splash some time ago. We just didn't expect him to appear in front of us so soon. From now on, don't offend him easily. After hearing Xiang's speech, Yi scolded him and then slowly explained. But at this moment, his heart was also restless. At the same time, he became more and more curious about Fang Heng's true strength. Not to mention what others think, Fang Heng, facing the current situation, lowered his head and thought slowly. If he remembered correctly, the man headed by the 6 demon generals was called Zero, and his goal should be the ancient magic Nirvana, which is an extremely powerful and perverted magic. It can change people's hearts, turn good people into bad people, and turn bad people into good people. When of course, to achieve the ability to control people's hearts at will, the seal must be completely lifted. Fang Heng was somewhat curious about this magic. If he could get it in the next action, he would try his best to find a way to get it. He gave it to Irene to study. There might be some useful results. Of course, even if they could not be obtained, they must be destroyed so as not to let the 6 demon generals succeed. To be honest, he was also somewhat curious about the composition of the 6 demon generals. In fact, the former 6 demon generals Xuanai and others were also brought here by him, but there were too many people and they were all lying in ambush nearby. Not long after, Yi Yat, who was standing aside, began to explain to everyone the composition of this mission. Anyway, our goal is to prevent Nirvana. Defeat the 6 demon generals, Moonless Turtle Dove, Guitar Magic Vidaruda's Eagle, Owl, Sinful Melty, and their commander Brian at the same time. Fang Heng chuckled when he heard this. Aren't those people from Turtle Dove the ones who assassinated the 3 Crows Guild in the original book? Melty is also in the Demon Heart. Brian is quite good at finding people. He managed to trick him into having a few powerful wizards as his subordinates. Wait, there are only 5 of them, right? There should be 6 demon generals, right? Even Natsu, who was not good at math, found the answer to the question and asked. Yes, there are indeed 6 people, but their ability to investigate is very limited. There is also one person who is extremely mysterious. We don't know who he is or what abilities he has. Seeing this, Ye said solemnly, and then added. Anyway, everyone be careful. Leo, let's go. Let's get ready to go. Seeing this, Jura took Leo and set off first. Okay, let's go too. Let's go, Mr. One Knight. Then the blue Pegasus followed closely behind. Looking at the situation in front of him, Fang Heng stretched his body slowly, then hugged Marajana's soft waist and said. Let's go, Fairy Tail is on the move. Oh, I'm burning. Natsu, who couldn't wait, said excitedly. I will never lose. Grey on the side was not to be outdone and said. However, soon, as everyone went deeper, the enemy began to appear. At this moment, the 3 people who looked like gorillas were blocking Fang Heng, and they were followed by a large number of subordinates. We are the guild under the 6 demon generals, the naked bandage men. Haha, there are quite a lot of beauties here. Let's play together. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Get rid of them. Facing these people, Fang Heng had no interest at all. He just waved his hand and Gerald and others who were hiding in the dark all showed up. What? How is it possible? There are people who have been ambushing behind us without being discovered. How terrifying are these people? The man in the lead at this moment thought of this, and cold sweat began to seep out of his body, but it was too late. With Fang Heng's order, everyone rushed forward and began to clear the obstacles. I'm burning. Natsu was not to be outdone and rushed forward. Brother Fang Heng, I want to kill the enemy too. In order to better protect my family in the future, said Myra Jane with a firm look on her face. Okay, then be careful. Fang Heng then let go of his hand, and Myra Jane also used receiving magic and rushed forward to fight. Rumble. Several huge magical powers collided with each other, causing the surrounding trees to shake, and in the center of the battlefield, the naked bandage men were in great pain. This is too perverted. What can we do with this? Didn't you say that we are not strong? Why is the situation different here? However, no matter how much you complain, it is useless. Soon, the battle gradually came to an end, and at this moment, the battlefield was filled with the bodies of the enemies lying in all directions. Master Fang Heng. Mission accomplished. Several people, led by Gerard, stepped forward and reported to Fang Heng respectfully. This situation was not only Fang Heng's, but also the people from other guilds. However, as Fang Heng said, their strength was too weak. Therefore, the others were caught in a bitter battle. In this way, let alone dealing with the 6 demon generals, even their subordinates were enough to wipe them out. Chapter 78. As the enemies ahead were dealt with, Fang Heng, Naz and the others gradually moved deeper into the enemy camp. Stop! Looking at the scene ahead, Fang Heng suddenly reminded. This is too much. They turned into this overnight. Lucy looked at the scene and said reluctantly. Damn, these guys, the 6 demon generals. I will never let them go. Natsu also roared. It turned out that Yi Ye and others in front had fallen to the ground, covered in blood, and looked extremely seriously injured. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Hung lowered his head and pondered for a while. Were Yi Ye and others defeated? However, this situation was already within my expectations. After all, their strength is not really too strong. We can't just leave them here and ignore them. Judging from the current situation, we can only heal them first before we can continue on the road. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He just stretched out his hand and waved it, and a large amount of time and space magic covered Yi Ye and others. A magical scene happened. The blood on Yi Ye and others gradually disappeared, and the wounds began to heal. Soon, several people slowly opened their eyes. It's really magical. No matter how you look at it, it's amazing. Wendy, who also knows healing magic, looked at Fang Hung in front of her and said in surprise. What's going on? I remember that I was fighting with the group of people from the Black Unicorn before. Lian, who woke up slowly, covered her head and said in confusion. Damn it, we are too weak. I didn't expect that we would not be a match for the guild of the 6 demon generals. Thinking of what happened just now, Xiang also said unwillingly. Fang Hung saved you. What happened to you before that? How could you be injured so badly? Urza asked. Really? Was it Fang Hung who saved us? In that case, on behalf of the Blue Pegasus Guild, I would like to express my gratitude to you. If you are free, you are always welcome to come and play. Yi woke up slowly. After hearing this, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Fang Hung. However, his trick of instantly resurrecting a dying person caused a great shock in Yi's heart. You know, healing magic is extremely rare and is called lost magic. Although he himself knows some of the same magic. But no one has such a powerful power as Fang Hung. Healing magic has such a powerful power. How terrifying should his true strength be? At this moment, Yi couldn't help but start to speculate like this, and then told everyone about what they had encountered. So it's not just our team that has encountered other dark guilds. Urza said, but she was a little disappointed with the strength of Yi and the others. After all, they couldn't beat their subordinates, and they followed them to attack the 6 demon generals. Isn't this just a way to get food? Fang Hung, who was standing aside, had a blank expression on his face. After all, he had already anticipated these situations, so he was calm at the moment. Although I know this may be a bit shameless. But please take us to defeat the 6 demon generals, I want to see it with my own eyes. At this moment, Xiang suddenly bent down, and then respectfully asked Fang Hung. No, your injuries have just healed. When the real battle begins, I won't be able to take care of you, so I can't take you with me. Faced with Xiang's request, Fang Hung shook his head and refused. Really? In that case, then fine. We'll go back to recover. The front line is up to you. Hearing Fang Hung's refusal, Xiang lowered his head and said disappointedly. In that case, take me with you. My perfume magic can provide support to you. And in the battle, I can also protect myself. No need to distract you. Yi suddenly said in a firm tone. Although he knew it was not good, he must go. He must see with his own eyes how powerful the power that belongs only to Fang Hung is. And how cruel the real murderer behind him, the 6 demon generals, is. This battle will be exciting, even if it costs his life, he has to go and see it. All right. In that case, let's go. Seeing this, Fang Hung nodded helplessly. After all, it had come to this. However, at this moment, not far from them, a huge beam of light shot up into the sky, and the strange magic power emanating from it made everyone look solemn. Has Nirvana appeared? Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Hung thought to himself. However, this should have just lifted part of the seal, and there is still time. It should not be a problem to rush over now. Let's go. This should be Nirvana. The 6 demon generals should also be there. Let's set off as soon as possible and don't let them succeed. After the words fell, Fang Hung hugged Myra Jane with one hand, and then rushed forward quickly. Seeing this, Natsu and others behind him followed closely. After a period of rushing, everyone was shocked by the sudden scene in front of them. A huge beam of light shot up into the sky, dispersing the surrounding clouds. Jura and Leo on the side should have arrived here very early. He was fighting fiercely with a beautiful woman holding a red long sword. However, while Jura was fighting, he had to take care of Leo's life on the other side. After a while, he gradually fell into a disadvantage, and his opponent aimed at this opportunity, slashed with a knife, and blood splattered immediately. The winner was clear at a glance. Oh no! Jura is injured. Leo is in danger. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gray said worriedly, and then rushed over. Seeing this, Urza and Natsu on the side couldn't help but rushed over to help Gray. At this moment, Fang Heng saw this scene and didn't stop them. After all, he was still very confident about the strength of Urza and others, and they wouldn't lose for a while. He was more interested in the situation in front of him, Nirvana. People between light and darkness will have their attributes changed, and the righteous side with strong negative emotions will fall into darkness. Of course, this is just the ability to open part of the seal of Nirvana. If all the seals are opened, then its power will be even more terrible. It can arbitrarily change the good and evil in people's hearts. Chapter 79. Fairy Tale? Looks like another troublemaker has appeared. But you're already too late. We have opened the seal of Nirvana. The guy we just knocked down is very strong, he is probably your main force. That means you are vulnerable now. Ha ha ha. Turning around, he saw a man with a wand in his hand, dark skin and white hair standing in front of Nirvana, laughing. He must be Brian, the leader of the 6 demon generals. After a careful feeling, this magic power is still quite huge, but it is still too far away. Looking at the man in front of him, Fang Hengzhen thought, then chuckled and said, Really? If so, can you still laugh? Come out. Give the enemy a little shock. Swish, swish, swish. After hearing the signal, Gerard and the others who were hiding in the dark immediately appeared in front of Fang Heng and the others. However, they were all like Fang Heng, with a restrained aura. Just standing there, they looked like ordinary people. This was the result of their deliberate training to hide themselves. But now that the enemy was in front of them, they no longer needed to hide, so they all released the suppression of their magic power. Boom boom boom. Powerful demonic pressure was released one after another, spreading in all directions, and the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees were also shaken. Lord Fang Heng. Led by Gerard, everyone said respectfully to Fang Heng. Great. Our support is here. Lucy, who was standing by, said happily when she saw Jalal and the others appear. It looks like this battle is about to end. Seeing the situation in front of her, Urza, who was fighting with Kakejiu, said. Yes, because I'm going to beat you soon. Moonless flow, Yaksha flashing in the sky. Feeling the powerful magic scattered around, Banjiu felt a wave of shock. At the same time, she also understood that the battle in front of her must end as soon as possible. Who are these people? Have they been lurking around all this time? Such powerful magic, I haven't even discovered it until now. Yat, who had been watching the battle in front of him, was shocked when he saw the people who suddenly appeared in front of him, and then began to guess Fang Heng's true identity. After all, he just heard clearly that these magicians with magic power comparable to the Holy Ten respectfully called Fang Heng Sir, another identity besides the Star Spirit King. What is this? Are there so many powerful wizards hiding around you? I didn't expect you to have such a force. Brian seemed a little surprised when he saw the situation in front of him, but when he saw a familiar face in the crowd, he gradually understood. A few years ago, a black magic cult that worshipped Jalal was kidnapping children with magical talents everywhere, and the scale was extremely large. Brian also had connections with some of them, and originally wanted to select a few gifted children from them to form the 6 magic generals. Later, the huge black magic cult disappeared overnight, and Brian was troubled for a long time. However, looking at the situation in front of him, he already had the answer in his heart, and then slowly said. Did you destroy the black magic cult a few years ago? No wonder you have such a large number of subordinates. Dark Knight, as my child, I never thought that you would become someone else's running dog. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that he would be your father. Are you happy to find your father? Seeing this, Cobra laughed and patted Anyi's shoulder. The reason why they stayed with Fang Heng was because their parents had passed away long ago, but they didn't expect that Anya had an exception. Anya, who was standing aside, sneered when he heard Brian's question, and then said. What right do you have to lecture me? You were the one who sent me to the black magic cult. What do you know about the suffering I went through there? Damn you, you little brat! How dare you speak to your father like that? If that's the case, prepare to die. Always dark fantasy. Brian in front of him suddenly jumped up, raised his hand and launched an attack. A magic with a dark aura flew towards Fang Heng's men. Let me come! Let me come! Holy shock! Faced with the incoming attack, Sorono excitedly launched a counterattack. Boom boom boom, the two forces collided with each other and exploded instantly, and a huge hole was instantly blown out on the hard ground. Ha ha ha! What do you think? I've protected you all! Sorono said excitedly, with her hands on her waist. What? I didn't expect that a little girl could block my attack with just her hand. Brian said in disbelief as he looked at the scene in front of him. His attack was caught by a little girl, and there were several such people standing there. How could he win? What's more, the adults they were talking about could have wiped out the entire black magic cult a few years ago, so how strong would they be now? What a terrifying strength! A casual attack actually blocked Brian. How strong is the real strength? Looking at the scene in front of him, Yi secretly guessed. Go! Go help Urza and the others and defeat the enemy in front of you first. Leave this to me. Looking at the people ahead who were still struggling to deal with Urza and the others, Fang Heng said calmly. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, Jalal and others did not stop and rushed over to provide assistance. With their participation, the situation on the battlefield began to become one-sided. Let all the subordinates leave. It seems that you are really confident. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Brian on the side was completely disappointed, but there was still a chance. As long as the seal of Nirvana can be completely unlocked. Then, all these people will fall into darkness, so he has not lost yet, he can still win. Thinking of this, Brian turned around and ran towards Nirvana in front of him, shouting loudly to his subordinates around him. Everyone, come to me and stop him. Even if you have to sacrifice your life, you must stop him. Seeing Brian running around in front of him, Fang Heng was suddenly dumbfounded. What was he trying to do? But when he saw the direction Brian was running, he slowly understood. It seemed that the opponent already knew that he couldn't win and was ready to take a gamble. Let's see, can I deal with your men faster, or can you remove the seal faster? Thinking of this, facing the people who were besieging him, Fang Heng quickly rushed into the crowd. Seeing this, Gerald and others on the side also stopped their hands, because they understood that the next home court belonged to Fang Heng. He was going to start showing off. Chapter 80. I am under the order of Lord Brian to stop you. My name is Turtledove. A woman with long cherry-colored hair, wearing a white kimono and a curvy figure appeared. Judging from her appearance, she is a beauty and she is holding a huge red sword in her hand. Turtledove? The captain of the Three Crows, she is quite powerful and looks like a beauty. However, these things can be put aside for now. Let's finish the business first and then deal with it properly. Thinking of this, Fang Heng moved and quickly rushed towards Turtledove in front of him, apparently intending to make a quick decision. I won't let you succeed. Wuilia Garuda Flame. I saw Banjia quickly draw his sword, and then a huge red flame shot up into the sky and attacked Fang Heng. Use fire to deal with me? At this moment, Fang Heng had a strange look on his face. He looked at Banjiu in the distance, and then slowly stopped. Facing the incoming flames, he did not dodge or evade, but opened his mouth and shouted, not much, the flames were all sucked into his stomach. Ate my flame? How is this possible? The turtledove who saw this was suddenly dumbfounded. She wondered why the person on the other side stopped when he was running well. She thought he was scared, but it turned out to be the time for dinner. Swallowed the flame. Could it be that he also knows the lost dragon slaying magic? The third powerful magic after the star spirit magic and the time magic. How many more does he have? Looking at the scene in front of him, Yi was completely dumbfounded. Judging from the power of the three kinds of magic he has used so far, each one is powerful enough to stand out on its own. But I didn't expect. He knows all three kinds of magic. And the power they use is so strong. This is too abnormal. Looking at the surprised Banjiu, Fang Heng did not miss this opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party was distracted, he flashed at an extremely fast speed and came behind the other party. Not good. After Fang Heng came behind him, Ban Jiu slowly reacted, but it was too late. Bang! Fang Hung chopped Ban Jiu's neck with a knife, and then made her faint. As for why he didn't kill her. Just kidding, Ban Jiu's strength is pretty good. He didn't want to waste it if he could recruit her as his subordinate. After dealing with this, Fang Hung looked up at the other people next to him. A perverted man with a guitar and long hair, this should be Vitaluta's eagle. There is also a muscular man with an owl face on his head, who should be Owl. There is also a girl wearing wing-shaped headphones on her ears, wearing a black cloak, and a well-behaved personality. She must be Melty, but I don't know how she fought with Myra Jane at the moment. These two guys are so ugly. They are weird looking. If I recruit them as my subordinates, it may affect the overall appearance of my team. Thinking of this, Fang Hung didn't want to hold back. He suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the two people in front. Boom! Boom! After two loud noises, Vitaruta's hawk and owl fainted after knocking down several trees. He killed them with one punch and one kick, cleanly and neatly. On the other side, no one noticed that the 6 black marks on Brian's face began to disappear one by one. Seeing this scene, Natsu said excitedly. Fang Hung is really strong. He solved all the enemies so quickly. I haven't had enough fun yet. Damn it. Otherwise, ask Fang Hung to fight with me later. Urza, who was standing aside, looked at the opponent who had just fought with her on equal terms, and was defeated cleanly by Fang Hung in the blink of an eye. She felt a huge gap in her heart, and then she began to cheer herself up secretly. It seems that my strength is still too weak. No, starting today, I must work harder to train. One day, I will reach that level. It seems that I am still better, Brian. Fang Hung said with a chuckle. After getting rid of the 3 crows, Melty beside him was also dragged by Myra Jane, which means that Brian is isolated and helpless at the moment. I won this war. At this moment, Fang Hung couldn't help but think so in his heart, but at this moment, he suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling coming from his body. Then there was a sudden tingling in his body. Turning his head, he saw that the battle between Myra Jane and Melty was also in a stalemate. I'm so lucky. I can meet someone on this battlefield who has such strong feelings for me. But your feelings for him will kill him. Myra Jane. I will let you see a brief heaven and eternal despair. See the mark on our hands? Now I have connected the feelings of the 3 of us together. As long as one of the 3 people dies, then the other 2 must die as well. This is my most powerful magic. 3 stretch feeling connection. At this moment, Melty raised one of her hands, revealing the mark on it, and then said lightly to Myra Jane, but there were some things she didn't say. That is, there are more than just Myra Jane who have strong feelings for Fang Hung on the field. Now after careful feeling, there are actually as many as 2 or 3. How is this possible? There are so many girls who love him deeply. And everyone's emotions are extremely strong. This made the young Melty confused. But it doesn't matter at the moment. She has achieved her goal. That is to stop Fang Hung. But if this happens, you will be implicated too? You will also lose your life. Is it worth it? Faced with this situation, Myra Jane was already a little panicked, but she still asked. I know. This is my firm belief. Now I am connected with Fang Hung. There is no need to fight. I just need to kill myself. Hearing Mirajana's words, Melty said in a firm tone, and then 2 huge long swords appeared, and then one on the left and one on the right held Melty's neck. Stop! Myra Jane could only shout to stop him after seeing this scene. Her heart was in a mess at this moment. She didn't want to lose her family again. She didn't want to feel this way again. What should I do? What should I do? Don't worry. Myra Jane, do what you want in your heart. I am your family. I will always be behind you. The 3 extended feelings are connected. To a certain extent, even the complex emotions and thoughts in the other party's mind can be felt. Therefore, Fang Hung directly conveyed this in his mind at this moment. Brother Fang Hung. Hearing the words of encouragement from the other party at this moment, Myra Jane also strengthened her belief. Then she quickly rushed towards Melty in front. Mirajana's mind was blank at this moment. She couldn't think of any way. But she knew that she had to stop the other party. This was a desperate fight for her everything.